Welcome one and all. I'm Mark Passio of whatonearthishappening.com. Thank you to Brandon Martin and the other great organizers of the S.E.E.D 5 conference. It's a pleasure to be here today. My presentation for today is entitled Technology's Critical Role in the War for Freedom. This is something that I have been wanting to formalize for quite a while because it's a topic that I think is very much not understood in the freedom community in particular. And this is going to be a short form presentation. And I just want to get out a few general conceptual ideas regarding technology, regarding the technological component to the solution for human freedom. And again, as I said, I've been wanting to do this presentation for a while. So again, thank you to everyone from the S.E.E.D 5 event. And this gives me a perfect opportunity to formalize this information, get it out there to people. So let's jump into the presentation. The question that I have been asking myself and others is why, in particular, is the great work of ending the human condition of slavery not truly being accomplished in earnest in our world? And for those who think that it is moving in a good and or positive direction, and those who are not realizing that we are not winning this war for our freedom, we are losing it. I would say people like that are quite delusional, unfortunately. They really have a skewed and distorted view of the way that things are heading when it comes to human freedom. And the state of affairs in which we live is ever increasing tyranny, and the chains literally are tightening all around us. If you couldn't tell that by the events of the COVID nonsense that just played out recently in our world in the last few years, practically nothing may wake people up from their media-induced slumber. But what I try to do as a person who is attempting to influence people toward a true moral direction in life is I want to ask the question, why are we really not truly accomplishing this task? And of course, the answer is going to come in the form that humanity really doesn't understand natural law and objective morality yet, because these are the only real solutions to ending the human condition of slavery on our world. So, upon the recognition that through studying the occult, through studying the underlying causal factors that drive humanity in one direction or another, either toward true freedom or toward enslavement, one, if they are adept in studying this and they're astute and their observational powers are tuned correctly, they're going to come to that realization that there's only one real solution. You can say there are a lot of different components to that solution. You could say there are social components, organizational components, technological components, many, many different aspects to help you to get there. But ultimately, the underlying causal factors for getting you out of the condition of slavery are singular. They're one thing, and that is humanity's recognition of natural law and objective morality, and then aligning their behavior to those realities. That's the only way we're ever going to get out of tyranny and enslavement and to true freedom, societally, globally. So that is our ultimate objective and goal. There is only one true solution to human slavery. Natural law and objective morality must be communicated to the masses of humanity. If this is not done, it is completely impossible for any truly positive social change to occur in our world in the long term. If people have not made that fundamental recognition yet, then they don't understand the actual universal dynamics that drive this type of change in our world. This is what I have been attempting to communicate and teach to people for the past 16 going on 17 years with what on earth is happening. And unfortunately, many people still don't understand this, which is the core body of the work that I teach at whatonearthishappening.com through my presentations and my podcast series. So that has to be clearly and definitively and deeply understood first. Okay? That's the ultimate solution, the ultimate objective that we're trying to get to. But what I'm addressing here today in this presentation is that most people do not understand that there is a very deeply connected technological component to being able to do this. And I'm going to explain what that is and why it is so. So, people always say they want freedom. This is part of what I've talked about in my work endlessly. What people say versus how they behave. There's a disconnect. Okay? They'll say one thing and yet they'll do something different that doesn't get you to that condition. They'll say they want a certain condition, but they don't perform the behaviors that manifest that condition in the real world. So this is a incongruity. It's a disconnect between what someone says that they want in their mind, and they're communicating that through their words, and they may even have the emotional state that they really genuinely want to see it come about, but they don't care enough to do the behaviors that are going to actually bring about that condition in manifested reality. That's the real laws of attraction, ladies and gentlemen. It's not how much you wish for something, you want it to be so in your mind, how much your emotions are even in line with your thoughts. It's all about how much your actions are in line with your thoughts and emotions. And are you doing what is required, the requirements for bringing about that condition in the real world? So people who say they want freedom, unfortunately, do not want to involve themselves at a deep level in the very arduous task of communicating the necessary information that other people need to see and hear. See, what got us here into this state of enslavement and tyranny? What got us here were people speaking incorrect ideas to other people and other people listening to those ideas. And what got us here in a major global way is people, namely the mainstream media, communicating through technology, largely television, newspapers, radio, magazines, movies, etc. All of the people who are willing to take a paycheck to lie, deceive, and manipulate the masses of humanity into believing and thinking wrong thoughts and incorrect information. That is what got us into this state. That is what the government uses as a mechanism to enslave the minds of people. Once you control how they think, you control their behavior. This is Occult 101. Okay? And yet many people still don't understand that. So when you talk to people in the freedom movement, alleged freedom movement, as I say, we don't have a real freedom movement. We have what we laughingly call the embryonic stage of a freedom movement, but it's not moving anywhere, unfortunately. People will say they want freedom, but then, once again, they don't want to really deeply involve themselves. They don't want to put skin in the game. They don't want to make the necessary sacrifices. They don't want to meet the commitment to creating the circumstances and fulfilling the requirements that actually manifest freedom in the world. They want to talk about it. They want to complain. They want to point fingers externally. But they don't want to turn the finger toward themselves and say, what am I doing to actually make it come about by influencing how people think? If you recognize that all of the lying media throughout the world, the mainstream media controlled by government, controlled by intelligence agencies, controlled by the dark occult, have put out all of this information to deceive and manipulate, and they pay people who are technologically advanced and trained into creating media to influence the minds of the people of the world to think wrong thoughts and ultimately do wrong behaviors. That is how we've arrived at this condition. And people never think in their mind, most people in the freedom movement never think, we have to become the true media that is reaching out to people and influencing them to truly understand natural law and objective morality and align their behavior to it. So we undo this condition of tyranny and enslavement, and we create an actual positive outcome for the human future. It's simple logic, folks. If you just think it logically through, you recognize that the problem is lack of communication of truth to the people of the world, whereas they're continuously being bombarded nonstop with the lies and with disinformation and with deception. Then they graft onto that, they start believing in it, it informs their whole belief system, and then ultimately it informs their behavior. And once immoral behavior stacks up in the aggregate, what are you going to get? You're going to get tyranny and enslavement. That's the law of freedom. If you're paying attention, if you understand how it really works, if you've studied the occult enough to understand those dynamics. And again, most people haven't, unfortunately. So you have a ton of people that sit back for a number of reasons and they keep their mouth shut. It's the speak no evil part of hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil. And these people sit back because they're afraid. They have a lot of cowardice. They don't want to be singled out. They think that, they have to fade into the background and be quiet, or they think nobody will listen to them. They won't garner any influence. They have no confidence in their own ability to communicate the information correctly and properly, and other people won't listen. And that's why they generally never even begin. Again, that's why the dark occultists call people like that the unbegun. It's not just the people who don't know the information, it's people who know it and don't ever start doing anything with it. Okay? They constitute the, quote, unbegun as well. And the freedom movement is absolutely chock full to the brim with people like this, who they know a little bit, and yet they don't know enough to actually act in the world and understand that what their actual task is to communicate what they know to other people, to help influence their mind and influence ultimately their behavior. Even if someone were to want to get involved, and I encounter these people all the time, they want to get involved, they say, what can I do? I don't even know where to begin. I don't know what I can do to get involved. See, they say that they want freedom, and they know that something must be done action-wise to get involved in the effort to create the condition of freedom, but they have no idea how to effectively communicate the necessary information, and they have no idea how to do that in a very widely distributed way. In other words, it can't just be, I'm going to go and talk to a family member or a friend or a neighbor down the street. That's not going to get the information out there in a wide enough way. And again, this is simple logic, folks. This is not rocket science. This is not extreme esoteric information here. This is basic, simple logic and thinking through how information propagates and proliferates. It's not that difficult to figure out. It's just a little bit of logical thought has to be applied, getting your emotions out of the way of it, and just thinking through how this would occur. And most people never engage in that kind of thinking. They they're all over the place, and their mind is just scattered, and they never focus in and think, how would this be done in a practical way? So even if you have somebody that might be even willing to communicate the truth, they don't know how to do that in a modern form that's going to get that information out to a whole lot of people, out to the masses of humanity in a distributed fashion. When I'm analyzing this problem, I come to the fundamental conclusion, the recognition that just about everybody, the vast overwhelming majority of most human beings on this planet, still do not understand the inseparable role, the absolutely critical role that technology, and specifically how to use technology, what I am calling technological literacy, has to do with human freedom. They are inseparable. And once again, the solution is not technological. The solution, of course, is spiritual. And it's knowledge of natural law, knowledge of objective morality, that is conscience, and then applying it through our willpower, through our free will choice to do what is right over what is wrong. That's really the solution. But the technological component has to come in. How do you communicate that to other people in a widely distributed fashion? That's technological literacy, knowing how to do that. This is as important as in the past learning how to read or write, because that was the most effective and distributed way of communicating information to people that you don't know and who aren't around you. That was the highest technology of the past, unfortunately. That's why the world degenerated in the way that it did. We had no connective technology like we do now in the form of the internet to bring this information to everyone. Now we do, and that's a tremendous opportunity that we should not let go by, unutilized. So almost everybody, especially people in the freedom movement, they do not have this technological literacy. They don't even understand the role that technology will play in human freedom. They haven't fundamentally made that recognition, let alone started to hone their skills in how to do that. Most human beings are not literate in modern communications and publishing technology. They just don't understand it. And unfortunately, and I hear this in the so-called freedom movement all the time, I don't want to learn that. I don't want to sit behind a computer desk. I don't want to go through all that technology and the learning curve that's going to take to really grasp it and be able to use it. Well, guess what? You might as well flush freedom right down the toilet for yourself and for all the generations to come after you, if that's your mental attitude about it. Okay, because without utilizing technology and getting the word out to the people of the world, nothing is ever going to change for the better. And you better get over that fact. You better understand that fact, and you better just get over it, ladies and gentlemen, because if you are not part of that solution, you remain part of the problem at large in the world. And people don't want to hear that. And guess what? Get as offended as you like. What I just said is true anyway. If you're not learning how to communicate in the modern digital age, and you're not making media and putting that out there into the world to put your voice and help the voice of truth proliferate, you're not putting your voice out there, and in doing so helping truth to proliferate throughout the world, you are part of the problem of this world, and you are definitely not part of the solution. And I don't care what holds you back from doing that. Unless you have really badly physically limited mental capacity, which unfortunately some people may have, I'll exclude them. And unless you're extremely physically disabled, and some people are unfortunately in a condition like that, we can give them a pass because they're physically just not going to be able to do it. But if you're of general sound body and mind, there is zero excuse for you not being able to do it. I don't really care how big your family is, how many children you have, how many hours you have to work. You can squeeze it in some form or fashion and put your voice out there. Not doing it means you simply don't care enough and you just don't want to do it. Let's be real and drop pretenses and talk on the real. Okay? It just means you haven't truly developed the care in the heart enough to actually put your voice out there into the world through technology. Because you just don't want to, you don't care enough to learn about it, and you don't want to give of your time and energy and put your voice out there. Bottom line. Okay? So the fact is, most people have stayed completely at zero level skills and knowledge on how to do this. They have not bothered to learn one iota. Okay? They've started at ignorance, and time has progressed, and they've remained at the same level of ignorance. And there is no excuse for that. That is an inexcusable condition. And I'm talking about the people within the freedom movement more than anybody else. The people who want to complain, go and protest, hold up signs about lockdowns and shots and all this stuff. And you explain to them, you got to reach people in a massive way, in a truly distributed fashion with information. You can't just hold up a placard at some protest and complain to the people who don't give a damn about what you're complaining about. And expecting them that they're going to do anything. They're the ones who want to bring you into tyranny. And you're going and trying to communicate to them as if they're going to do anything, as if voting is going to do anything. It's delusional child mentality. What you have to do is influence so many people that they never join government, that they don't believe in the moral legitimacy of government, that they'll never try to institute or influence anybody to institute a lockdown because they will know deeply and definitively that's immoral. That's an immoral behavior. That government in general is an immoral behavior. That becoming a cop is an immoral behavior. That joining a military is an immoral behavior. The people of the freedom movement are quite possibly the most illiterate in the modern day. And as I'm going to define what that means, it doesn't mean you don't know how to read and write. You don't know how to read a book or write down words on a sheet of paper. That's not what modern day literacy is. So when most people in the world hear the words not literate, they immediately think it means you don't know how to read or write. Okay, my question here, what do most people think when they hear the words not literate? When I say you're not literate in modern communication and publishing skills, it doesn't mean you don't know how to pick up a book and identify words on the paper. It doesn't mean you can't pick up a pen or a pencil and scribble something down that's halfway intelligible on a piece of paper. That's old world literacy, folks. That's old world literacy. That's not modern literacy. Modern literacy means you know how to use a computer effectively enough that you can communicate ideas to other people and receive information from other people using a modern day computer. And if you can't do that, if you don't know how to both receive it and publish it and communicate it, then you're not literate. I'm sorry. You are an illiterate person in the modern digital age. Who cares if you're old world literate and you can identify words on a sheet of paper or you could write words on a sheet of paper? That is practically meaningless in today's world. In today's society, that is practically meaningless, as I'm going to prove. Okay? Just give it another couple of slides and we'll prove that definitively. So I don't mean you can't actually read and write words. I know almost everybody can. There's hardly anybody in modern Western society that can't actually identify words, read words and sentences, understand the meaning of them, write things down on paper. We're not talking about that. Modern day illiteracy means you don't know how to use a computer. Modern day illiteracy means you have no technical skills. Modern day illiteracy means you are powerless to communicate what you know to a wide body of other people through publishing it digitally and putting it on the internet. What I call formalizing the information and then immortalizing it by putting it online. If you don't know how to do that, you're illiterate. So when I say not literate, what I actually mean is you don't understand modern technology. You can't use modern day technology to communicate the information that needs to be communicated out to the masses of people to truly change society. You cannot influence other people's minds at a distance, which is what true magic and true alchemy is in the modern world. And there's no excuses for it, ladies and gentlemen. Zero excuses. As I said, it doesn't matter who you are, how old you are, how many kids you have, what kind of job you have. It doesn't matter. No excuse is acceptable when there is a war for freedom going on. Okay? That obviates all your excuses. You know? You don't just say, I just don't know how to do that. Or I'm not good with computers. You know? That was an excuse that still really wasn't acceptable, but that was an excuse back in the late 80s, early 90s, and we're not living in those times anymore. Okay? So it's like you got to get up off your rear end and you got to start developing skills to be able to communicate that knowledge. And folks, people fight me on this all day long, all the time. I've been trying to explain this to people for going on 17 years. It'll be in 2024. Imagine that. And this movement is that hard-headed, stubborn, and calcified in their thought process that they still don't understand that that is the solution and answer. They want to kick back and watch other people do it, pat them on the back, say, hey, great, good luck with your mission, and that's not me, and that doesn't apply to me. And you know what that is? It's a completely illegitimate excuse, and it's all based in cowardice and fear. Is the real truth of the matter when it comes to that. And I know I'm talking to plenty of people out there even watching this event. I'm talking to you. Yes, you. No, not you. No, it's not you. It is you. Get over it. Get over it. Because you've just kicked back. You've watched other people try to do this. It's not enough effort. Think about how many millions of people worldwide take jobs to lie, deceive, and manipulate through the mainstream media. It's literally tens of millions of people worldwide. And what do we have in our movement? A paltry handful of people that know what's really going on and are trying to communicate it, trying to communicate natural law and true morality and get people not to go and join the sectors of evil that are continuously destroying our rights and freedom? You actually believe there's enough influence in the world to get tyranny and freedom to come to a halt? If you do, you're delusional, and you're even more delusional if you think that's not your job, to try to influence people's minds not to do those types of behaviors. It is your job if you understand anything that I've said over the years, or anything people who are talking about these topics have said over the years. So, if you go out and do a social experiment on the street or just among your friends online, ask them how they became awakened. What was the process by which they really began to understand what was going on in our world? Just ask them, and they'll tell you. So, if you pose this question to people, what are some of the responses that you are likely to get? How did you become awake to the extent that you are awake now? I'm not talking about perfect, awakening where we're not talking about knowing everything. We're talking about you are generally very awake and aware as to what is going on regarding the destruction of human rights in the modern day, regarding globalism, regarding dark occultism, regarding the loss of human freedom, and the underlying causes for that. Namely, the lack of an understanding of objective morality and natural law and not living those according to those principles. If you understand that, you're generally awake. You're awake to the extent that you should be to get up off your rear end and start doing something with that information. Okay? But if you ask people who consider themselves awake in that capacity, what awakened them, what kind of answers are you likely to get? Well, let's start by looking at what kind of answers you're not likely to get. Okay? Are people going to tell you that word of mouth conversations woke them up, that they were just around so many enlightened folks, that they just had so many of these world-changing, paradigm-shifting conversations with people that they know in real life all around them, in their family and friends and neighbors, etc., that just woke them up and they became aware just by word of mouth? Almost no one in the world will say that. Almost zero people. And guess what? If you are one of those, you're extremely lucky, and it's the extreme exception to the rule. Not just a tiny exception to the rule, an extreme exception to the rule. Hardly anybody wakes up that way. Okay? And if you think most people wake up that way, once again, I would say you're a very delusional individual. People do not wake up through word of mouth conversations. It's the most ineffective way of attempting to influence someone to wake up. All right? So what's another very unlikely way? A very unlikely way is handwritten letters and manuscripts. Now break out the fountain pen, folks, and the bowl of ink. You know, that's going to get it done, don't you know? You know, any day now, like just writing down stuff is just going to wake up the world. Right? This is why how the old world literate people think. Oh, I know how to read and write. That's good enough for me. Books and letters, that's all we need. I mean, it really is. It really is like a 1-year-old. I mean, it's worse than that. It's like somebody whose like head has been crushed with a hammer. Like they have no ability to think it through logically. That's all I'm asking people to do. Just analyze the situation a little bit from a logical perspective. I know that's asking a lot from most people, but try it. And you just ask simple questions and answer them and think it through logically. Most people have just never done that. That's the problem. Is writing things down on paper how people woke up? No. Okay? So this is old world literacy. It's irrelevant in the modern world. How will people tell you that they woke up? Some will tell you that they woke up through books. And that's a legitimate claim. That's a legitimate answer. Okay? Books very much were instrumental in my awakening, but then I accelerated it with digital media. Once the internet came online, and then, high-speed internet came online, and allowed for the distribution of audio and video content very quickly. That was it. I mean, my learning curve went from this to this. It shot up exponentially. Parabolically, And that's what technology does. That's the effect that it has in our lives if we utilize it correctly. So some people are going to tell you, yes, they woke up by reading books. Wonderful. Okay, I have a huge physical library myself, and that's valid. But how many people themselves, if they have a tremendous body of knowledge to communicate, would know how to publish a book? Most people wouldn't even know where to begin, let alone the software to use, how it would actually get printed, how it would be distributed, etc. They have no means, no mechanisms, no know-how on how to do any part of that process. What are more people going to tell you than anything else if you ask them, how did you awaken? They're going to tell you that they became awake by taking in digital forms of media, by researching on websites and taking in digital videos, digital audio, digital books, etc. Almost everybody is going to tell you their awakening did not significantly accelerate until they were exposed to the world of digital media through the internet. Let's be realistic, folks. That's the answer. Okay? That is how the awakening process happens on just about any planet in the whole universe, in the manifested universe. It's going to have to wait until technology gets to the point where we can unify our minds from a global perspective through technology. And I don't mean everybody has to think identically. Obviously, that's not what I mean. I'm talking about we can communicate the ideas that gets the information into the minds of everyone. Or at least that capacity is present. Then, when people actually start making the media to communicate that way, and it gets out there in a distributed way to everybody, then people can really start deeply understanding the causal factors and adjusting their mind and ultimately their behaviors to create the real social change that we say we want to see. Once again, folks, this isn't rocket science. If you haven't yet understood that, that's the problem. You haven't been able to logically process how this whole process of transformation works and come to the accurate conclusion about how it does actually work. This is the problem that we're in the freedom movement. People don't make those logical connections and really deeply understand how the process of transformation of consciousness is achieved. And it is achieved through that technological component of being able to get the information about what's really going on and what is true from a spiritual perspective, from a moral perspective, out to other people in the world. Understanding that, then start looking at the dynamic. How many people actually know how to do that? How many people have those skill sets already developed and honed? How many people would you estimate worldwide, percentage-wise, just a percentage number, already, right now, in the modern day, in this moment, know how to publish information in the form of digital books, websites, digital videos, digital audio, and other modern forms of media? How many people can communicate and publish information that way? And if you're honest with yourself, you're going to realize it's a paltry handful of human beings. Even if they wanted to, even the people who want other people to know this information, how many of them really truly know how to create media and put it out there for others? The mainstream media knows how to do that. All of the corporate, robots that they're hiring to do that, to influence people's minds for the worse, toward tyranny and enslavement, they all have those skills, and they're trading them for Federal Reserve notes. They're trading them for their 30 pieces of silver. But people in the freedom movement, get that technology away from me. I don't want to sit behind a computer. What do I need to know that for? That's not for me. You guys are delusional. Delusional. And your grandchildren and great-grandchildren are going to suffer the consequences. And I'm not just saying that to fearmonger. I'm not just saying that because I want you to do what I want you to do. I'm trying to get you to understand how freedom propagates truly. And what you guys are doing, largely, the vast majority of people, you're squandering the greatest opportunity that we have to generate human freedom. Because you're not engaging this dynamic. You're sitting back with your hands underneath your butts, doing nothing, complaining about it, maybe holding up a handwritten sign at some event or some rally or march, and you have no media of your own to contribute to the voice of truth in the world, while all of the dark occultists are paying people billions of dollars every day to lie, deceive, and manipulate the masses of humanity. And you're not countering that at all. And the people who are ultimately going to pay the consequence of that are future generations of children. And that's going to be on you for not getting involved. That's not going to be on me. My conscience will be perfectly clear of that because I made the effort to do what was required. You did not. Okay? And this isn't a sales pitch, folks. I'm going to talk about how to become the true media in a future slide. And it's not a sales pitch. You can go ahead and think all you want that it is. It isn't. I'm telling you the truth about what needs to be done. You could take my course, not take my course, dismiss what I'm saying, and it's at your own peril and the peril of future children of this planet. That's the truth of the matter. Regardless of what seminar or program I have going on, the truth remains the truth. Get involved in whatever way you need to get involved. Learn how to do it and then actually do it. That's the bottom line. You don't need to get that information through me or anybody else in particular. Go out and learn it yourself autodidactically. Become a self-taught person. Be driven to teach yourself. If you want my expertise, yes, it is available, but that's not required. Okay? How many people would you estimate? I'm going to say it's less than 1% of human beings. Because you put 100 people in a room, do you think more than 1 or 2 people might know how to do these things? Certainly to any effective degree? No way! Not even close. We have to change that dynamic because the vast majority of human beings, especially those in the freedom movement, exist in a state of total ignorance, illiteracy of how to publish and communicate through modern forms of media. They sit back behind a computer, they throw their hands up. I don't know what to do. They don't even understand the basics of an operating system, let alone how to use a computer to actually create the media that's going to change the minds of the people of the world. But guess what? Like I said, the lying corporate horror media, they're doing that every second of every day, and that evil never sleeps. And that's why we're losing this war. We are losing this war. We're not winning. If you think we're winning and you think we're in a great awakening stage, you're absolutely, completely delusional. You hang around with too many other people who think identically to you, and you're not looking at the wide, unwashed masses of people who, yes, influence the world. They'll go and join the military. They'll go and join the cops. They'll go and join government bureaucracy. They'll go and take whatever money to do whatever financial manipulations that the masters of the finance world want them to do. They'll go and take whatever 30 pieces of silver they're offered to go and do whatever evil they're commanded to do. That's most people in the world because they never had a moral upbringing. They were never actually raised. They never actually understood. They still don't understand or care about the difference between right or wrong because it was never hammered into them like the desire for money was hammered into them. Like all the lies and manipulation that was hammered into them by the lying corporate mainstream media. And the people in this movement still don't get it. They still don't understand, and they're still sitting on their hands. Sitting on their rear ends, sitting on their hands, doing nothing. And just cheering other people on who are doing something. You have to get involved personally. It isn't about looking at somebody and going, oh, look at the great job they're doing. That's not the point. The question you need to be asking yourself is, what the hell are you doing? Because of this widespread illiteracy in the technological domain, that is the underlying reason that the word is not getting out there regarding natural law and objective morality, and that is why the manipulation and deception of human beings continues unchallenged, largely unchallenged, and that is why human slavery continues largely unchallenged. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the correct and definitive explanation of why the great work of ending human slavery is not being accomplished. And if you don't think so, you're wrong. I'm correct in that analysis. And if you don't understand it or you don't agree, you are incorrect and you do not have the necessary information, or you have not accepted the information that has been laid out and given to you as being correct and true. And like I said, you can say I'm arrogant all you want. You can say I'm full of myself. It doesn't make one damn bit of difference to me. That's the truth whether you accept it or not. That's the objective truth, not because it came out of my mouth, because it's objectively the way that it is. And I've identified that, and I've tried to communicate that. So my responsibility is fulfilled. My karmic responsibility is fulfilled. I've communicated what needs to be communicated. The next step is, what are you going to do about it? So let me tell you what I have done about this. Not only have I identified the problem, I've identified what needs to be done. I actually contribute to helping people to move into that state of possession of those skill sets and then honing them and doing something with those skill sets. Most people not only haven't identified the causal factors, they're not doing any part of the great work themselves. They're cheering other people on while sitting on their own hands. And they are not doing anything to help that dynamic get solved. I have a program that I actually attempt to move people into knowledge regarding those skill sets of communication and publishing. I'm sorry, I moved ahead. And I'm going to talk about that in a moment. But to solidify this understanding, I just want to state definitively and once and for all, the great work of ending human slavery will never be accomplished until the knowledge of how to communicate and publish in the modern digital age is acquired by human beings who say that they want freedom and say that they want to end slavery and they want to end tyranny, and then put into action in our world. If you have not made that fundamental recognition in your awareness yet, you are still asleep. You could be awake to all the forms of control that are going on. You could be awake to the whole slavery system, to the dark occult and what it does. And ultimately, you're going nowhere with that information because you don't know how to communicate it and publish it in a wide way. Forget about ending slavery and defeating tyranny. It'll never happen until people develop the skill sets to communicate with people in a wide way, like the mainstream media does with their lies. We have to do it with the truth and become more powerful than the mainstream media. And folks, I fully make the recognition of how difficult that is. That's why it's called the great work. It's not called let's go have a big party and laugh and dance and play. It's called sit down and get to work, which is what I've been trying to tell people for 16 years now, and they just can't grasp it. And then they want to get mad at me for being angry that it hasn't changed in that long of a period of time, that I'm sitting here practically wasting my life telling people the same damn thing over and over and over and over and over again with no change happening. And not only no change happening, it's getting worse and worse. I shouldn't say no change, it's change for the worse is happening. And we're getting put into deeper and deeper chains. Don't expect anything to change for the better until the information on how to publish and communicate the truth is acquired and put into action in the real world. That's how it actually propagates. So where is the human disconnect in this process? Let's identify in consciousness where the disconnect is. So in order to do that, let's look at the trivium. The trivium is where you go for just about any answer, if you really know how to use it and apply it. If you have clear thinking, if you gather all of the necessary grammar, if you know the logical transforms to apply, and then you come to the correct conclusion about what is necessary to do, the trivium is always going to give you the right answer. Every single time. Because it is the truth discovery methodology. Of course, the classical, esoteric, and modern trivium, worded in different ways. The classical trivium of grammar, logic, and rhetoric is what most people know. The esoteric or occult version of the trivium, knowledge, understanding, and wisdom. And of course, I like to look at the trivium in terms of computer terminology. There's input into a computer, the computer processes the information, and then it outputs it in some form, either onto the screen, to a printer, to a digital document, to the internet, etc. Once again, this is very simple. It's gathering information, coming to an understanding of that information, and then what you do with that information. This isn't rocket science, folks. It's basic logic. It's looking at it, breaking it down simply into its basic elements, and understanding that process. This is how our world is created. We have availability of information, and some people take a lot of information in. They arrive at a place of knowledge. Some people don't take that information in, they stay in ignorance. Our decision making is then based on our understanding, which is based on Did we take in the necessary information and grasp what it means? Then our behavior is based on those processes that are going on in our mind based on the information that we received. It's a logical and stepwise progression. Information, the understanding of that information and how it informs the mind, and then behavior. Then when we do that in the aggregate sense as a species, we get a result. That's how the law of attraction works. That's how karma works. That's how natural law works. We get the result of our manifested human condition. Is it freedom and order, or is it slavery and chaos, and ultimately heading toward extinction? That's the trivium. Where is the disconnect in the trivium? Well, if we look at it from a slightly different perspective, we can look at it from a perspective of human consciousness based upon that three-step level of the trivium. Okay? Our thoughts, emotions, and actions, the three aspects of human consciousness. And how we use those three aspects of consciousness is going to create a karmic outcome for our species in the aggregate. How we all use the trinity within us: thought, emotion, and action. If we use them wisely and we develop them and hone them, we are going to develop intelligence. If we take in the information that we need to take in, we will have intelligence. If we don't, we'll remain in a state of ignorance, as I said in the previous slide. If our emotions are truly developed, we develop true care and courage. Okay? And of course, that's going to inform action. And if we don't develop our emotions in the ways that need to be developed, we're going to stay in a state of apathy, of not caring enough to drive our actions to do what is necessary. If you're not doing what is necessary, it literally means by definition that you don't care enough. This is what people have to understand. They'll say, I know what's going on. They'll say, I care about it. But if your actions aren't in congruence with what you say you think and what your emotions you are allegedly expressing through your emotions, then that incongruity ultimately means you don't truly care, and ultimately at the base level you don't truly know what needs to be done. And that's the problem. People who are not on mission, people who are not on their purpose, they're not in fulfillment of their purpose, and they're certainly not on the way to fulfilling their mission spiritually. And then if we either develop or do not develop our thoughts and our emotions, that will inform our behavior, our actions, what we do in life. And we will either develop willpower, persistence, courage, the will to act, the will to do what is right, or we will stay in a state of inaction, cowardice, laziness, not fulfilling the requirements to create freedom. Once again, folks, this is just the simple, logical process of looking at how things work in the world and then logically thinking it through to its correct conclusion. It's not, something that you need a genius level IQ to figure out. It's people don't take a step back, quiet the chatter of their mind, and just think it through. They've never thought it through like that. Where is the disconnect in this process, in the freedom movement? Is it that people don't have enough information? No, I don't think that that's true. Is it that they really absolutely don't care? I don't think that's true either. They say that they want freedom, and if they didn't care at all, they wouldn't even express the desire to put down tyranny and want to be free. The disconnect is always in level 3, in stage 3, their actions. They're not moving their intelligence and their care into the stage of direct action in the world. And that's because they don't know how to do that. Largely, the reason that they never move into the state of right action is because they don't have the skill sets to do that. And people have never thought about it from that perspective. The number one thing that I hear in the freedom community, the freedom movement, if you will, is, what do I do about it? I don't know where to begin. I don't know what to do. I don't know what my purpose is in this whole war for freedom. I don't know what my purpose or role is. And that is because they have no skills. A person with no skills is going to stand back from the situation, freeze up like a deer in the headlights, and look and play helpless. because they're going to say, well, if I don't really have any skill sets, how can I contribute to this war effort? If you don't know how to shoot a battle rifle, how are you going to contribute to a physical war? If you don't know how to wield information through a computer onto the World Wide Web, how are you going to fight an informational war? How are you going to influence minds to change behavior? Do you see how simple, logically, that process unfolds and really works? This should be so simple for people to figure out, and they overthink it. They overcomplexify it. So, to rectify that, you need the skill sets. And this is what I've made the fundamental recognition. People don't have the skill sets. They need to be taught those skill sets. So this is what I offer. I offer and again, this isn't an advertisement. I'm just telling you what I do. And you can dismiss this if you want. You can go and get the information from other people if you want. That's not my business. I'm just explaining to you, upon making that recognition, then the best thing that you could do in addition to offering information is you could help to teach people the skill sets that they require, or at least point them in the right direction about what skill sets they need to acquire. So this is what I do. I teach the skill sets of how to publish and communicate in the modern digital age. It's a 6-month course that I offer yearly called How to Become the True Media. 23 weeks of instruction on computers, operating systems, file system, how to create digital media, how to publish that online, how to create a presence for yourself on the internet and communicate that information out widely in a distributed fashion to the masses of people so we can get the information out to them that they need to help change their thoughts, change their behavior, and ultimately change the condition that humanity is in and end human slavery. So you could check out more of that at howtobecomethetruemedia.com or at my own website, whatonearthishappening.com. Part of what we teach in this seminar is the personal characteristics that have to be developed. It's not just a technological seminar. Again, as I said, the solution is spiritual. The one true solution to ending slavery by communicating natural law and objective morality is a spiritual solution. There is a technological component, but you can't take the technological component in isolation. You have to develop that along with personal characteristics. And those are, you have to know true morality. You have to know true objective morality. You cannot be ambiguous about that. You have to know how natural law really works. You have to know what behaviors are wrongs because they initiate harm to other sentient beings, namely murder, assault, rape, theft, trespass, coercion, and deception. And you have to desist in contributing to any of those behaviors, either directly or indirectly through government. You have to have a care for truth. You have to have a care for justice. You have to have agape care, agape love. Care for what is right and true in the universe. You have to have holistic intelligence, not just left brain intellect. You have to be creative and combine intellect and creativity. You have to have deep motivation, drive, willpower, persistence, never say die attitude. You have to have attention to detail. You have to have communication skills. You have to have, as I said, creativity that goes hand in hand with holistic intelligence. You have to have an appreciation for aesthetics and layout and design and helping people to understand in a visual fashion as well as an auditory one. So that goes, creativity and communication go hand in hand. And you got to have thick skin for putting that information out into the world where people may, disagree. They may try to launch ad hominem attacks against you. They may try to put you down for what you're saying and ridicule you. And you have to just go forward with your mission anyway. And that's the development of having thick skin. These are the personal characteristics that are talked about on and on in the seminar. Okay, they're basically paired with then the actual technological skill sets. And the technological skill sets are many. You need organization and time management skills because, again, not everybody's going to be doing this as their full-time situation. You'll have to make the time to do it. And you'll have to put that into your day in an organizational capacity. Again, communication skills play into how you're going to lay things out and communicate them via media. You need general operating system or general computing skill sets. Big part of what we teach in How to Become the True Media, getting comfortable with your creative tool, which most people don't know the first thing about how to organize a computer or set it up the way they need to set it up to work, or navigating the operating system and the file system. They know nothing about those basics. Okay? Then you have to learn, again, aesthetics through learning art, graphics formats, how to lay things out. Layout skills. That comes into print publishing. You need web publishing because you're ultimately going to put this on websites. You need to know how to edit audio and video, whether you're going to do a podcast or maybe a video podcast or a documentary. You need all of those editing skill sets. And if things go wrong with your computer, you need general troubleshooting knowledge. And then you have to be able to network and promote yourself. It's a lot involved. Not going to tell you it's completely easy. As I say in the seminar, this is Kung Fu. A lot of people get confused when I say that because they think Kung Fu only applies to the physical martial arts. Kung Fu is a northern Chinese word that just means learning and mastering over a long period of time something that is challenging and difficult to master, that has a lot to it and involves a lot of learning and putting together a lot of different skill sets. Anything can be Kung Fu. Cooking can be Kung Fu. Communication can be Kung Fu. Of course, the physical martial arts and computing skills like this. This is Kung Fu in general, as I call it. Okay? And we have to start actually looking at it like that because these are martial skill sets. They are skill sets for a war, and that war is the war for our freedom. So, we go from the absolute fool not really knowing anything about how things work and how to do things to the magus, the magician, the one who has all of the tools of nature arrayed at his table and is able to actually command them in a way. Not as God, but as someone who understands how they work so he can actually sort of direct them to his favor. Okay? And the favor of the aggregate of the whole body of humanity progressing in the way that the will of the universe wants it to, in the form of evolutionary development of the species spiritually and in consciousness. That is the whole goal of all of it. And that, most of all, beyond a shadow of a doubt, any other characteristic requires the will to sacrifice whatever is required to be sacrificed. And I'm not talking about like satanic animal sacrifice here. I'm talking about making a personal sacrifice with your time, the time of your life, your essence of creativity and passion and willpower. If you're not truly dedicated to the great work, don't expect anything good to come out of that effort. You can't half-ass this, folks. You have to have dedication and endless persistence, constant effort. As the old alchemical saying goes, labore et constantia, which means labor and consistency, work and constant effort. It's not just the skills and the labor, it's continuously applying them. And this is stressed over and over and over again in the seminar that I teach, How to Become the True Media. Never give up. Never say die. We don't need people getting black-pilled and giving up now. We need people to be gold-pilled, to develop the skill sets, to double, triple, and quadruple down on their efforts at the most critical time period that we're living in right now. And never say die and never give up. I'm going to leave on this question and on this note for people to consider. Picture someone doing work like the gentleman in this photo and ask the question to yourself, seated at that table, is that a tyrant doing the work of tyranny and enslavement, or is that a spiritual warrior doing the will of the universe to advance the one great work of ending slavery and continuing humanity's progression in evolutionary development in consciousness as a species? Let me tell you the answer, folks. An individual seated at a desk doing work like that through technology, through a computer, can be either one. Technology is a dual-edged sword, and it is all about who is wielding it, what their level of awareness and consciousness is, and how they are using that tool. We have to get over our fear of it. We have to use it for the right reason. And if we use it for the right reason, that is when we will truly accomplish the one great work of ending human slavery on planet Earth once and for all. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your time and attention.
Well, there we go. A hard-hitting presentation from Mark Passio himself. He was a huge influence on me being able to accumulate all the skills to do the stuff that I do. Though my awakening process started very, very early on, he definitely helped me piece together a lot of the scattered fragment, occult knowledge out there to get me truly activated. And I'd say if it wasn't for him, I would not be doing this work here today. I would highly recommend anybody to look into his work. And yes, I think that was a wonderful presentation. Whether people thought that that was a advertisement, obviously it was not. I think it's something that I completely 100% agree with. And I see that as also one of the fundamental issues here in the world is that not enough people are creating content that is of quality. And what I mean by quality is not just like looking sharp and stuff like that. I actually mean the information is of quality, And Mark always hits home runs no matter what. He has been a part of the S.E.E.D conference for, he spoke last year and this year. So two years in a row now, or well, it was 2 years ago. But yeah, he's been a part of 2 of them now. And yeah, we all really appreciate him. Thank you so much, Mark, for putting that together. Unfortunately, he's not capable of being here with us tonight. He had prior arrangements, but he does send he sends his wisdom, of course, not the blessings, just the wisdom, because the wisdom is very, very important. So looks like we will be running late again tonight, not as late as last night. So it looks like most people do want a Q&A. There was a couple people who said no. I wanted to make sure people were up to doing a Q&A. Sorry, I got something in my throat. So I guess we will do a Q&A with whoever is available. Maybe some people in the chat want to join up too. If you have the tech skills, we can bring you into the green room. We could share the link and get you in the green room and maybe get you on the screen. That's up to you guys. Maybe we'll do that. Let me know if you're interested in doing that. My presentation is coming next. And my background is pretty much the same as everybody else's. I've been a autodidactic, individual teaching anarchism, teaching sovereignty, teaching self-mastery for, I don't even know how long now, for a long fucking time. I'll tell you that. It's been a long motherfucking time. And yeah, my presentation is called Beyond the Forbidden Veil, Destigmatizing the Occult. I will be saying a lot of hard-hitting stuff in this about the occult mysteries. And just as a little caveat, this presentation should have been like 12 hours long. And I put this thing together within maybe 6 days. So it's a little choppy. It's kind of Frankenstein together, but I think you guys will really enjoy it. So yeah, without further ado, let's get into it. Salutations to all of you beautiful spiritual beings out there in this amazing world. My name is Brandon Martin. I am the founder and host of the S.E.E.D conference this year, and I'm very happy to be bringing you this very long and in-depth presentation on esotericism, the occult traditions, and the Arthurian legend. My presentation is called Beyond the Forbidden Veil, Destigmatizing the Occult. And what we're going to be doing here today is going over what the occult is and trying to put a finer point on the occult traditions so that people understand that it is not just a negative thing, that it is a tool for consciousness to use. And without further ado, let's get right into this amazing work. Now, normally I start out with lots of caveats. I do not have any caveats in this presentation. The caveat that I can say is do your own due diligence into the research. That's it. Just do your work. Do your homework. That's all I ask. Don't believe me, and see whether what I have presented here is accurate and based upon an objective truth. That's it. And to start us off, I thought I would bring this profound quote by Alexander Pope. A little learning is a dangerous thing. Drink deep or taste not the Pierian spring. Their shallow draughts intoxicate the brain, and drinking largely sobers us again. Fired at first sight with what the muse imparts, in fearless youth we tempt the heights of arts, while from the bounded level of our mind short views we take, nor but more advanced behold the strange surprise, new distant scenes of endless science arise, or rise. So pleased at first the towering Alps we try, mount over the values and seem to tread the sky. The eternal shows appear, and the first clouds and mountains seem the last. But those attained we tremble to survey the growing labors of the lengthened way. The increasing prospects tire our wandering eyes. Hills peep over hills, and Alps on Alps arise. So I feel that that's very important when we're talking about such critical topics such as the occult. And what he's trying to say here is that if you do not drink deeply from the springs of truth, then it will lead you into arrogance, and it will lead you astray from that which you are actually seeking. So the first part of my presentation is initiation. Now, obviously, an initiation can only be done by the seeker himself or herself. What is initiation? Initiation into the occult mysteries is a process by which individuals are introduced to the hidden esoteric and spiritual knowledge and practices. Initiation is a symbolic and transformative experience designed to impart profound insight, spiritual growth, and an understanding of the mysteries of the occult sciences. Initiation is seen as a rite of passage. It is known to awaken hidden potential, expand consciousness, and catalyze spiritual growth. This includes teachings on symbolism, ritual, divinations, alchemy, astrology, and other esoteric subjects, and scientific subjects as well. It is not just about the esoteric world. There are many requirements, but one of which is the knowledge of a higher power. And what that means is that you have to believe in a higher spirit or the one great spirit to be initiated into any of the mystery schools. Initiation ceremonies typically involve elaborate rituals that are designed to convey esoteric meaning and teachings in a theatrical way. These rituals include the use of sacred symbols, ceremonial tools, and specific incantations. In many occult traditions, initiates are guided by mentors or experienced practitioners who serve as teachers and guides. And for the symbolic representation of the initiate, I am using the tarot card, the Fool here, which was originally the Soul or Soul card, which is the beginning of the journey, the individual who must take the leap of faith into the mysteries. The initiation process is regarded as a sacred act. It is a required passage through a second birth, and those who achieve this elevated state are known as the twice born. Only those who successfully complete the rigorous journey and attain the second awakening could truly fathom the mysteries of the self within its operational realm and the realm itself. Meaning this is about the knowledge of the self and the realm in which the self operates in. Initiation is not the end of the journey, but the beginning. Initiates are expected to continue their study and practice within the occult mysteries, deepening their understanding and attaining mastery of principles. This is so key. That last line is so key. Attaining mastery of principles. That's that which comes first. We often hear about initiation in modern media and Hollywood, and through movies and books and all this other stuff, and conspiracy notions as well, right? So we do have occult organizations and traditions that have a cooperative hierarchy or a hierarchical structure with different levels or degrees of initiation. As initiates progress through these levels, they gain access to deeper knowledge and teachings. Historically, mystery schools and secret societies have been the custodians of occult knowledge and initiation ceremonies. These schools often maintain strict confidentiality about their teachings and practices to ensure its safe handling for self-preservation or for a power differential between those who hold the occult sciences and those who do not. One doesn't need to join any group, society, or lodge to attain the second birth. And now that is very, very important. It has to be personally earned through a demanding and painstaking due diligence of refining one's character and conduct. And I would say to live in harmony with natural law. It's essential to grasp that genuine transformation requires a correct understanding of morality and the natural order. This truth, far from being a novel revelation, has perpetually existed, and it stands as an ever-present prerequisite for expanding one's consciousness horizons. So what's being said here is that there's pretty much two types of initiation. In the most common understanding, it is into the occult organizations. But yet, the organic initiation takes place between you and nature itself. It is your own ability to self-recognize and become self-aware of the mysteries of the universe and of the psyche to be able to initiate into a deeper understanding of the universe and the psyche. And just to make a banger here and just kick this off, just going to piss off a bunch of people today, because I'm going to state an Aleister Crowley quote. And I think he says it very well here. And we're going to be talking about a little bit of him later on. So before everybody gets their boxers or panties in the bundle because I'm using Aleister Crowley, remember that this is about the occult traditions, and there will be quotes in here from people that you may not like. And that is okay, because some people, even if they have fallen from the path, can still shed light and lots of wisdom onto these traditions and knowledge. The second birth is a spiritual rebirth, a shedding of the old self and a becoming of the true self, in tune with the cosmic forces of the universe. So that is literally the second birth, and nobody could have said it any better in a simpler statement. So next we're going to talk about some basic prerequisites for some of the further things that we will be expanding upon. And that is, what is the difference between esoteric and exoteric knowledge? So here I brought this graph, which I'm sure a lot of people here at this conference is pretty familiar with, but for the viewing audience, whether that's online or wherever you have access to this information, just give a quick rudimentary breakdown of this. So exoteric knowledge means public, outer, or common, which is exoteric. What it really means is that it's readily available to the general public and is not limited to a specific group or initiates. Exoteric teachings are usually surface-level understandings presented in a simple manner, making them accessible to a wider audience without the need for extensive and dedicated study or specialities, which lacks the depth and clarity of the esoteric knowledge. Now, that last part's extremely important to understand. Exoteric knowledge tends to be accepted without question and focuses on common beliefs and knowledge which is widely embraced as truth without due diligence into whether it is true or not, and the epistemic justifications of such knowledge or beliefs. Now, esoteric knowledge means hidden, or inner, or secret. So, esoteric knowledge, this knowledge is often considered hidden or secret, reserved for a select few who are initiated. It is typically not openly known or accessible to the general public. Esoteric teachings that delve into profound spiritual or philosophical concepts and truths that do require extensive and dedicated study, contemplation, or personal experience to fully understand. Esoteric knowledge frequently employs symbols, metaphors, and allegories to convey deeper meanings and insight and inspire the student or initiate to question and critically think about such ideologies, concepts, philosophies, allegories, symbols, whatever it might be. Understanding goes beyond the literal interpretation and gets to the epistemic justifications for such knowledge. This means that you do have to do your due diligence into researching, doing comparative research, doing the scientific methodology, doing whatever type of inductive or deductive methods to get to the truth. And that includes using things like the trivium, the proper use of the Hegelian dialectic, or let's just say any learning process like the apophatic deductive process, which is to know something by knowing what it is not, in the most simple terms, which is esoteric. Now you can see on this dartboard here, we have the exoteric knowledge on the outer ring of this board. We can see that we have all these religions of the worlds here, which really encompass both a little bit of esoteric knowledge and exoteric knowledge. But what most people know about these religious ideologies is the exoteric. But as far as like the general axiomatic ideas, let's say of Christianity, most people, will speak about like the Ten Commandments or something like that. That's all exoteric knowledge. Now you can dive deeper into the circle, into the religious ideologies and texts, and you're going to find some esoteric knowledge, things that are more hidden or more close to the truth. And this is where the mystery traditions really lie, because they are connected to these religious systems as well. And as you get closer to the truth, you're going to get closer to the mystery tradition. So really there should be a third circle here, another circle underneath esoteric knowledge where the mystery traditions really are. So our goal as truth seekers of the world is to get to the center of this dartboard, to get to the bullseye, and to understand that truth is not based upon the whims of an individual's perception, that it is an objective, inherent, immutable property of the universe. And esoteric knowledge, including the mystery traditions, gets us very, very close to that truth. And it also means that we must have an eclectic study source, meaning studying comparative religions, studying all the mystery schools. We cannot just study one of these traditions and hope to get to the center. We have to study all of these things and correlate and contrast them and filter out all the inaccurate data to get down underneath and get to the truth. Moving on. What is the occult? That's why we are here today, to put a finer point on what the occult is. And there is no quote out there that is better spoken than C.W. Leadbeater. And what he has to say is, how shall we define occultism? The word is derived from the Latin oculus, meaning hidden. so that it is the study of the hidden laws of nature, since all the great laws of nature are in fact working in the invisible world far more than in the visible. Occultism involves the acceptance of a much wider view of nature than that which is ordinarily taken. The occultist, then, is a man who studies all the laws of nature that he can reach or of which he can hear, and as a result of his study, he identifies himself with these laws and denotes his life to the service of evolution. That's it. I could end the presentation here. That's all you need to know. It is about the laws of the universe, which are both working in the visible and invisible aspects of reality, and that an occultist, a person who is a practitioner of occultism, is in fact in service to the truth and in service to the evolution of the species, or of all things, actually, the evolution of consciousness itself. So here's a much simpler breakdown of this. Occultism is a set of sciences which is not widely known to the general population, consisting of two bodies of hidden knowledge. What are these two bodies of hidden knowledge? One is the minor or lesser arcana, meaning the microcosmic or the inner world. Knowledge of the self, which means the human psyche, and consciousness, and how it operates. And then the other set of knowledge is the major or greater arcana. And for those who happen to practice occultism, they'll see a correlation here to the tarot, the major and minor arcana, which we will be talking about the tarot later. But this refers to the macrocosmic outer world, knowledge of the laws of nature, universal spiritual laws, both seen physical laws and unseen spiritual and metaphysical laws. And I want to put a fine point here that all of the seen physical laws are in fact the effect of the spiritual laws. Okay? Those are still, if they are in the material world, they are being caused. Their causality is actually in the spiritual world with the spiritual laws. So you can look at like thermodynamics or something like that, where there is a direct correlative spiritual law that is the causal cause for that law of thermodynamics. Practitioners of the occult. So what is a practitioner of the occult? The practitioner of occultism is committed to the relentless pursuit of hidden knowledge, sciences, and metaphysical wisdom that transcends conventional comprehension. This involves the methodical examination and application of esoteric teachings, symbols, and rituals with the aim of uncovering profound insight into the concealed forces that influence both our individual lives and the broader cosmos. Occultism delves profoundly into the realms of all fields of study and the imperceptible dimensions of existence. It encompasses the exploration of age-old wisdom, potential future sciences, ancient traditions, clandestine societies, and profound teachings passed down through the ages. Far from being merely an academic or theoretical endeavor, but not completely absent of that, occultism represents a practical and transformative journey of self-discovery, spiritual advancement, and understanding the realm in which the self operates in. At its essence, occultism endeavors to unveil the profound mysteries of existence, providing individuals with the tools to tap into their inner potential and forging connections with others and higher planes of consciousness. It promotes a holistic perspective that acknowledges the intrinsic interplay of all facets of reality. Through the practice of occultism, seekers are encouraged to explore the concealed dimensions of human nature, the cosmos, and the one great spirit often referred to as the grand architect of the universe. That's what that acronym represents or means. Ultimately, occultism represents a journey of personal growth, spiritual maturation, freedom, and the pursuit of enlightenment. It motivates individuals to transcend the limitations of the material world and strive for a deeper understanding of the metaphysical truths that underlie our existence. So as you can see here, and I know a little bit of this has been repetitive, but it needs to be hammered home. As you can see here, that occultism is simply about understanding yourself, doing your shadow work, and understanding natural law or the mysteries of the universe. Any of it, any scientific endeavor is ultimately a form of occultism. When a scientist is studying something that is hidden in nature that is not commonly known, it's a form of occultism. That's occult knowledge. And to hammer on that fact, there is an occult nature to the universe. The truth of the occult nature of the universe is that the reality has inherent hidden or mysterious aspects to it that go beyond what is commonly understood or visible. All physical scientific inquiry are endeavors to understand the invisible occult nature of the universe. Occultism posits that there are deeper layers of knowledge and truth that can be uncovered through the study of the hidden symbolic forms of nature. The universal language is symbolism, and through the study and correct understanding of this language, we can live in harmony with the occult laws of reality. And just to give an example of this, any kid who has the intense emotion of curiosity is trying to figure out the universe. We all are always practicing occultism when we are in the stage of curiosity. And that's why we must never let go of that curious side of ourselves. That we must continue to be curious and in the awe of nature itself. Because nature is based upon occultism. And there's a reason for that. Because if all the knowledge was readily available for us, then we would know all things easily. And nothing that is worth gaining should be easily attained. Occultism is a tool. The consciousness of its wielder determines whether it is used malevolently or benevolently. So you can either use occultism, like this person on the left, decapitating a person, or you could use occultism, like the person on the right, probably building a structure or building a house for his family and taking care of himself, understanding the uses of the resources that is given to us by the one great spirit and by nature, and putting them into a positive, transformative form into reality. And just to go back here for a second, the axis will come up later. The axe is extremely important, and some of you may understand that. Occultism is also a double-edged blade. Occult sciences encompasses knowledge that can be harnessed for both benevolent purposes, such as enhancing human consciousness and morality, as well as malevolent intentions like manipulation, control, and the stifling of consciousness. To distinguish between these contrasting applications of occult wisdom, the coined term light occultism or magic for the former and dark occultism or sorcery for the latter are adequate. So you can use those to explain what we're talking about here. Now, there obviously are some nuances that you could, debate about with the terms light and dark, but to bring about a simplistic understanding to differentiate and have categorical separations of these two ideological concepts, these are adequate to use. Accordingly, those who practice light occultism, magic, may be referred to as light occultists, magicians, magi, light builders, or light workers. On the other hand, practitioners of dark occultism, sorcery, could be aptly labeled dark occultists, sorcerers, dark builders, or dark workers. So what's the difference between magic and sorcery? Well, you kind of got an understanding already, but let's break it down into something a little bit more simple. Sorcery, the craft or art of manipulating change to occur in accordance with one's will. And magic, the craft or art of influencing change to occur in accordance with the higher will. Now, there is a difference here in the spelling. The will on the left, which is sorcery, is lowercase will. The will on the right, the W, is higher case. And these are to esoterically be correlated to different aspects or levels of will. One is symbolic of the lower levels of base desires and ego, and the other is symbolic of a higher purpose, a higher meaning, and a more tuned will, which is in harmony with the purpose of nature and evolution. And we will be talking about the will later on. But as you can see, there's a very simple graph of good and evil. And what it really represents is that the will on the left, which is the lowercase will, represents selfishness and only worried about yourself and nobody other. Pretty much anything in the dark triad, which is Machiavellianism, psychopathy, narcissism, are all encompassed in this lowercase will. And then things on the right side could be agape, higher case love, empathy, compassion, true purpose, true dedication. And like I said, it really just comes down to whether you are furthering the evolution and expanding consciousness or contracting consciousness. And that's not just for yourself. The consciousness is not just for you. Things that are actually expanding consciousness at a holistic level. So here's a finer point on light occultism versus dark occultism. Light occultism is an educative model to preserve and protect the knowledge of the invisible, spiritual, and visible physical sciences which are not widely known to the general population, in order for that knowledge to be utilized and applied when the initiate is ready for the ascension and evolution of their consciousness. It is important to know that they are not withholding the knowledge to create a power differential. They understand that the knowledge comes with a heavy load of responsibilities, such as treating it as sacred and sharing it wisely to help evolve humanity. Otherwise, it will be lost or remain hidden. Light occultism, we have two sections here, which is light occultism often refers to occult or esoteric practices that are associated with positive intentions, personal growth, spiritual development, healing, evolution, freedom, liberty, and self-improvement, and the evolution of the species, obviously, and to protect posterity and progeny. Practitioners of light occultism adhere to ethical principles and the universal and objective laws of nature. They focus on concepts like love, compassion, empathy, and helping others. And to give a direct symbolic representation of light occultism, we have here the Knights of the Round Table, which we will be getting very deep into the Arthurian legend later and explaining some of the more profound mysteries of the Arthurian legend. So what is dark occultism? Dark occultism is an inductive model intended to hide and conceal knowledge of the invisible spiritual and visible physical sciences, which are not widely known to the general population, in order for them to create and maintain a power differential between those who have this knowledge and those who do not have such knowledge. This is used to ensure humanity's enslavement and to ensure that the dark occultists remain in power. Dark occultism are practices that are associated with negative intentions and actions such as harm, violence, coercion, manipulation, unnecessary chaos, and destructive goals. Practitioners of dark occultism enshrine the dogma of moral relativism, social Darwinism, selfishness, and eugenics. They use this knowledge and practices for personal gain at the expense of others to achieve their agenda. So what is a de-occultist? Well, pretty much a de-occultist is a light occultist, but in the modern era. And they happen to not be usually involved with secret societies or institutions, which tend to keep a hierarchical system for the initiation of individuals seeking this knowledge. The de-occultist is an individual driven by a profound intuition and a commitment. The de-occultist is an individual driven by a profound intuition and a deep commitment to uncovering hidden knowledge about the self and the surrounding reality. They keenly observe both the external world and their inner realms. Through careful processing, they arrive at genuine understanding of truth, which then they act upon, manifesting true wisdom. With a remarkable ability to swiftly and effectively distinguish reality from illusion, the occultists fearlessly extend their advice, assistance, and support to those in need of such wisdom. Employing exponential, deductive, and contemplation skills, they tirelessly strive to illuminate the deceptions, corruption, and falsehood prevalent in the world. They are in service of truth, or to truth, and a higher purpose greater than themselves. The occultists leave no stone unturned in their relentless quest for truth, consistently seeking feasible solutions that can lead to real and positive change. Their unwavering dedication lies in upholding the values of truth, love, and freedom, positioning them as unwavering defenders of these ideals. What this means is that a de-occultist is an individual who reveals this information and shares it widely as an egalitarian approach towards the issues that we are facing in the world. That's the simplest way of putting it. And this is from the amazing occultist Manly P. Hall. In the world of the occult, nothing remains hidden forever. All secrets will eventually be brought to light. So another aspect of occultism that a lot of people tend to demonize and stigmatize is ritual. And yes, ritual can be used for positive and negative purposes. But I'm just going to break down a little bit about ritual and its significant role in the occult and why it is involved with the occult. Now, this can be taken all the way back to totemic sociology and how rituals evolved, but we're not going to get into all that here. What we're just going to look at is kind of the main functions of rituals and how they operate within the occult. So the first is that we have symbolic representation. Rituals often involve using symbols, gestures, and objects that carry deep esoteric meanings. These symbols can serve as a bridge between the conscious and unconscious mind, helping individuals tap into hidden aspects of their psyche and the universal consciousness. During these rituals, focus and concentration is key. Performing rituals requires a high level of focus and concentration. These intense mental states can lead to altered states of consciousness, making it easier for practitioners to access higher levels of awareness, intuition, and insight. Then there's psychological transformation. Rituals can be a profound tool for personal transformation. They allow individuals to enact symbolic actions that represent desired changes in their lives. By repeatedly performing these actions, individuals can reinforce positive behaviors and belief, leading to personal growth and development. This can also be used negatively as well. All these can be. There's a negative side to all these things, but we're going to try to just focus on the other side to it. We already hear enough about all the bad stuff that happens. Everybody's pretty familiar with dark occult rituals. And, you know, they're not just small. And if I had time in this presentation, I would give a lot about dark occult rituals. But my plan is to extend this presentation to a part 2 and cover the dark occult. But this is mainly about destigmatizing really light occultism or de-occultism. Energetic alignment. Many occult rituals they pretty much all do, involve the manipulation of energy, whether it is through meditation, visualization, or specific movements. These rituals aim to align the practitioner's personal energy with the greater cosmic forces or spiritual realms, creating a sense of harmony and attunement. Connection with deeper realities. Occult rituals are often designed to establish a connection with higher realms of consciousness, spiritual entities, or divine forces. These rituals serve as a means of communication with these otherworldly beings or dimensions, facilitating the acquisition of hidden knowledge and wisdom. Now, whether you believe in otherworldly beings or you're like myself, which you just think that interdimensional or higher level beings are just archetypal symbolic representations of our own consciousness at a collective level, then, you know, that's up to you to discern and figure out for yourself. But for me, whenever I happen to practice these rituals and I have a connection, usually through an entheogenic induced process, I happen to communicate with the deeper aspects of the archetypal version of the collective consciousness, rather than just, some interdimensional being that's like trying to give me some knowledge on advancements with tech. It's more of a spiritual connection, right? Traditions and continuity. Rituals are an integral part of many occult traditions and secret societies. They help maintain a sense of continuity and shared experiences among practitioners. Rituals passed down through generations can connect to a lineage of wisdom and knowledge. And a big part of this is psychodrama. Rituals can be seen as a form of psychodrama, allowing practitioners to explore and work through psychological issues, fears, and desires in a controlled and symbolic manner. This can lead to personal healing and a deeper understanding of the self. Taking on other psychological archetypes, which can widen their own aspects of character and personality. And then we also have mystical experiences. Now, there is a big difference between mysticism and occultism, but they often overlap. Mystical experiences, rituals can lead to profound mystical experiences, including a sense of oneness with the universe, encounters with spiritual beings, or moments of transcendence. These experiences can be deeply transformative and provide a sense of spiritual fulfillment. Now, like I said before, whether you believe in alternative spiritual beings, or you're like myself, which is that you're just communicating with the one great spirit, and the way that that communication takes place is through the archetypal language, the universal language of symbols, then you do with that as you will, obviously. As long as it gets you to the place that you're trying to get to, which is personal growth, and it gets you in harmony with natural law, then do what it takes, whatever it takes. Now, rituals are an everyday thing. Every single person performs some sort of ritual in their daily life. Most of the rituals that people perform are programmed into them by culture, and honestly by most of the top dark occult echelons of the world. And it's just understanding how to use these rituals positively and convert them into something that's actually going to inspire growth. So a lot of people look negatively at ritualistic performances, but ritualistic performances are a crucial part of your journey, especially your spiritual journey, and can help to reinforce the type of healing that we all need to go through at some level, whether that's the shadow work into the subconscious mind, or just even physical healing. Many rituals, healing rituals, can be performed on the body to aid in physical ailments. So take that or leave it. It is up to you. But rituals are a crucial part of the occult. And people who claim to be practitioners of the occult, or people who understand occult knowledge and do not practice the occult in a ritualistic form, really don't know what they're talking about. They can have all the knowledge in the world, but if they're not doing some sort of occult ritualistic performance, which is not, it's not necessarily required to understand natural law, but it is required for the spiritual journey. Do you have to have it to be a good person? No, you don't. But you're doing it at some part. You don't have to go out and perform some secret society ritual, obviously, or something like this. You can be a good person without that, right? And you can inspire great change without that. But at some level, you are doing a ritual. Just make sure you're conscious of the rituals you're performing. A lot of people don't realize politics is a big dark occult ritual. Everything is there. The psychodrama. If you just look in culture, you're going to see them everywhere. You're going to see your friends who completely marginalize the occult are practicing some form of occult ritualism. One of the other key factors about rituals is that a lot of people who perform rituals in, let's say, secret societies or clandestine groups have the issue of thinking that since they have performed the ritual, that somehow they have elevated their own consciousness. When in fact, most of these rituals are usually just some form of decorative theatrical process. And it doesn't mean that they're actually moving through the degrees of, let's say, Freemasonry in real life. So it doesn't mean that they've actually done the actual process which the rituals are intended for. So we could say that a lot of these rituals have become proxies of what the original intention of the organic ritualistic endeavors are. And unfortunately, because of this issue, a lot of rituals have been marginalized, which leads me into my next point. Marginalization of the occult. Now, this is a huge, huge issue in our world. And I see this all over the place, especially being done not only from the top echelons of the occult organizations that rule this world, but in fact, I see it even more so with the masses, especially in the realm of conspiracy theorists. Now, I'm not talking out against conspiracy theories. In a lot of these old, let's say, conspiracy theory documentaries or documentations, it's usually pointing out the dark aspects of the occult solely. And what ends up happening, let's say, for example, we get a Christian nationalist ideology that gets pushed through some of these documentaries without people even recognizing it, right? And it pushes people back into either the hands of the church, the papacy, or the state, or actually both of them. So you're doing the dark occult work for the dark occult when you're doing this. It doesn't mean that you should not point out the negative aspects of the occult. In fact, we need to understand the negative aspects of the occult so that we are not controlled by it or enslaved by it. But you have to give the other side of that. Because if you continue to point out that over and over and over and over, you're programming people's minds to only see it from a unidirectional point of view. And that's it. And it leaves out the other nuances and the context that are very crucial for understanding occultism. Marginalizing the occult or any esoteric and mystical knowledge does have a negative consequence for the evolution of consciousness and the broader understanding of the human experience. The occult, often misunderstood and relegated to the periphery of mainstream thought, represents a treasure trove of ancient knowledge and ancient wisdom, symbolism, sciences, and spiritual insight. The occult has played an integral role in the development of human culture and spirituality throughout all history. From ancient civilizations to Renaissance thinkers, it has been a wellspring of knowledge and inspiration. Neglecting this rich tapestry of wisdom disconnects us from our own heritage and the knowledge which is required for ending unnecessary suffering and slavery. It is literally the knowledge which will free us from the dark occult's grasp. There is and has been a concerted effort and agenda to stigmatize, bastardize, and marginalize the occult traditions to push people back into the mechanisms of the church and state, which are both dogmatic religions that seek to thwart, bind, and hold people back from true freedom, self-mastery, and evolution. And we can see versions of marginalizing of the occult, especially in the Middle Ages. We see it all over the place today with censorship. That is a form of marginalizing the occult. But obviously heretic hunting was, very big. And we have that going on today. You're not being burned at the stake, but you're definitely being imprisoned for the things that you're speaking. You're being censored. You're being shadow banned. It's a form of heretic hunting. Those possessing occult knowledge were and are viewed as a threat to the established religious or political order. This is because such knowledge challenges the orthodox doctrines of authority. This is because such knowledge challenges the orthodox doctrines and authority structures. As a result, heresy hunters, which are order followers in the mass majority, obviously you can be a heresy hunter, not be directly involved with the police forces, but in general, you're an order follower. Seek to eradicate these individuals or groups, believing that by doing so, they can maintain control and suppress any potential challenges to the prevailing religious or political ideologies. So heresy hunters can be some of your best friends, your family members, people who are your neighbors, definitely your politicians, definitely the police, definitely the military. especially anybody who is indoctrinated into religious ideologies, especially the dogmatic versions of religion. And everybody gives them the benefit of the doubt until it comes down to it. You know, you start talking about the occult to people in a common situation, watch their eyes. Watch what happens to their eyes as soon as you mention the occult, because immediately that program, that occult is evil, comes right to the forefront of their thoughts. And it's because they've been religiously indoctrinated. One of the hardest things is that all these people are the people that we have to get through to with the occult. Because, like I said, it's literally the knowledge of the sciences which give you the ability to get out of the situation that we all claim that we want to get out of. Your neighbors don't want to be enslaved. If you ask them that directly, they're going to say no. But they have been mind controlled, and also they are willfully participating in the enslavement of themselves and other people. That is the truth. So, moving on through, because this is going to be a long presentation. So the whole point about that, really, before we move on, is that marginalizing the occult does nothing but serve the elite. Okay? They feed off of that. It pushes people back into religious dogma. It pushes people back into the hands of the state. And this is why there has always been an agenda and a concerted effort, like I said, to go out and demonize occult traditions. Is it true that there is some form of a dark occultism? Absolutely. Governments are a giant dark occult church. You know, I mean, that's what it is. We're living in the age of dark occultism everywhere. And what people like myself are trying to do is to bring the occult knowledge to light so that we can battle against that. So that we can show you that occultism is actually the solution. And until the occult is revealed, we have no power to create change, because the occult encompasses all the knowledge that we need to actually create a change against the powers that be. So let's get into some occult traditions. The first one I'm going to be starting out with is alchemy. Now, most people will be kind of familiar with alchemy, whether that's from the anime Full Metal Alchemist or, you know, they've run across this. This is pretty known at some level, but it's still not known what its real purposes are. So the concept of alchemy, the exoteric concept of alchemy, is known. The esoteric, however, is not. So alchemy, from the word chem, which means out of darkness or blackness. Alchemy, the word chem or kim in Egyptian, which is Kemet, referred to the black land, which was the fertile soil along the Nile River. This black soil was associated with the idea of spiritual transformation and regeneration, as the annual flooding of the Nile deposited rich, nutrient-rich silt, renewing the land for agriculture, which was a sacred science. The concept of transformation and regeneration in the context of the fertile Nile Valley contributed to the development of alchemical ideas in Egypt. Alchemy's origins are traced to ancient Egypt, Kemet, where it combined elements of metallurgy, chemistry, occultism, and spirituality. These ideas eventually became intertwined with Greek and later Arabic traditions, leading to the emergence of what is commonly known as alchemy today. So it wasn't called alchemy in Egypt, but eventually it did turn into that as it evolved. But by de facto, that's what it was, and that's where it came from. Alchemy, steeped in occultism, imparts its teachings through a veiled language of symbolism and allegory. An allegory in this context serves as an enigmatic narrative waiting to be unraveled, to unveil its hidden wisdom, usually encapsulating profound moral or philosophical insight. This method of communication serves to convey not only the material transformation, but also the spiritual and philosophical evolution that alchemy seeks to elucidate. In the alchemical tradition, it is postulated that all fundamental states of consciousness, which are considered to be base metals, are deviations from the state of pure consciousness or gold. According to this, all individuals, as ordained by nature, have the potential to attain the higher or perfected state of enlightened consciousness, or pure gold of the sun. The alchemist's pursuit centers on the refinement of their thoughts, emotions, and actions, seeking to eliminate their discordant imperfections or negative ego-based attributes. This process aims to restore them to a state of inherent natural harmony, aligning them with principles of natural law. Ultimately, the alchemist seeks to transmute these elements into the alchemical gold, symbolizing the purification of the body, mind, and spirit. So what this is talking about is a correlative symbolic method of relating these base metals back to the aspects of our own psyche and consciousness, and also our behaviors in the world, our conduct. And what we must do is take our impure forms, which sometimes in Freemasonry are called ashlars, we'll talk about that later, and then become our own sculptor and build a better consciousness and better conduct by burning away the impurities around the essence, which is considered to be the pure gold of consciousness, or the philosopher's stone. So what we're trying to do is just refine our consciousness, fine-tune it. Now in alchemy, you're going to find the 5 elements. This is the main component of alchemy. And these are the symbols associated with these 5 elements. Most of us do understand at least the 4 elements. The 5th element is the spirit or the quintessence. So earth, the interpretation of this is inherent characteristics, talents and resources. Air can be looked at as intellect or anything that has to do with the intellect. Water has to do with emotions, intuition, and creativity. Fire has to do with action, willpower, and courage. And spirit, quintessence, can be interpreted as the divine spark, divine essence within all of us. Now I want to talk about the dragon a little bit. The dragon embodies dualistic qualities, representing both destructive and creative forces. It is often seen as a symbol of chaos, volatility, and prima materia, the raw, chaotic substance at the beginning of the alchemical process. However, it represents the potential for transformation and the emergence of new purified elements from the chaos. This duality mirrors the alchemical concept of union of opposites, where conflicting elements are reconciled and transmuted. And the dragon is one of the oldest myths in the world, and it always represents that aspect of duality. Now, the dragon also encompasses the 5 elements. The fire represents the breath of the dragon. The water represents the scales of the dragon. The air represents the wings of the dragon. And the earth represents the claws of the dragon. And then there's 2 ways you could look at the quintessence, or the spirit. One is the dragon itself, its own consciousness, and it's all embodied and encompassed in this one being. Another way is the dragon rider in a lot of the mythological tales, which could be looked at as the quintessence, or the higher level thinking, the spiritual aspect. So if you can tame the dragon, right? In many alchemical texts and illustrations, the dragon is depicted as guarding a treasure or valuable substance. This treasure can be symbolized as the hidden knowledge, spiritual insight, or the philosopher's stone that the alchemist seeks to attain through their inner work. The dragon is associated with both the transformative process of alchemy and the inner journey, representing the inner challenges, fears, and conflicts that an individual must confront and overcome on the path to self-discovery and enlightenment. Confronting and taming the dragon in alchemical symbolism represents the alchemist's ability to master and integrate the chaotic and primal aspects of their own nature. It signifies the attainment of wisdom and the ability to transmute base qualities into higher virtues. So this is kind of what it represents. The dragon guards the inner treasure of the self and the inner knowledge. And you must get in contact with this dragon. And often, in later depictions of this, you have the mythological story of slaying the dragon, which is not the way you need to do this. You must keep the dragon alive, and you must befriend the dragon. A good representation of this is not a dragon, but it's the nine-tailed fox in Naruto, the anime, and how he has to get in tune with it and befriend this beast within himself to harness all this inner potential that he has. So the dragon, is guarding all of the pure gold of the self, you could say. That's why it, always guards the gold. So in this next section, we're going to be talking about some of the processes of alchemy itself. The alchemical allegory of prima materia signifies the foundational substance in alchemical philosophy and practice. It is a symbolic representation of raw, existing in both its most impure and pure states simultaneously. Alchemists believe that working with prima materia, often in the form of base metals like lead, could lead to transmutation, wherein base substances could be transformed into noble ones like gold. This process held a dual significance, symbolizing both the external transformation of substances and the inner spiritual journey of the alchemist towards enlightenment. So another concept in alchemy is known as vitriol. Now, vitriol in the colloquial terms is known as acidic speech, but it also has a literal chemical sense, especially in ancient times, which can take on different forms such as sulfuric acid or various metal sulfates like copper sulfate or iron sulfate. It was a chemical compound used to break down a substance into its essence or pure form. The alchemical allegory of vitriol represents a fundamental principle in alchemy and is an acronym which is derived from the Latin phrase Vistus interiore terrae rectificando inviens occultum lapidem, which is a rough translation, to visit the interior of the earth, and by rectification you will find the hidden stone. It signifies the importance of the introspection and inner transformation in the pursuit of the philosopher's stone and spiritual enlightenment. Obviously, the hidden stone representing the philosopher's stone. It also could be correlated to the third eye or the pineal gland. And this is the symbol that is most commonly associated with this term vitriol. I actually have this as a rug on my floor, which is really awesome. And it also has the Holy Grail at the top of it, which we are going to be speaking about later on, with the sacred masculine and sacred feminine aspects of consciousness being poured into it. There's a lot more to this symbol. For the initiate who is seeking this, I highly recommend looking further into the tarot, and you can just do a quick Google search of the symbol and find plenty of breakdowns of it. But at its essence, vitriol is an acidic compound used to break down the prima materia into its purest form so that you can get to the pure state of consciousness, or the pure state of whatever essence of metal or form that is underneath all the impurities. In the alchemical tradition, the magnum opus, known as the Great Work, is symbolically represented by a 4-stage process, each stage corresponding to a specific color, element, and symbolic meaning. We have negredo, which means blackening. We have albedo, whitening. Citrinitas, which means yellow. Or rubedo, meaning reddening. Now, in some traditions, this is reduced just to negredo, albedo, and rubedo. And the yellowing is cut out of this process. But as you can see on the right, we have the hybrid creature with the red, black, and white head and the yellow or golden body. You'll often find this in alchemical manuscripts and artistic depictions. Negredo, the blackening, obviously the color is black. The element is earth. This is the state of putrefaction, which represents ego, corruption, dissolution, death, impurities, decomposition, and individualization. It represents the soul's merger with the physical realm or world and the suffering and growth experienced here. Alchemists often represent the soul at this stage as salt because it is crystallized, hardened, and fixed, just like an ego that is resistant to change. The next one is albedo, which is whiteness. Obviously, the color is white. Element is water, the sacred feminine. Albedo is the state of spiritual purification, clarity, cleansing, inner illumination, rebirth, awakening. It represents the burning out of impurities from salt or the hardened ego. Salt is reduced into quicksilver or mercury, which represents fluidity in the process of rapid mental, emotional, and spiritual change, and the strengthening of the sacred feminine essence, leading to the engagement of the imagination from which the elixir of life, enlightened mind, can then be made. Citrinitas, the yellowness, color is yellow. Element is air. As you can go back to that alchemical elemental breakdown as well earlier on to see how these correlate. Trinitas is the state of transition, integration, insight, development, and understanding. It also represents purification and cleansing of the albedo stage to the accumulation of the rubedo stage. It is a bridging point, a deeper spiritual awakening and enlightenment. It is often associated with the integration of opposites, the union of conscious and unconscious mind, and the development of wisdom and understanding and insight into the mysteries of existence. So this is about intellect. So this, yellow represents the blade of intellect, or air. And this is about really refining the albedo and the negredo phases so that you can lead into the rubedo. Rubedo, obviously redness. Element, fire. Rubedo is the final stage of the magnum opus and signifies the accumulation of the alchemical journey, the transmutation into gold or sulfur. It represents the transmutation of purified self into a state of spiritual perfection, or quote-unquote perfection. It is often associated with the attainment of the Philosopher's Stone, which symbolizes inner illumination and enlightenment and the realization of one's true self. So if anybody knows anything about, let's say, like Full Metal Alchemist, like I mentioned earlier, you'll obviously find that the Philosopher's Stone sometimes is a liquid, sometimes is a solid. It's kind of this substance that takes any form, the form that is necessary for it to be manifested, really. The true Philosopher's Stone is obviously an immaterial essence of the soul, or the connection to the third eye. Some people look at it that way. And it's not really about making the Philosopher's Stone in reality to be immortal. It's about reconnecting with the understanding that your spirit is obviously immortal. That's what that's about. And that you have to refine yourself and dissolve all the impurities of the self to get in touch with that spiritual nature. The next tradition we're going to be talking about, I'm sorry there's no transitional slides between any of these. Obviously I was rushing with this. I technically put this presentation together within about a week. So gotta give me a little credit here because this was a really rushed job. With hosting and organizing the conference, it was just, I just kept pushing it back, and here we are today. The next tradition is Rosicrucianism. A little bit of history of Rosicrucianism. On Friday, October 13, 1307, King Philip IV of France, in collusion with the Pope, who was indebted to the king, ordered the mass arrest and execution of the Knights Templar. Philip, because of his wars with England and Flanders, was chronically short of money and in debt to the Templars, who at this time were accused, and charges were brought up, including heresy, blasphemy, and devil worship, which were considered grave offenses at the time, pretty much heretics, right? On the 18th of March, 1314, almost 7 years after the Templars were first arrested throughout France, de Molay and 3 other top-ranking Knights Templars were burned to death as heretics in Paris. Philip freed himself from his monetary debt to the Knights Templars and seized their treasure. The full dissolution of their order came in the 14th century. Many fled and sought refuge and continued their esoteric pursuits within secret societies, including that later became associated and the roots of Rosicrucianism. The Rose Cross pattern is a nod to the historical legacy and symbolism of the Knights Templar. So the reason why I brought this to the table is to understand that at one time the Knights Templar obviously were the order followers of the church. And eventually they gained a lot of insight and a lot of knowledge if you do your homework. And they actually started to rebel against the church's dogma and started to practice deep, ancient, occult Egyptian rituals. And they were bringing scientific endeavors to the population, such as they were giving out a lot of free health care to individuals, such as people with epilepsy, who at the time was seen to be possessed and would be executed if they could not exercise that possession from these people with epilepsy by the hands of order followers under the demands of the church. So eventually they also became some of the first bankers. So they were the treasurers of the monarch and of the Pope at this time. So they had access to a lot of finances, and they also had access to a lot of ancient rites and rituals. So there's a lot to the Knights Templars, and I'm not going to get into everything here. Hopefully this intrigues you to look into it more. Now, obviously, they have their corrupted side, but they also led and did a lot of other things that were not taught to us in history class, you could say. The other interesting fact about this specific time period is that supposedly Molay actually cursed King Philip at this point, and then he also did suffer from a horrible death, including his lineage also died mysteriously afterwards. So whether you believe in that stuff or not, take it or leave it, but that happened when they burned the three main Knights Templar. Molay cursed them. And this is actually where we get our tradition of Friday the 13th. This is why we think Friday the 13th is so unlucky. Not just unlucky, but this is when all the demons come out with their mask on, right? To hunt down all the heretics and cut them down. So we can look at a lot of the horror films as a direct reference to this time period, is because this was a very bloody time. And obviously we know that the Crusades were extremely bloody. There's a lot of different aspects to the Crusades. But it's important to understand this final phase of the Templars because it actually leads into Rosicrucianism. And there's a direct tie-in between the ancient Egyptian sciences that was being held by the Knights Templar at this time that gets injected and fused with Rosicrucianism as its roots. But what is Rosicrucianism? Rosicrucianism is an esoteric tradition that emerged in Europe during the 17th century. Its origins are attributed to the publication of 3 anonymous manifestos known as the Rosicrucian Manifestos, which claim to reveal the existence of a secret brotherhood of enlightened individuals possessing profound knowledge and scientific knowledge. These manifestos started with the Fama Fraternitas in 1614, were disseminated across Europe and generated a significant interest. They advocated for the pursuit of spiritual wisdom, alchemical transformation, and the betterment of humanity through occult knowledge. The Rosicrucian movement, often shrouded in secrecy, attracted a diverse group of individuals, including scientists, philosophers, and mystics. It influenced the development of Western esotericism and contributed to the growth of alchemical and mystical practices during the Renaissance and beyond. Rosicrucianism, from the Latin noun rosa, which is rose, and then crux or crucis, which is cross, which means crucifixion, obviously, is a tradition of esoteric Christianity that is based upon allegory and symbolism. Its mythical founder is Christian Rosenkreutz, who represents the soul on the journey into knowledge and enlightenment. In Confessio Fraternitatis, I think that's how you pronounce that. I probably didn't pronounce that properly earlier. The Confessions of the Brotherhood of Rosicrucians, published in 1615. This document expands on the story of Rosenkreutz. It describes his encounters with wise sages and his commitment to use the acquired knowledge for the betterment of humanity. The Confessio calls for the reform of science, medicine, and religion. And this is a picture of him on the screen. The main symbol is the Rose Cross. The Rose Cross is a universal symbol with various interpretations. In the context of the Rose Cross, it represents the material world, human existence, and the physical body. The 4 arms represent the 4 elements of earth, air, water, and fire. The rose, often depicted at the center of the cross, represents the spirit and its symbolic crucifixion and its descent into the material plane. It signifies the unfolding of consciousness, spiritual awakening, and the inner journey towards enlightenment. The rose petals suggest the gradual opening of the individual's inner self and the spiritual development. The rose often is placed at the center, but you can also find it down at the lower. Its positions, its orientation changes throughout time depending on the artist, but usually it's in the center of the cross. Central to Rosicrucianism is the knowledge of the universal spiritual law of oneness, which is commonly known as the Golden Rule in esoteric Christianity. In the sanctum of Rosicrucianism, we find a profound reverence for the divine spark within each of us, the divine spark that unites us with the cosmos itself. It is through meditation, deep contemplation, and the study of sacred knowledge that we cultivate this inner flame, allowing it to guide us towards higher states of consciousness and spiritual realization. And a famous author on Rosicrucianism is Max Heindel. He says the Rosicrucian student is encouraged to live a life of virtue, striving to embody the highest moral and ethical principles. Yet again, you're going to see this ubiquitous nature between all of the occult traditions. And that's what I'm trying to show here, is that there's a ubiquity between all of these things. And you can look up every single thing that I've stated. I'm not making these things up. You can look them up. You can study them for yourself. These are the principles of these occult traditions. And just because there has been dark occultists throughout the ages who have infiltrated a lot of these traditions, or individuals who are part of these traditions and fallen from the path, does not mean that the traditions themselves are to be demonized, or that the traditions do not have any value or use to the evolution of humanity and your own consciousness. So the next occult tradition that I want to talk about is Theosophy. Now, Theosophy really gets a bad rap comparatively to alchemy or Rosicrucianism, despite the Rosicrucian connection to the Knights Templar. The term Theosophy etymologically is rooted in the Greek word or words theos, meaning God or divinity, and sophos, meaning wisdom, which translates to the pursuit of divine wisdom. It constitutes an esoteric philosophical framework that undertakes the exploration and direct apprehension of the inherent mysteries within the realms of existence and the natural world. The foundational tenets of Theosophy are discernible in several other occult and mystical traditions. Notably, among these tenets is the conviction in the presence of a divine essence within each individual, just like Rosicrucianism. Proper discipline can be harnessed and cultivation, leading the practitioner toward spiritual enlightenment and profound illumination. The adherents consider truth to be the highest principle and are often dissenters of creeds of organized religion. They also tend to share the belief that God is nature and law. So there is no religion higher than truth. That's the fundamental phrase of Theosophy. So what's some of the history of Theosophy? In the 19th century, amidst the transformation of the Industrial Revolution, a thirst for deeper meaning emerged. Theosophy, championing universal wisdom and spiritual insight, gained popularity. Helena Petrovna Blavatsky's influential work, The Secret Doctrine, fused Eastern mysticism with Western spirituality, creating a unique allure. Founded in 1875 by Blavatsky and Henry Steele Olcott, or Occult, right? We could have a play on word with that. The Theosophical Society drew intellectuals, mystics, and seekers, fostering spiritual dialogue and exploration. Blavatsky's work was heavily influenced by her travels and studies in India and Tibet, where she claimed to have encountered the esoteric teachings of Eastern mysticism. This infusion of Eastern thought into Western spirituality gave Theosophy a unique and exotic allure. Universal brotherhood was another hallmark of Theosophy. At the time when the world was grappling with social and political division, Theosophy's message of unity and compassion resonated deeply with many at this time. And this is a picture of Blavatsky. So there's a lot of big misinterpretations of Theosophy. Misinterpretations of Theosophy often stem from a selective interpretation of its text while overlooking the broader context and teachings that emphasize the essential unity of all humanity. In Theosophy, it is taught that humanity has many past incarnations or variations on Earth, which it calls root races. These root races should not be seen as genetic races, but rather as different types of civilization that attain different levels of consciousness and technological advancements. In the context of the teachings, it is in keeping with the Hermetic principle of rhythm that there are cyclical qualities or wave-like progressions to time, which imparts lessons. If people can't raise their consciousness enough during these repeating cycles, they might face setbacks in their progression, like nearly extinction level events. It is essential to understand that true Theosophists unequivocally reject and denounce any interpretations of Theosophy that promotes racism or discrimination. They emphasize the core principles of unity, brotherhood, and intrinsic divinity of all individuals, irrespective of their racial or ethnic background. So this tradition has been taken by Nazis and neo-Nazis and used to further their agenda of racism, right? And also the dark occult. The dark occult have tapped into this. And it's mainly because of this misinterpretation of this idea of root races. And obviously we can see some of the symbolism here that could be associated to this. Yeah, there's a lot to this, obviously, but hopefully, hopefully this gives you a little bit more understanding of its backgrounds and misinterpretations. So I just highly recommend doing more research on this and understand that this tradition is not at all about any forms of racism. It never has been. But unfortunately, it has been taken by supremacists to promote their egotistical desires and, thirst for power. Just like a lot of these traditions have. They have selective thinking when it comes to this, and they only pick out the things that apply to them. And then they misinterpret it and contort it and mold it into their own agenda. And then by doing so, you actually marginalize the occult traditions, because a lot of people see people like that, and then they're like, oh, you practice theosophy or you study theosophy? How dare you? You're part of the Aryan Brotherhood or the white supremacists, and you must be a racist. And it's like, have you actually ever read theosophy? Have you ever practiced it? Do you even know what it is? Like, or is it just what you're being fed through the mainstream media? It's absolutely ridiculous. It just shows the height of individuals' ignorance. The next tradition I want to talk about is the Hermetic tradition, which a lot of us already know about. This one's pretty common at this point. It's not exoteric, definitely very esoteric, but I do see this being passed around a lot more than anything like theosophy or Rosicrucianism. Hermeticism, or also known as Hermeticism, is a philosophical and spiritual tradition that traces its origins to the teaching attributed to Hermes Trismegistus, a legendary figure in classical antiquity. Hermeticism encompasses a wide variety of esoteric and metaphysical beliefs, and it has had a profound influence on Western esotericism, alchemy, astrology, and various mystical and occult traditions. Hermes Trismegistus, often equated with the Egyptian god Thoth, is considered a legendary author in the Hermetic writings. These writings, collectively known as the Hermetic Corpus or the Hermetica, includes texts such as the Corpus Hermeticum and the Emerald Tablet. Hermes is revered as a wise teacher who conveyed profound spiritual and alchemical wisdom. The most commonly known Hermetic text is the Kybalion. First published in 1908, it is a mysterious and influential text in the realm of Western esotericism. It is attributed to a group of anonymous authors known as the Three Initiates. Several theories and claims have been made regarding the identities of the Three Initiates. Some suggest that the authors were individuals associated with the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn or other secret societies. Others believe that the authors were prominent figures in the New Thought movement, which was popular during the 20th century. It is presented as a distillation of Hermetic wisdom and philosophy, with its contents organized into 7 principles or laws. So we often hear about the 7 Hermetic principles, and this is not actually a direct translations from those books, those manuscripts and texts like the Emerald Tablet, but it's more of a distillation of that in the modern time to understand what they were talking about in a very simple form that everybody can, comprehend. But in my point of view, it's actually put a finer point on it, which makes it easier for people to comprehend, but also has enough complexity there that it doesn't leave any room for ambiguity in most parts of it. So the 7 Hermetic principles are a set of philosophical and metaphysical concepts that are central to Hermeticism, which a lot of people, including myself, consider to be the 7 Hermetic laws of nature. The first principle is known as the principle of mentalism. The all is mind, the universe is mental. Now, I'm not going to go through and explain every single one of these. You could read the Kybalion to understand the deeper concepts of these. Like I said, I'm just trying to give you a general, rudimentary connection to the truth about all these occult traditions and how there's a ubiquitous nature between all of them. The second principle is the principle of correspondence, as above, so below, as below, so above, which I'm sure a lot of people are aware of this one. The third principle is the principle of vibration. Nothing rests, everything moves, everything vibrates. The fourth principle is the principle of polarity. Everything is dual. Everything has poles. Everything has its pair of opposites. Like and unlike are the same. Opposites are identical in nature but different in degrees. Extremes meet. All truths are but half-truths. all paradoxes may be reconciled, including that paradox there, that all truths are half-truths. So it's kind of a play. There's some esoteric stuff there. I'm not going to reveal that here. That's up for you to decide how to approach that paradox. The principle of rhythm. Everything flows out and in. Everything has its tides. All things rise and fall. The pendulum swings manifest in everything. The measure of the swing to the right is the measure of the swing to the left. Rhythm compensates. The sixth principle is the principle of cause and effect. Every cause has its effect. Every effect has its cause. Everything happens according to law. Chance is but a name for law not recognized. There are many planes of causation, but nothing escapes the law. The principle of gender. Gender is in everything. Everything has its masculine and feminine principles. Gender manifests on all planes. And here is a quote from the Kybalion. The principles of truth are 7. He who knows these understandingly possesses the magic key before whose touch all the doors of the temple fly open. Now the next tradition is a very interesting tradition. One of my favorites, honestly. And this is Thelema. And yes, that is the proper pronunciation of it. It is not Thelema, it is Thelema. So yes, that is the correct way of pronouncing this word. And when you break down the Greek letters, you have theta, you have epsilon, then you have lambda, then you have eta. This is the long A sound that you're hearing in this. Then you have mu, and then you have alpha. So thelema. That's how you pronounce it. Very simple. Thelema. Not thelema, it's thelema. Thelema, originating from the Greek word for will, constitutes an occult philosophy established by Aleister Crowley during the early 1900s. The primary tenet of Thelema, do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law, is frequently misconstrued when taken out of its intended context. Properly understood, it pertains to Thelema's concept of the true will. This concept signifies an individual's authentic purpose and life path, aligning harmoniously with the universal will, or the one great spirit's will, or the higher spirit's will, or the higher self's will. This path becomes apparent when one learns to listen and follow the guidance of their higher self and adhere to natural law. And again, we're back to this root point that it's all about understanding natural law principles. All of these occult traditions have the same ubiquitous nature of understanding the self, the human psyche, and the realm in which the psyche operates, or the realm in which we all operate, which is reality, and understanding the laws that govern reality. So let's dive deeper into the misunderstandings of Thelema. Do what thou wilt is a central tenet of Thelema. Its phrase is often misunderstood or misinterpreted due to its brevity and the controversial reputation of Crowley. To understand the potential misunderstandings, it's essential to explore the phrase and its context. And the first thing that we must point out is that it is not the full phrase. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Love is the law. Love under will is the actual full phrase. So what does it mean by love here? This is also capital L love. Well, it means agape, which is universal love. And this universal love has to do with natural law. It is a direct correlative idea that is synchronized with the principles of natural law, because you cannot be in harmony with agape, or some people pronounce it agape, but you cannot be in harmony with this if you are living through ego attachment, ego identification, and just egotistical pursuits, selfishness, narcissism, psychopathy, Machiavellianism, any of these things. You cannot be in harmony with the true creator's will. That is an impossibility. It is antithetical to being in harmony with your true spiritual purpose and nature, because what it does is it constricts consciousness, because it leaves out the fundamental part that freedom is never just about you. It is about a transactional state between you the universe and the other people who are cohabitating in the universe. And those people could be animals. I don't just mean people, I mean all things in the universe, especially moral agents. That because your actions have consequences into the world no matter what, and those consequences always need to be taken into account when it comes to their moral agency. This is the completed phrase, which most people leave out the final part of this phrase. One common misunderstanding is interpreting "do what thou wilt" as a call for unrestrained hedonism or selfishness, where individuals are encouraged to pursue their ego desires at any cost. However, within Thelemic framework, will is understood to be one's true purpose or destiny, which does involve moral and ethical considerations, not just personal pleasure. It is about aligning yourself to a higher cause. It is about aligning yourself to the true will of the universe or the one great spirit, as I've already pointed out, which is your true purpose. And to understand that, you have to do deep contemplation and introspection, and you have to really get in touch with your true essence and invoke that organic spiritual property of yourself into existence. So if you're just living through base desires, and your actions are actually violating other people's rights or liberties, and your actions are not promoting and influencing freedom, not only for yourself, but for others, then you're not in true harmony with the will. That's it. You're not in harmony with the will. You're in harmony with your lowercase will, which is not what Thelema is actually advocating for. So people who have taken this out of context do not understand the esoteric meanings behind a lot of these terms. We have to really consider that a lot of these texts are written cryptically, and that's for a specific reason. It's in the realm of the occult for a reason. It's cryptic for a reason. And it's because you have to be able to use pattern recognition to get to the deep essence of it. You have to do the alchemical process of looking through this and purifying it to find its true essence. Because it's not for the weak-minded. That's it. It's never going to be for the weak-minded. The people who will just look at the outer, the people who will just look at the outer shell of it and think they understand it are not going to get to its core principles or tenets or the actual objective truth about those tenets. Some people mistakenly believe that Thelema promotes a moral relativistic ideology in which anything goes as long as it aligns with one's will. In reality, lowercase will that is, in reality, Thelema includes ethical principles such as love is the law, love under will, which suggests that one's actions should be guided by love in harmony with objective morality or natural law. Critics argue that do what thou wilt promotes a disregard for the well-being and rights of others. However, Thelema emphasizes individual liberty while recognizing the importance of others' rights and well-being. It is not a license to do harm or exploit others. And when you start to dig into Thelema, you will see this readily everywhere. And even if Crowley, with all the crazy hypothetical, conspiracies circling around him, which I've done my homework on Crowley, trust me, even if he did just fall from the path, you cannot confuse the tradition with the man. There is a difference between the tradition, which is teaching you to live in harmony with natural law and to not harm others and to get in tune with your higher spirit, compared to a man who is subject to the errors of man, who has the potential to choose not to live in harmony with these things. So just because an individual, even if it is the founder of that tradition, which technically Thelema is just an aggregated synthesis of more ancient occulted knowledge. If he fails, which he did, but this applies to any tradition, doesn't mean that the tradition itself is bad. And people need to get that through their thick skulls, especially when it comes to Thelema. I know people who are actually in Thelema, and they are some of the most principled people that I've ever met. Okay? They're some of the most beautiful, hardworking people that I've ever met. And then I do know some dark occultists, or at least I've ran into some dark occultists that use it hedonistically. Can you use it that way? Absolutely you can. Is that its pure intended use? No, it is not. It is a double-edged sword, just like all occult knowledge. Moving on. Liber al vel legis, often referred to simply as the Book of the Law, is a central sacred text in the occult philosophy known as Thelema. Aleister Crowley claimed to have received this text through a process of automatic writing or channeling during mystical experiences with Aiwass. And I think that's how you pronounce that. I could be wrong. This took place in Cairo in 1904. The book comprises 3 chapters attributed to different deities: Nuit, Hadit, and Ra-Hor-Khuit. And I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing those correctly either, but there you go. These chapters contain cryptic and esoteric verses that often require extensive interpretations. The philosophical concepts embedded in Liber al vel legis revolve around the notion of individual will, the pursuit of one's true purpose, and the relationship between individuals and the cosmos. There's also another concept in Thelema that I like to point out, which is known as the Holy Guardian Angel, which is considered to be a profoundly personal and spiritual entity that plays a crucial role in an individual's spiritual journey. It is a unique personal spiritual guide and divine aspect of the individual's own being, representing one's higher self. One of the primary goals in Thelema is to discover and align with one's true will, which is often equated with true purpose. The Holy Guardian Angel is believed to aid in this process by revealing the individual's path and providing guidance on how to attain it. This is emphasized in the use of rituals, meditation, and magical practices as means to make contact and receive guidance from the Holy Guardian Angel. One of the most famous rituals associated with this concept is the Abramelin Operation, a complex and intensive ritual intended to attain direct communication with one's Holy Guardian Angel. The relationship with the Holy Guardian Angel is ongoing and evolves over time. It is not a one-time revelation, but a continuous process of growth, learning, and spiritual development. Now in Thelema, there is a highly occult numerological significant number, which is 93. In Thelema, the number 93 holds special significance. It represents the harmonious interplay between one's will and the universe. Additionally, in Thelemic numerology, and can be correlated to gematria as well, the number 9 is linked to the ego, representing our lower self and material attachments. On the other hand, the 3 symbolizes the Trinity, signifying higher consciousness, spiritual awakening, and a unity with the divine. This combination highlights the importance of aligning one's true will with love as an expression of divine purpose. Furthermore, within Thelema, 93 is associated with achieving the knowledge and conversation of one's holy guardian angel, a significant milestone in one's spiritual journey. Israel Regardie said, Thelema is a system of spiritual development and practice designed to allow an individual to attain the highest level of self-realization and spiritual attainment. Now, Israel Regardie has connections to the Order of the Golden Dawn, and he wrote this book called The Golden Dawn. The Golden Dawn was founded in London in 1888 by 3 prominent figures in the occult world: William Westcott, Samuel MacGregor Mathers, and William Woodman. It was initially established as a Masonic lodge, but quickly evolved into a unique and influential magical order. It played a significant role in the development of Western esotericism and had a lasting influence on various occult and magical traditions. The Golden Dawn drew heavily from Hermeticism, Kabbalah, alchemy, and other Western esoteric traditions. Its teachings integrated elements of these disciplines into a comprehensive system of magical and spiritual development. The Golden Dawn emphasized practical magic, including ritual, divination, scrying, and astral travel. Its curriculum included the study of the tarot, Enochian magic, the Kabbalah, astrology, and alchemy. The core teachings of the Golden Dawn are concerned with natural law and consciousness, revolved around the pursuit of spiritual enlightenment and the study of the laws of nature governing the universe, and the belief in the transformative powers of expanding consciousness. Members of the Golden Dawn aim to unlock their true potential and achieve a deeper connection with the spirit realm through the study and practice of hermetic principles and magical rituals. So as you can see, yet again, it's the same thing. This is going to be a repeating pattern with all these traditions. And you can look this up for yourself. I'm going to just keep repeating this, and I'm going to say it again. The more we marginalize the occult traditions, the further away from truth we get. And I see that there are people in the freedom movement currently who absolutely stay clear of occultism. They think they're going to bring about freedom without understanding natural law, which is embedded in occultism. And it can never be. It will never be, and it can never be. I would also like to point out that the explanations that I'm giving here are very simplistic explanations, and that there is a plethora of complexities behind each of these traditions that I highly advocate for any seeker or any interested party of the occult traditions to dive into. All these traditions have so much amazing knowledge that can unravel the understanding of yourself. And as an example of this, the next one is Kabbalah, which is one of the oldest of the mystery traditions. And it is an extremely fascinating study, that is for sure, and also practice. And I'm not going to be able to give you all of the intricacies of the Kabbalistic tradition here. I just do not have enough time. Honestly, this presentation should have been about 12 hours, but I'm condensing it down. This is the most condensed that I could do. I literally had to pull out like so many slides from this presentation to get this to you guys. Kabbalah constitutes an ancient system of esoteric teachings deeply rooted in Hebraic traditions. It is traditionally conveyed to initiates through a system of symbolic correspondences and profound contemplation. Among the myriad facets of Kabbalistic symbolism, the most prominent and revered is the Tree of Life. This symbolic construction consists of 10 emanations known as Sephirot, interconnected by 22 pathways. Each of these Sephirot is believed to correspond to distinct facets of human cognitive and emotional attributes. Additionally, a distinct 11th sphere, referred to as Da'ath, occupies a unique position within the Tree of Life. It is not categorized as one of the Sephirot per se, but it is instead regarded as the original from which the entire tree emanates. Da'ath is often associated with the realm of concealed or esoteric knowledge, representing a facet of Kabbalah's intricate cosmology and philosophy. Now, Da'ath is literally the root of the tree, even though it's placed up on the higher reins of the ladder of the Tree of Life here, the higher areas of the Tree of Life. And it is and can be correlated to the tarot full card, the full card in the tarot as, the beginning. And you can go back to the first slide to look at that, or you can just look it up online. So as we can see here, we have Da'ath, and then we go down to the bottom of this, Malkuth, which is known as kingdom. Then we move up from this, and this is Yesod, which is the foundation. Then we have Hod, majesty, Netzah, which is endurance, Tippereth, which is beauty, Geburah, which is strength, Hesed, which is compassion, Banah, which is understanding, Hokmah, which is wisdom, and Kether, which is the crown. Now, this also represents the 7 chakra system, which I will explain in a second. But for now, I'm going to explain the lightning bolt path. The lightning bolt path in Kabbalah refers to a vertical and zigzag pathway on the Tree of Life, a central symbol in Kabbalistic cosmology. This pathway is associated with the flow of divine energy and spiritual illumination. The tree of life consists of interconnected spheres, known as Sephiroth, which I already explained, and the lightning bolt path represents a dynamic spiritual process through them. It symbolizes the descent of divine energy from higher realms to lower ones, facilitating a connection between the divine and the material world. So it actually starts at the top, at the crown, and then it comes downward in a zigzag pattern from Kether to Hokmah to Binah to Hesed, Gibberah, Tithareth, Netzah, Hod, Yesod, and then to Malkuth. This is literally the idea of head in the clouds and feet firmly on the ground. As we can see here, the colors correlate directly to the Vedic chakra system, red being the root, and then moving on up all the way to the crown. And the duality of these, the left and right, let's say, like Geburah and Hesed, representing the throat chakra, are meant to be unified. Just like in alchemy, these opposites are actually one. In the Kabbalistic tradition, we have the central character known as Adam Kadmon, who's a central concept in Kabbalah representing an idealized and abstract prototype of humanity. It serves as a divine blueprint or template for the entire cosmos, encompassing both the spiritual and material realms. Adam Kadmon is not an individual person, but a symbolic representation of the structure and emanations of the divine, often associated with the Sephiroth, which are attributes of God. It emanates from the ultimate unknowable aspects of God, known as Ein Sof, and represents the first revelation of the divine will. Now, obviously, I'd like to dive deeper into Kabbalah, and really you can't understand any of these traditions without understanding some of the corresponding traditions, which is leading me to the next one, which is tarot. Now, both of these traditions are extremely amazing to dive into, and I cannot get into enough of these. I literally had to cut out most of the slides for these two traditions because there's just so much to go over. And I wanted to condense this to try to get to the last two things that I wanted to bring to the table. But I want to bring tarot into this as well, because tarot is also one of the most powerful traditions out of all the occult traditions. And let's define the tarot. The tarot tradition is a rich tapestry of symbolism woven into a deck of 78 cards that serves as a means to convey profound truths about our inner selves and the universal principles governing the cosmos. This deck comprises two primary components, the major arcana and the minor arcana. Within the major arcana, there are 22 cards, with 11 focusing on the aspects of the human psyche and 11 delving into the realm of natural law. Complementing these are 56 cards of minor arcana, which are further divided into 4 suits: wands, cups, swords, and coins, also known as pentacles. Each suit comprises cards ranging from ace through 10, along with an additional 4 court cards for each suit. Regrettably, in contemporary society, the tarot is often misconstrued as a mere tool for fortune tellers. However, for those who delve into its depths, the tarot is far more than a superficial divinations tool. It embodies a profound and multifaceted system where subconscious correlations, archetypal symbols, and the hero's journey converge. Traditionally, the tarot has been regarded as a sacred and esoteric instrument, a means of conveying profound truths that transcend conventional modes of communication. It transcends mere fortune telling, offering a symbolic language that can speak directly to the depths of the human psyche. Like a visual narrative, the tarot deck, when thoroughly explored, unfolds a story that transcends words, speaking to us on a level that resonates with the collective human experience. Embedded within the tarot's imagery are archetypes that tap into the universal aspects of the human condition. These archetypes, drawn from the wellspring of our collective subconscious, allow us to explore the hero's journey, the timeless narratives of personal growth, transformation, and self-discovery. Through the cards, we embark on our own heroic quest, encountering trials, triumphs, and revelations along the way. So the main thing here is that, yes, you can use the tarot card for divinations, but it's considered to be a really low-level use of the tarot. And this is what is most commonly used for in our modern day. The proper use of the tarot is to inspire people to understand themselves better, not just to predict the future. It is intended to aid you as a tool symbolically in your journey to understand the occult nature of yourself and the universe. The four suits of tarot can be correlated to the four elements. We have Ace of Swords, or just swords, which represents air, intellect, or mental plane. We have the Pentacles, which represents earth, which also can be corresponded to gift, manifestation, projects, prosperity, material plane. We have Wands, which represents fire, which also represents actions, or the plane of will. And then we have water, which represents emotion, or the emotional complex, which represents the plane of spirit. And water is correlated to cups. Now, this is a little correlation to the Kabbalistic tree. Kabbalah and tarot kind of go hand in hand, and you really can't understand one without the other. And honestly, this goes with a lot of these traditions. As you notice, they all overlap. So we have the Kabbalistic tree on the left, and then we have the four planes of the Kabbalistic tree. The bottom plane, which represents earth, is Azia, the physical world or material plane. Yetzirah is the one above it, which represents the three Sephirot, which is the formative world or mental plane. And then Bria, which is the creative world or emotional plane, which represents water or cups. And then Atzuluth, I believe, I could be mispronouncing that, but I believe that's how you pronounce it, which is the archetypal world or plane of will. And this represents fire or the plane of wands. So I just wanted to give a quick example of this. Now you can really get deep with the tarot and the Kabbalah. You can do a Tree of Life spread, and it can unveil and reveal so much about yourself and about the condition of humanity. And I highly recommend people who are interested in the occult to get themselves a tarot deck. A lot of people say that you can only be gifted a tarot deck. And, you know, my first one was gifted to me as well. But I don't think there is any kind of negative thing that's going to come to you because you happen to go buy a tarot deck for yourself. A lot of other people have the taboo in tarot, which is that you can't read your own tarot. And that's just hogwash and superstitious crap that you just do away with that. They're both just superstition. And what you really need to do is just use these properly to enhance your consciousness. Now, this is also one of the oldest traditions, even though a lot of people wouldn't consider it to be one of the oldest traditions. But Freemasonry is a tradition that goes all the way back to pre-dynastic Egypt, going back into totemic sociology or to ancient totemic societies. And it was not called Freemasonry then. So all the rites and rituals of Freemasonry have evolved from ancient totemic rites and rituals. And I consider it to be the oldest of all the traditions from my studies. Take that or leave it. There is a difference between the lodge system and the tradition itself, and I will get to that as I move forward here. And it is true that the lodge system did not exist into our ancient past. When you understand the true evolution of Freemasonry, you'll understand that it comes from Egyptian sciences and going all the way back to pre-dynastic Egypt, all the way back into totemic societies. Freemasonry is a system of morality which is veiled in allegory and illustrated by symbolism. The first 3 degrees or levels of knowledge communicated to the initiate are entered apprentice, fellowcraft, and master mason. This symbolically represents the trinity aspects of consciousness, thought, emotion, and action. Freemasonry is an ancient esoteric tradition which is based on the Egyptian sciences that pertain to critical knowledge about the self, becoming a builder of a better mind, soul, and world, and ultimately the resurrection of morality within the human being, as personified by the legend of the master builder Hiram Habib, which is also directly related to the ancient Egyptian Osiris mythos and ritual. This tracing board on the right-hand side is the first degree tracing board of Freemasonry. And I highly recommend, if you want a full in-depth breakdown of this, to go to the Cubbyhole podcast and get that, or go to Mark Passio's work, the What on Earth is Happening website, or the One Great Work Network.com website, and go through the process of initiation into its symbolic breakdown. I don't have time to do that here today, but I will just rudimentary explain some of the simplistic understanding of it. This board is literally a mirror of yourself. It is a magic carpet. So the first degree tracing board is also known as the Temple of Solomon, the House of Everlasting Light, as some Masons call it. It is a treasure trove of symbolic knowledge. It literally is a mirror of yourself. It reflects yourself, and it also reflects the universe. As you gain more knowledge and you understand its different orientations, you can correspond this to so much knowledge in the world. So what we're going to be looking at today is how it corresponds to the triune brain, specifically the bisymmetrical aspects of the brain anatomy itself. So on the left side, we have the soul, or the sun, which is the first part of Solomon, or Solomon. And then on the right side, we have the Mon, or the moon. So this is literally the translations of Solomon. It's the sacred masculine and sacred feminine aspects coming together. The pillar on the left is called Jachin, or Jachin. And it has the S symbol at the bottom, which represents strength. And then we can associate the pillar of Jachin, or strength, on the left side, the solar aspect, to that of the left brain hemisphere. This can be correlated to the Tao Yang energy, which mainly dominates things like aggression, analytical thoughts in general, logic, anything that has to do with linear thinking. This can be symbolically represented as the blade, an upward-facing blade. And then the right side can be associated to the yin energy, or the feminine, the sacred feminine aspects of our consciousness. And this is the pillar of Boaz. This pillar can be correlated to the Tao yin energy. And it represents the moon as well, the lunar energy. It can be associated to spiritualness, passiveness, intuitive properties, creativity, emotions, and anything that has to do with, the abstract concepts of the sacred feminine or spiritual nature. So we can see right here that this board has so much knowledge within it. And obviously I don't have enough time to cover all the knowledge that we can bring to the table with this, but I just wanted to point this out a little bit very simply. Now, our goal as builders is to build a better self. And this is done by getting to the middle pillar. The middle pillar is known as the Ionic pillar. The W at the bottom represents wisdom. The upright square represents that our actions have been squared and we are upright and we are in alignment. So we have many tools at the bottom of these pillars that represent different aspects of our consciousness and different properties of our behaviors. The Ionic pillar also represents the midbrain, or the corpus callosum, the bridging point between the two hemispheres. It is literally the part of the brain that allows communication between the left and right hemispheres, which creates balance within. We also have the pineal or pineal gland located in the midbrain, which is also known as the third eye. And as you can see, we have the third eye symbolism, the all-seeing eye, above that pillar. So it represents the balancing point. And then we have Jacob's ladder, and Jake or Jack represents the sun, also means sun. And our job is to climb that ladder, starting with love or spirit under will, correlating that back to thelema. So we start on the right side. This is us entering into the temple, by the way, not exiting. So this is the entrance into the temple, which is why it's correlated to the first degree. You're coming into the temple, and you climb this ladder from right to left to get into a more pure state of being, a state of enlightenment, starting with love and spirit, and then manifesting that into action and will in the real world, which represents the archetypal aspects of our consciousness as masculinity. The ashlar is in the back. The one on the left is in a rough form or a rugged form, meaning that it has not been worked on, or it is currently being worked on. just like our self or the world or any project that we have. And then the one on the right is in a more perfected state, which is the goal, to be the sculptors of ourself. We are the sculpture and the sculptors. And we have to build a better self and build a better world, because we're the ones who are co-creating this world. And that's what this is really about. Free builders. We are free builders. And there's also a little bit of wordplay here with Freemason, which is free Ma sons. Ma represents Ma'at, and sons represent not only the action aspect, but also the sons of Ma, the sons of the sacred feminine. So there's a lot to this. One more thing I can bring to the table here before we move on is the entrance of the temple has their checkerboard floor always, and this is where we always start out. It represents ignorance in many aspects, or nescience. It can also represent black and white thinking, knowing and unknowingness, or not knowing where to go, being clumsy. It can represent the conscious mind and the unconscious mind. But it is the ground floor, and is where we all start from. So it represents our own consciousness in internal dualism, and our goal is to bridge that dualism. And it is an important aspect of our consciousness. And back in the disco days, there was the phrase, "don't be square," which was a Masonic phrase to say don't be on the floor of the house, meaning don't remain there. You can't stay there forever. And this is where most people are stuck at in their consciousness, is on the floor of the house. They've never raised themselves upright like a pillar, and they have not met on the level yet. So that's another tool, a Masonic tool. Now there's a lot more to this. It is a whole library of knowledge in this. I just don't have time to explain it all, so I highly recommend that you dig deeper into this. But I do have some things that I do want to bring to the table about Freemasonry. Freemasonry has its roots in the ancient Egyptian mystery schools and totemic societies, and their esoteric teachings. The symbols, rituals, and allegorical elements found in Freemasonry can all be traced back to the spiritual and philosophical tradition of ancient Egypt or Kemet. Freemasonry perpetuates the ancient mysteries of Egypt, which were passed down through generations and eventually evolved into the Masonic rituals and initiations of the modern day. And I would highly recommend this author to understand this. And it's a very, very advanced topic to get into. But I would recommend this book specifically, The Origins and Evolution of Freemasonry, Connected to the Origins and Evolution of the Human Race by Albert Churchward. And here is a profound quote from his book. The stellar cult existed for at least 300,000 years, as witnessed by records found and still exist today. These people traveled and went all over Europe, Asia, parts of North and South America, Central America, and the islands of the Pacific, as well as Africa. The remains and ruins of large cities and temples found throughout the world were mostly built by these people, meaning the stellar cult. The solar, which came after, built some, but the buildings of each are easily distinguished one from the other. The former were iconographic, the latter were not, and that's extremely important to understand. They worked out all of the revolutions of the sun, moon, and stars, the celestial bodies, and the rituals of ancient Egypt, upon which all doctrines throughout the world have been founded. So for the oldest records of our brotherhood, we have to go back as far as totemic sociology, over 600,000 years. This is proved by the fact that the skeletons of the stellar mythos people were found in Lombardy, the Paleocene strata of the Earth, and above is the low estimate for that. Now we find from these old temples that all our signs and symbols were in use then just as we use them now. There is no difference except that in some cases we have slightly modernized them. Their rituals with slight modifications were the same ones as ours. So this is a direct link to the true history of the signs, symbols, the culture, the spiritual knowledge of Freemasonry. And when you study his books, which he has a collection of 7, you understand how much evidence he's really bringing to the table. And until you really study this, I don't really think that you're qualified to speak on human origins, or at least the origins of the mystery schools. That's my own opinion on that. And I think that without studying his work, we are not doing the mystery schools justice when it comes to the origins of them. Now, with this, I feel like it's very important to bring to the table some more advanced understanding about this. Now, I tried to keep this presentation as simple as possible up to this point, but there's a few things that come when it comes to Freemasonry and when it comes to the Arthurian legend, we're about to get to that here in a minute, that I feel that nobody else really states. And all of this work that I'm bringing to the table right now is built upon all of my earlier work. And also built upon Albert Churchward's work and many other great researchers, including Douglas Martins and people like Mark Passio. Now, we have to understand the life cults and the death cults. The life cults or hero cults come before the death cults, or the mythology came before the eschatology. Eschatology, pretty much in the most simplest form, means the final place of the soul, the final resting place of the soul, or what comes next. Life cults or hero cults, also known as hero cults, are ancient religious or spiritual practices that venerate heroic figures, legendary ancestors, or deify individuals. These cults often focus on celebrating life heroism and the achievement of revered individuals. In many cases, these heroes are believed to have transcended ordinary human limitations, and their stories inspire and uplift their followers. They emphasize positive attributes such as courage, virtue, honor, and resilience, and contribute to the formation of cultural and societal or social identity. Death cults, or eschatology, also referred to as eschatological cults, that's a hard word to say, focus on the study and beliefs surrounding death and afterlife and the end of the world. Eschatology explores questions about what happens to individuals and the world at the end of time. Eschatological beliefs often revolve around the fate of the soul or spirit after death, and followers of death cults are concerned with the journey of the soul in the afterlife, and many engage in rituals or practices to prepare for this transition. Some death cults are deeply concerned with apocalyptic scenarios where they anticipate significant and transformative events that will mark the end of the world as it is known. They often explore the dual nature of existence, including the contrast between life and death, light and darkness, and good and evil. Mythology, which often encompasses the stories, legends, and narratives of culture, often precede eschatology in the development of religious or spiritual belief systems. It frequently lays the foundation for religious beliefs and practices containing elements related to the creation of the world, the origins of humanity, and the deed of heroes or gods. Over time, as society and cultures evolve, some aspects of mythology may transform into eschatological beliefs as people contemplate the ultimate destiny of the soul or seek answers to existential questions. Elements of mythology may continue to coexist with eschatological beliefs or systems, reflecting the complex and evolving nature of religious and spiritual thought. So this is pretty complex, and it's very important to understand, and I hope I made this kind of simple. Neither of these are good or evil. It's just about how our consciousness is evolving and how we're storing this knowledge and how we're bringing the old in with the new. And there is a sort of chronology to how these tools that we use and the study of nature and the study of the soul, the study of the phenomenons of existence, how they've manifested and why they have manifested, which is the most important thing, why they have manifested. And a lot of it has led us to the place that we are at today and the position and the condition of the current human world, the misunderstanding of these ancient beliefs and ancient systems of esoteric knowledge. Now, a lot of people may be familiar with, if they're familiar with my work, where I talk a lot about the gavel symbolism. Now, the gavel is a huge symbol in Freemasonry. A lot of people should know this. The judge wields it as a symbol of power. But I thought I would elaborate a little bit more here since we're talking about Freemasonry. So this is not meant for the initiate. And I probably should have put this in another presentation, but it came together this way, so you're going to have to fucking deal with it. The gavel, or sacred double-headed axe, known as the Egyptian Netcher, has its origins in the ancient Comedian and stellar cults. It symbolizes the one great spirit or the grand architect of the universe. The word Netcher is etymologically connected to our word nature. It's literally where we get our word nature, Netcher. We commonly associate it with the gavel or the judge's tool in our legal system today, which is a false form of authority. Initially, the gavel consisted of 3 sticks crossed as represented in the image above, so it's the top left. But it evolved into a sacred axe with a double head, and that is represented on the page on the right. This double-headed axe represented the great chief of the hammer and was associated with Horus, the chief hero of the early solar cults. Later, it represented Horus of the double horizon, or the cleaver of the way. It has 7 points, 6 outer points forming a star, and a central point symbolizing the all-seeing eye, or the divine eye of providence, or the one great spirit, or the source of all things, the truth. It also can be a symbol for the truth, the source. The original all-seeing eye was associated with Ursa Minor, also known as the Little Bear, which was an early form of Horus with his 6 companions. This symbol has its roots in stellar mythology predating dynastic Egypt, and it's also stellar cosmology as well. And what I mean by stellar is the stellar cult, that which Albert Churchward was referring to earlier. So there's 3 ancient cults of the world. So I just want to make it clear that I expect some of you guys to have done some research on this stuff. You need to know that there's 3 ancient cults of the world, which is the solar, the lunar, and the stellar. There's some prerequisite knowledge that comes before you're ever going to understand anything in this, but I'm bringing it to the table. The gavel carries a multifaceted meaning, including power, authority, and judgment. It can also be interpreted as representing the omniscient understanding of the 3 dimensions with its 6 directional points. The central point corresponds to Polaris, or the northern polar constellation, Ursa Minor. In Egypt, Ursa Minor never dips below the horizon, signifying an all-seeing or godlike presence, and I will be explaining that a little bit later. Additionally, a forming of the double cross and later adding another, meaning another bar, thus forming the triple cross, or triple. These are still used in the same 2 forms by the brothers of the 33rd degree of Freemasonry. So we can find these symbols. This is one reason why I was bringing this to the table, because we can find these symbols in Freemasonry today. And the treble cross is the one at the bottom. So we have the double cross with just the lines horizontal, they're not closed off, and the one to the right of that with the triangle at the bottom of it, that's in the 33rd degree. Both of these are, and you can find that there. The gavel is linked to the Star of David as well, or Solomon's seal. In a positive context, it consists of an upward-facing triangle and an inverted triangle. The upward-facing triangle represents the masculine aspect, the inverted triangle symbolizing the feminine aspect. However, its deeper psychological representation relates to self-ownership and the connection to the one great spirit, or the grand architect of the universe. And many esoteric traditions discuss the 7 rays emanating from the cerebral, connecting to the source, and these rays are symbolized in the gavel. There's so much to the number 7. It's insane. I can't get into all of it here, but I'm sure a lot of people can bring a lot of their own knowledge to that table. I have notebooks filled with correlations to the number 7. The transition to a single-headed axe signifies a shift towards primacy in the north, indicating a period where the northern pole gained prominence over the southern pole. In the earlier phases, both poles, south and north, were revered equally, symbolizing a balance between Horus and Set, matter and spirit, and north and south. As the axe becomes single-headed, it represents a focus on the material realm over the spiritual realm, with the south symbolizing the spiritual and the north symbolizing the material. This transformation is reflected in modern symbols like flagpoles and flags themselves. This evolution of symbolism reflects the intricate interplay between spiritual and material realms in ancient cultures and how these concepts evolved over time. So we can see here where we actually have an Egyptian single-headed axe here, And the Egyptian single-headed axe, if you go to dynastic Egypt, the hieroglyphs, this will also represent nature, or the nature. One thing I'd like to point out is that orientation is key when it comes to understanding the evolution of the mythos and the application of the axioms from the ancient world into the real world. There's always this shift, and cosmology plays a giant part in this. And to stay oriented with the cosmological representations, along with the symbolic representations, and the modes of psyche that are manifesting the conditions of the societies is very, very crucial. This is why, even though the single-headed axe still represents God or divine or nature, it also symbolizes an imbalance in the mythos and an imbalance in the society. This is why we find it in later time periods of the Comedian culture, because they've moved into a solar aspect of culture, a patriarchal style of governing, which is exactly what we've been dealing with, which is the domination of the solar cult aspect of our consciousness. And really, we should just call it the dark solar cult, because that's really what it's about. It's about the dark aspects of the solar representation of our consciousness. So our modern era is a solar cult. It's all around us. Christianity is a solar cult. It's everywhere. Politics is based on the solar cult rituals and traditions. It's all solar cult. And you'll start to see that when you start to unveil and understand this symbolism. So moving on from that, the symbol of Freemasonry literally is the all-seeing eye. It is the main symbol of Freemasonry. We see it everywhere in culture. It's in movies. It's spoken about in music. It is all over the place. It is in all esoteric traditions as well. The stellar people, or the stellar cult, initially revered the southern pole with Set as their primary deity, symbolizing the spiritual aspect of nature. As their mythology evolved, Horus eventually became the primary deity of the north, representing the material realm. From the Nile Valley, both the southern and northern circumpolar constellations were visible. However, as they left Egypt, the southern polar star dipped below the horizon, leading to the symbolism of the all-seeing eye, where the eye signifies the eye of Horus within the northern polar constellation. The northern pole star never sinks below the horizon, was perceived as omniscient, or the all-seeing eye, like I said before. This concept was associated to the one great spirit, or the grand architect of the universe, as all celestial bodies in the visible sky revolved around this central point. This understanding is reflected in the first degree tracing board of Freemasonry, where the all-seeing eye is positioned over the central pillar, not the left pillar, representing the solar archetype. Before Horus was linked to the sun, he held significance as a deity of the northern pole star. So what's being said here is that the Egyptians could see, or the Comedians, the ancient stellar cult, could see both the northern and southern polar constellations, and as they migrated and as they exodus out of their native areas, the southern pole star dropped below the horizon, representing death and the dive into the spiritual realm. And then the northern pole star took prominence, which represented the all-seeing eye, and everything else just revolved around it. That was it. You know, that's where this symbol comes from. That's one of its origins. And I think it's probably its oldest origins of this symbol. And I would, like I said, recommend going to Churchward to understand this more. Now, more on Freemasonry, right? So in Freemasonry, we have Hiram Abiff, who is also known as the Widow's Son. Hiram Abiff is a central character in Masonic lore, particularly in the Master Mason degree, which is the third and final degree of craft masonry. He is portrayed as the chief architect and master builder of Solomon's Temple in Jerusalem. According to the Masonic legend, Hiram Abiff possessed valuable architectural knowledge in the plans for the temple. He was entrusted with the construction of the temple, and his role was crucial in its completion. Hiram Abiff is known for his unwavering dedication to his craft and his commitment to preserving the secrets of masonry, even when faced with adversity. The allegory of Hiram Abiff in Freemasonry is a symbolic narrative that conveys important moral and philosophical lessons. Hiram Abiff is portrayed as the master builder of Solomon's temple. Like I said, when 3 unworthy apprentices demand for the Masonic secret, or the secret word, that's also what they were demanding for, the word of God, from him, and he refuses, they conspire to force him to reveal these Masonic secrets, resulting in his tragic death allegorically. Hiram Abiff's death symbolizes the loss of wisdom and knowledge, and his recovery becomes a central quest for truth and enlightenment. His symbolic resurrection represents the preservation of Masonic teachings and the eternal pursuit of knowledge and moral enlightenment. And over here on the side, we have the depiction, the coffin, which represents the 3rd degree. On the far right, that is the 3rd degree tracing board of Freemasonry. And then to the left, it's another version of the tracing board with the allegorical Jesus or Hiram in the coffin, who is being raised. Now, the orientation of this board is extremely important, whereas the first board, the 1st degree board, I know we skipped over the second, but I didn't have time to put all that in here. The middle pillar, or the ionic pillar, right above the all-seeing eye, is east, and below that is west. So it's the opposite of what this board is representing. The dominant feature on this board is obviously the coffin, and the coffin, the head of the coffin, is notably in the west, and the feet in the east. This is a traditional form of burial facing the rising sun. So the sun rises the way that the Kundalini energy would also rise, because it also is said that breath is spirit, and when you release your last breath, your spirit leaves your body. And then in some traditions, the crown chakra is where the spirit is released out of the body. So it's supposed to aid in that progression, and also the sun represents the spirit. So ancient comedians would bury their dead on the west side of the Nile in this orientation. And at the head, of course, we have the acacia, which is the tree that represents resurrection. There's also a Masonic cipher, but I can't get into that here. And then we have in Hebrew 555 on many of these tracing boards, the 3rd degree tracing boards, which is said to represent the master builder Hiram Abiff's number. Now again, I'm not going to be going over all the symbolism of this because I just don't have time. I do hope to further break down some of these symbols in future S.E.E.D work on my website. So now this is some of the pivotal work as well. And if anybody's been listening to the most recent episodes of The Cubbyhole, which I highly recommend you do, you'll understand these deeper connections. The connections between Hiram Abiff and Osiris is a fascinating aspect of Masonic symbolism and allegory, representing themes of death, resurrection, and the pursuit for higher knowledge. Osiris was the son of the sky god Geb, or Geb, and the earth goddess Nut, and he ruled over the fertile lands of Egypt, bringing prosperity and civilization to the people. He was a wise and just ruler who taught the Egyptian agriculture and the art of making wine, among many other things, including a lot of occult knowledge and esotericism. However, Osiris had a jealous brother named Set, who coveted his throne. Set plotted to kill Osiris and take his place. He created a beautiful chest and invited Osiris to a grand feast where he offered to give the chest to anyone who could fit inside it perfectly. Osiris, unaware of Set's intentions, he lays down in the chest, and Set slammed the lid shut, sealing it with lead and throwing it into the Nile River. The chest floated down the river, eventually came to rest in a tamarisk tree in Byblos, Phoenicia, modern-day Lebanon. The tree grew around the chest, encasing Osiris within. Meanwhile, Isis, Osiris' sister and wife, searched tirelessly for his body. She eventually discovered the chest and brought it back to Egypt. Set, still determined to thwart Osiris, learned of Isis's find, and in a fit of rage, dismembered Osiris's body into numerous pieces, scattering them across Egypt, including his cock, or his penis, which he threw and fed to a fish. Isis and her sister, Nephthys, along with the god Anubis of the underworld, embarked on a quest to recover Osiris's body parts. They managed to find and reassemble all the pieces except for Osiris's phallus, which had been eaten by a fish, like I said. Nevertheless, with help of the god Thoth, a magical phallus was fashioned, and Osiris was resurrected through the powerful spell of Isis. This phallus was golden as well. Though Osiris was brought back to life, he could no longer rule the world of the living. Instead, he became the ruler of the afterlife. This corresponds to eschatology, and this is extremely important to the time periods between mythology and eschatology. The god of the underworld and the judge of the dead. His story is often associated with themes of resurrection and the cyclical nature of life and death, and the importance of fertility in agriculture in ancient Egypt. The connection between Hiram-Abiff and Osiris in Freemasonry reflects shared themes of death, resurrection, and transmission of knowledge and wisdom. While they come from different cultures and mythological backgrounds, their stories are woven into the symbolic fabric of Masonic allegory to convey important moral and spiritual lessons to Masons on their journey of self-improvement and enlightenment. In the Masonic legend of Hiram-Abiff, he meets a tragic end when he is killed by his 3 fellow craftsmen who demand the secret of his craft. Hiram-Abiff's death represents the loss of wisdom and knowledge. However, in the Masonic narrative, Hiram-Abiff is symbolically resurrected, signifying the preservation and continuation of the Masonic teachings and the pursuit of truth and enlightenment. This theme parallels the resurrection of Osiris in the Egyptian mythology. Now, there's a lot more to this. This is like the basic stuff. This is really the basic of basics. Another concept of the Osiris legend is the Pillar of Djed. The Djed pillar, a symbol from ancient Egyptian culture, holds esoteric and spiritual significance. It is often depicted as a column with crossbars near the top, resembling a backbone or spine. It is seen as Osiris's backbone or spine and represents his eternal and resurrected state. The esoteric meaning of the Djed or Djed pillar includes stability, endurance, inner strength, and is associated with Osiris, the god of resurrection. It may also be seen as a symbol of sacred geometry, alignment of the chakras, and energy flow, and the individual's journey towards enlightenment and transformation. This connection reflects the cyclical nature of life and death, much like the natural cycles observed in the changing seasons and the annual flooding of the Nile Valley or the Nile River. Okay, moving on to the next correlation here. I wanted to bring another interesting variable that I never see a lot of people talk about, but here is a connection to not only Rosicrucianism within Freemasonry, but also the Egyptian mythos as well. So in the Scottish Rite, which is one of the appendant bodies of Freemasonry, offering additional degrees beyond the first 3 degrees, as I talked about earlier, the 18th degree is known by various names. Sometimes it is called Sovereign Princes of Rose Crooks, Prince of the Rose Crooks, the Herodin or Herodin, and Knight Rose Crooks or Knights of the Eagle and the Pelican. Now, this is the symbolic representation that is usually associated with this degree, which you can see right off the bat. We have the Rose Cross, we have the compass, which represents higher thought and the emotional aspects. Then we have a pelican and 7 pelican babies, which are feeding off of its own blood. We have vines growing up around the cross, and we also have the acronym INRI, or INRI, at the bottom. The name pelican finds its roots in ancient Greek word pelican, which itself is derived from pelekes, signifying axe, which is really important. I told you that axe was going to come back around, which is kind of interesting because we also have 7 at the bottom. And actually, if you consider the pelican mother as the 8, we have 78 also correlating back to the tarot. So we have the 7 and the 8. And just to add a little, extra knowledge here in musical notation, we go from A to G, which is 7, and then the next octave, which starts back over at A again, is the 8 or the 1, the completion. So that 7 is extremely important. In classical times, this term was attributed to both the pelican and the woodpecker, abbreviation for the Latin phrase igni natura renovator integre, which translates to by fire nature is renewed, like the phoenix. The image of the pelican is often depicted as piercing its breast to provide sustenance, blood for its 7 young pelicans nestled beneath it. I don't know if the babies are called pelicans or not. This symbolism extends to represent the philanthropists and reformers who have selflessly dedicated their lives for the betterment of humanity. It serves as a powerful reminder of boundless generosity, especially towards those who are vulnerable and in need. Furthermore, the pelican symbolizes the abundant benevolence of nature from which all living beings draw their sustenance. Consequently, when the pelican and the eagle are portrayed together, they embody the idea of profound wisdom and unwavering devotion, balance. But as you can see, it represents nature, and technically, the cross is a form of the axe as well. This all correlates back to that gavel symbol and the stellar cult. And then also, it's the 18th degree, right? So as I was talking about earlier, we have the 1 and 8, the 18th degree. So to end this section on Freemasonry, I bring you Albert Pike, the author of Morals and Dogma. Freemasonry is the subjugation of the human that is in man by the divine, the conquest of the appetites and the passions by the moral sense and the reason, a continual effort, struggle, and warfare of the spiritual against the material and sensual. It's very, very important. So the next section is the Arthurian legend. This is the final section of my presentation. There's a lot to this section, and I hope to shed some deep, profound insight into the hero myth and the importance of the Arthurian tale, and hopefully get some of you kind of interested in doing some research on it, because I do feel that nobody does enough research on the Arthurian legend. In the Arthurian legend, we encounter a quintessential hero, King Arthur, a figure whose mythos embodies the ideal of chivalry, bravery, and the pursuit of noble quests. Arthur, like the legendary heroes of old, he is a legendary hero of old, draws the sword Excalibur from the stone, signifying his divine quote-unquote right to rule, and embarks on a quest for the Holy Grail, a vessel said to hold the elixir of immortality. His noble companions, the Knights of the Round Table, exemplify various facets of the hero archetype, from the valorous Sir Lancelot to the wise Sir Gawain. The hero mythos, a narrative template as old as humanity itself, transcends cultural boundaries and resonates deeply within all of us. It tells of an ordinary individual who is called to adventure, face trials and tribulations, acquires wisdom and strength, and ultimately returns to their community with newfound gifts to share. This monomyth, famously outlined by Joseph Campbell, mirrors the hero's journey we find in Arthurian legend, but extends its roots far beyond medieval Europe into totemic societies. To connect these themes to Egyptian mythology, we delve into the mystical realm of Osiris, the god of the afterlife and resurrection once again. Just as Arthur seeks the Holy Grail and faces the challenge of a quest, Osiris' journey is akin to the hero's journey, with resurrection as the ultimate boon. The Arthurian legend is a complex and multifaceted narrative that has captivated scholars and enthusiasts alike due to its rich history, esoteric elements, and symbolic significance. It is deeply rooted in the hero mythos, particularly that of the solar hero archetype. The challenges in researching and understanding the Arthurian and Grail legends lies in the incorporation of diverse and sometimes seemingly contradictory elements. These elements include Celtic and Christian influences, which are present in various versions of the legend. Researchers have debated whether the Grail legend is fundamentally Christian or has its origins in pre-Christian tradition. One perspective argues that the Grail legend is essentially a Christian and ecclesiastic story, relying on written literature to support this view. Conversely, another viewpoint emphasizes the preservation of folklore or more ancient totemic ideas and elements within the tale, and the rituals often pointing to their kinship with Celtic traditions. According to this perspective, the story's origins are non-Christian and rooted in more ancient folklore. And to kind of understand this, you really have to understand From Ritual to Romance by Jesse L. Weston. The theory of Christian origins encounters difficulties in proving the existence of a legend concerning Joseph of Arimathea and the Grail. As there is no evidence of this story outside the Grail literature, the origins of the Arthurian legend are shrouded in mystery and the occult, making it challenging to ascertain its true age and roots. Nevertheless, certain prototypes and symbols within the legend, such as the Wasteland, the Fisher King, and Hidden Castle, with its solemn feast, can be traced back to earlier mythologies, traditions, and totemic societies. To delve deeper into this subject, scholars and enthusiasts are encouraged to explore various resources, including Joseph Campbell's The Hero with 1,000 Faces, Jesse L. Weston, From Ritual to Romance, and J.G. Fraser, The Golden Bough. These works provide valuable insight into the hero myth and its connections to ancient cultures and rituals. And I have read all of these, obviously, many, many times. They're not just books that you just read once, especially Fraser over here, A Study of Magic and Religion. Yeah, I mean, it's insane how much knowledge is there. It's a constant study. It's a lifelong study. In the esoteric realm of myth and symbolism, the Arthurian legend and the hero mythos reveal themselves as vessels carrying profound metaphysical insight, connecting the human psyche to the cosmic order. When we delve into the deeper depths, we uncover hidden layers of meaning that resonate with the mystical traditions of ancient Egypt. Arthur, the once and future king, represents the eternal soul's journey through the cycles of incarnation. His drawing of Excalibur from the stone symbolizes the awakening of the inner divine spark within the human soul, the sword of truth that cuts through the illusions of the ego, material world, and slavery. This mirrors the Egyptians' belief in Ma'at, the cosmic order, and the soul's quest for alignment with the cosmic order. The Knights of the Round Table embody aspects of the self on the path to enlightenment. Lancelot, with his inner conflicts and affairs, represents the struggle between the lower and higher self, echoing the Egyptian concepts of the Ba and the Ka. The dual aspects of the soul. Sir Gawain, adherence to the code of chivalry, and his encounter with the Green Knight parallel the trials of the initiate seeking spiritual enlightenment. We're going to talk about the Green Knight later. In the Egyptian mythology, the story of Osiris, which we've already kind of explained a little bit of, delves deeply into esoteric notion of death and rebirth as a metaphor for spiritual transformation. Osiris's dismemberment by Set signifies the fragmentation of the soul, a symbolic death and a descent into the underworld. This mirrors the Fisher King's story, which must undergo trials and confront its own fragmentation before achieving spiritual resurrection. Isis, the divine sister wife, represents the inner wisdom, intuition required to restore the fragmented soul, which is the sacred feminine principle. Her magical reassembly of Osiris signifies the regeneration of the self and the awakening of inner potential, aligning with the Hermetic principle of as above, so below. It also aligns with the alchemical process of albedo. So as you can see here, this also relates back to everything that I was talking about earlier on. When we connect these narratives, we discern a grand esoteric synthesis. Arthur's quest for the Holy Grail parallels with the Egyptian pursuit of enlightenment and unity with the divine, the Grail often depicted as a mystical chalice, symbolizing the vessel of the soul, akin to the Egyptians' concept of the Ka. The hero's journey, whether in the Arthurian or the Egyptian context, becomes the spiritual path of self-realization, transformation, and ultimately transcendence. So, Rome, particularly the Roman Catholic Church, perceived pagan legends like the Arthurian narrative as the challenge to its growing spiritual dominance in Europe. These myths presented alternative narratives that celebrated matriarchal or nature-based traditions, not all of which were matriarchal, by the way, imposed resistance to Christianization efforts. In response, the church employed strategies of co-optation and adaptation and ultimately integration of elements of these legends into Christian frameworks while gradually diminishing their independent significance. The historical interplay between paganism and Christianity remains a testament to the complex evolution of religious beliefs in Europe. So pretty much they adapted it, they assimilated it, they co-opted it, they destroyed it, they left it as a detritus of what it originally was. Any new religion seeks to obliterate all its predecessors. The Arthurian legend is intricately tied to ancient totemic nature and solar cults, with the elements of the agricultural symbolism. In many hero legends, including the Arthurian, narrative, the king's well-being is linked to the land's fertility and crops. We can show that between these mystery cults, there exists at one time a close and intimate union involved with the practice of simulation of the central rites, in each case a Eucharistic feast in which the worshippers partook of the food of life from the sacred vessel. We find this in Christianity. Many ancient cultures, including the Egyptians, Greeks, and Romans, had long-standing traditions of offering sacrifices to their gods. In the Hellenistic period, mystery religions such as the cult of Dionysus and the cult of Isis featured rituals that included the consumption of bread and wine as symbols of spiritual nourishment and initiation. These rituals often involve the consumption of sacrificial animals and other offerings as a means of communing with the divine. Furthermore, King Arthur, like other legendary figures such as Apollo, Dionysus, and Jesus Christ, is seen as a metaphorical representation of the sun's annual journey through the zodiacal sign. This archetype underscores the connection between solar mythology and the Arthurian legend. Bear with me here, we're getting through this. The divine right of kings was a political and religious doctrine prevalent in medieval Europe. It asserted that monarchs derived their authority and legitimacy directly from God, and their rule was divinely ordained. The belief justified absolute monarchy, where kings wielded unchecked power and were accountable only to God. Arthurian legends often emphasized the moral and ethical responsibility of a ruler. Arthur's Knights of the Round Table swore oaths of chivalry and justice. In contrast, the divine right of kings did not inherently emphasize moral or ethical responsibilities. It focused on the false source of divine authority and moral relativity. So what I'm saying here with this is that even though Arthur drew his sword and it was seen as some sort of fate or a divine authority, it was never wielded in that way. And remember, this is all about occult knowledge. Arthur wielding that sword is also symbolic of him wielding occult knowledge. And it's very obvious. And he is a bridging between the old and the new as well. That's really important to understand that. And there's many ways you can interpret the sword and the stone, obviously. A lot of people physically correlate it to metallurgy and the advancements of forging and also alchemy. You know, so the sword being pulled from the stone is like, you know, pulling the metal from the stone and tempering it, you know, forging it into a strong piece of metal, right? So yeah, it can be correlated to the advancements of metallurgy in that way. But obviously we're talking about the spiritual and occult significance of this, which there's occult significance to that as well. Delving into the esoteric symbolism of the 5 alchemical elements and the suits of the tarot and the elements of Arthurian legend. The sword, lance, grail, and round table reveals a profound interconnectedness that hints at a hidden mystery of transformation, enlightenment, in the hero's journey. So, if we look at this, already you can see we have the lance, we have the sword, we have the grail, we have the round table. These are all the suits of the tarot. We have earth, the pinnacles, and that's the round table. Earth in alchemy represents the material world, stability and grounding. In the tarot, pinnacles or coins corresponds to earth and deals with practical matters and wealth. The round table, a symbol of unity and equality among Arthur's knights, can be seen as a representation of the earthly realm. It signifies the harmonious balance of the material aspects of life, mirroring the stability and prosperity associated with the earth. Then we have water, cups, the Holy Grail. Water is the element of emotions, intuition, and the unconscious in alchemy. In the tarot, cups represents water and addresses matters of the heart, emotions, and relationships. The Holy Grail, a symbol of divine communion and spiritual fulfillment, can be seen as a representation of emotions and the intuitive realm, or the sacred feminine. It reflects the depths of the human soul and the quest for spiritual enlightenment, much like the emotions and the intuitive aspects depicted in the cup's suit. It also represents the subconscious realm as well. Air, swords. Air in alchemy represents intellect, communication, and clarity of thought. Swords in the tarot align with air and deal with matters of the mind, challenges, and decision-making processes. Excalibur is often depicted as a sword of great wisdom and power. In some versions of the Arthurian legend, it is said to be inscribed with mystical runes or words of power. This association with knowledge and wisdom aligns with the qualities of air element, which is linked to the intellectual pursuits and the realm of ideas. And in fire, wands, and the lance. Fire in alchemy symbolizes transformation, passion, and spiritual illumination. The tarot's wands represents fire and deal with inspiration, energy, and personal power. The lance embodies the fiery element as a symbol of courage, truth, and the power of will. It represents the transformative and illuminating aspects of fire, just as wands in the tarot deck signifies the inner fire that drives us to seek our own purpose and overcome obstacles. And you could correlate this to Merlin's wand as well. And that's why I kind of bring up Merlin here as well, because you can't talk about the Arthurian legend without talking about Merlin. I actually think that Merlin's more popular in modern culture than Arthur himself now. Merlin, the great wizard who possesses godlike hermetic wisdom and magic. Hermes is a collaboration of many symbols, Greek, Roman, and Egyptian. There are many hero stories that depict Hermes. Some of the ones that we might recognize would be Gandalf in Lord of the Rings and Morpheus in The Matrix. Hermes is the one who sends the hero on his quest with his higher level wisdom and insight. So Hermes is the hermit, obviously. He's Thoth, he's Morpheus, he's Gandalf. There's many Hermes in modern movies. But he's also Merlin. That's literally the first Merlin, right? And you can look at Arthur as Neo. Literally, The Matrix is the Arthurian legend, just in a modern form. So as you can see with all this ancient, amazing story is correlating to all of these traditions. Alchemy, tarot, you can correlate it to Kabbalistic tradition, the Masonic tradition. You can correlate it to all of these because they're all interconnected. There's a ubiquitous nature between all of them. I think the next two sections are some of the most profound insight that I've gained from the Arthurian legend at some level. The Arthurian legend of the Fisher King is a significant and symbolic element of the Arthurian mythos. It is often associated with the quest for the Holy Grail and the theme of the wounded king. The Fisher King is a mythical figure who is also known as the Wounded King or the Maimed King. He is the guardian of the Holy Grail and the ruler of the Grail Castle. The Fisher King is called such because he is often depicted as a fisherman, and his primary role is to catch fish from the sacred river near his castle. It's really important to understand how this correlates to Jesus. This also correlates to some of the Buddhist rites and traditions of the feast that they have with the fish. It's all over the place. It's everywhere. The defining characteristic of the Fisher King is his grievous and mysterious wound. The nature of his injury varies in different versions of the legend, but it is always a debilitating and unhealable wound, often located in the thigh or groin. This wound reflects a deeper spiritual and metaphysical malice afflicting the land. The Wounded King can be seen as a symbol of the wounded and disconnected spiritual aspects of the land and its people. The quest for the Grail becomes a spiritual journey in which the knights seek not only a physical object, but a spiritual healing, redemption, and the restoration of the land's vitality. The land's desolation, the health and well-being of the Fisher King are intrinsically linked to the fertility and prosperity of the land that he rules. Sorry about the typo there. When the Fisher King is wounded, the land becomes desolate, barren, and unproductive. Crops fail, animals sicken, and the kingdom falls into decline. This is really important to understand. This is where we get the killing of the king ritual. This is all part of that. This is all part of politics. This is part of every aspect of our world. This is intrinsically tied into also ourselves. I mean, just think about it. Even on the most microcosmic level, when you get sick, your house falls into disorder. You're the ruler of your house. So if your mind and your spirit is sick, then your temple, your body falls into disorder as well. Now just multiply that into society. That's exactly what's happening. It's a spiritual wound. The quest for the Grail, a sacred and mystical chalice often associated with Christ's Last Supper, is intrinsically intertwined with the Fisher King's plight. Knights of the Round Table, among them Percival and Galahad, embark on a noble quest to locate the Grail, believing it possesses the power to mend both the king and the ailing land. Redemption and healing take center stage in this legend in certain renditions. When a worthy knight like Galahad attains the Grail, a miraculous transformation occurs. The Fisher King's grievous wound is healed, and the land is restored to its former glory. This symbolizes the profound theme of redemption, where spiritual healing paves the way for the rejuvenation of a once desolate world. This is what we're trying to do today. We're trying to heal the land. Our world is sick, and it's because we are spiritually sick. We have to get in touch with our true selves, our sacred feminine nature. We have to enact that into the world collectively. It is true, it's a collective effort, but it all starts at the individual effort. It all starts with the one, and then it has to be multiplied. But we need numbers. It is the truth. No one person can solve this issue. So another one of my favorite stories is The Green Knight, and I'm not sure if anybody's watched the Green Knight movie, but I highly recommend watching the Green Knight movie. The cinematography is amazing, and the story is amazing. And since most of us here, at least I hope most of the people watching this, are familiar with natural law, you'll understand a little bit of the allegory in it, which I'm going to explain here. The central element of the Green Knight's legend is a challenge to King Arthur's knights. He proposes a peculiar and seemingly perilous game. Any knight who accepts his challenge, beheading, which is what the challenge is, can strike him with his axe. There's this axe again, right? The Netcher. And remember, he's a Green Knight. But they must prepare to receive an equal blow in 1 year's time, 1 circle year, passing through all the 4 elements, right? And coming back. The cycle. His axe will belong to whoever accepts this deal. After accepting the Green Knight's challenge, Sir Gawain beheads him and then must seek the Green Knight a year later to fulfill his part of the bargain with honor. Gawain demonstrates chivalry and loyalty until his honor is called into question by a test involving a lord and a lady and the lady of a castle at which he is a guest on his journey. This journey is both a painstaking physical and spiritual quest, representing the inner struggles for self-transformation and responsibility that are the result of our own actions. So to give a little bit more context about this journey, Gawain ends up meeting a lord and a lady at a castle in the middle of winter. The lord proposes a bargain to Gawain that he goes hunting every day and he will give Gawain whatever he catches on the condition that Gawain gives him whatever he may gain during the day. Gawain accepts this offer. After he leaves, the lady visits Gawain and tries to seduce him. But despite her best efforts, he allows her nothing but a single kiss. When the Lord returns and gives Gawain a deer he has killed, Gawain gives a single kiss to him without divulging its sources. So this was an exchange, kind of like a karmatic repercussion of what's going on here. The next day, the lady returns to Gawain and tries to advance on him again. And again, the Lord brought back a hunted boar and had to exchange, and Gawain had to give 2 kisses. She comes once more on the 3rd morning. Gawain denies her advances at this point. So she offers him a gold ring as a keepsake. He steadfastly refuses this gold ring, but she pleads that he at least take her sash, which is a green and gold silk sash. And it is charmed. And this charm will keep him safe from all physical harm. So Gawain accepts this, and they exchange the 3 kisses. And then he has to face the Green Knight down, but he has to accept this blow. First, the Green Knight tests his willpower by acting like he's going to cut off his head. 3 times he does this. The first time, Gawain does flinch, and the Green Knight mocks him for it. The second time, he does not, and then he confronts the Green Knight and says, "Get this over with," or something like that, and demands for him to finish this. And the 3rd time, he gets hit, but it only leaves a small cut. And the reason why it leaves a small cut is because of his failure with the lady earlier on. So he does receive consequences. But since he was honorable enough to accept this, and honorable enough to eventually learn his lesson, he is protected by nature. Okay, that's what the sash also represents, as nature protecting him, because he finally gets the lesson. This is why he's not decapitated, and he accepts it with honor. This enigmatic Challenge symbolizes the trials and tests that individuals encounter on their spiritual journey, and a direct reference to natural law, and that our actions have consequences and we must be ready to embrace them. We reap what we sow, and that's what this is all about. We are reaping what we are sowing in the world right now. And it's only when we learn to embrace nature and confront it head on that we will have great aid come to us when we are bold. And that's what this story represents. I think it's one of the best allegorical tales of natural law that I've come across, is the Green Knight, especially since he wields the axe. And to wield the axe, to be the owner, right? And not necessarily like an owner as we think it, but the stewarder of nature, right? The nature. To wield that, you must go through this process. Nature must be obeyed before it can be commanded, as Francis Bacon once said. In this context, the Green Knight's game serves as a metaphor for living in harmony with unwavering laws of creation and the importance of accepting and embracing the consequences of our action, dignity, honor, integrity, loyalty, honesty, and holding true to actual principles. That's what this really comes down to. So the final section of my presentation is The Mist of Avalon by Marion Zimmer Bradley, which is a novel that offers a fresh perspective on the Arthurian legend, delving into the lives of its female characters, especially the priestesses of Avalon. This narrative lens brings to the forefront various esoteric and mystical themes that are interwoven throughout the story. It's very, very pulled away from the Christianization that we usually see in the Holy Grail legends and the Arthurian movies that are put out into the modern day. Now, there's 3 movies that I highly recommend. It would be this one, because it comes from the perspective of the sacred feminine, especially the Celtic aspects of the Arthurian legend. The Legend of the Sword, Arthur and the Legend of the Sword. And then one of my favorites is King Arthur from 2008 with Clive Owen in it. And that one has a really good historical version where, you know, they're even wearing the implements properly. They're using the implements properly, and it has historically accurate time period. It's just a really, really good movie all around. But within the novel, there is a profound reverence for the divine feminine, exemplified through the worship of the goddess in her different aspects, such as the mother, the maiden, and the crone. This highlights the central theme of honoring the sacred feminine, a concept deeply rooted in many esoteric and pagan traditions. Drawing heavily from Celtic pagan beliefs and practices, the story immerses readers in rituals and veneration of sacred sites and a celebration of natural cycles of existence. These elements underscore the tension between pagan traditions and the encroaching influence of Christianity, and that's really what we're going to see in this movie and in this book. The movie is amazing. I highly recommend it. But we can correlate this to the High Priestess of the Tarot. As the story progresses, it becomes evident that the era of the goddess worship and the pagan traditions is waning. The Roman Empire has embraced Christianity, and the new faith is spreading throughout Britain. This transition symbolizes the shift from a matriarchal or nature-based spirituality to a patriarchal and monotheistic beliefs of Christianity. The character of the Lady of the Lake, who represents the goddess and the spiritual traditions of Avalon, undergoes a profound transformation. She recognizes that her time is coming to an end and that the Christian God is gaining dominance. This realization is deeply emotional and symbolic of the fading of the old ways. One of the most striking scenes in the novel is the ritual at Stonehenge. Here, the priestess of Avalon, including Morgane, form a final ritual to bid farewell to the goddess and the old pagan traditions. The old temples and the sacred sites are abandoned and repurposed for Christian worship. The death of the goddess in the midst of the Avalon serves as a powerful allegory for the broader historical and cultural shifts occurring during the Arthurian era. It reflects the complex interplay between ancient pagan beliefs and the rising influences of Christianity, offering readers a thought-provoking exploration of spirituality, faith, and the enduring legacy of the goddess within the evolving tapestry of human belief systems. It's not just human belief systems. It's really about the dark occult, and it's about the solar cult overlap of more ancient, more pure forms, and the obliteration, assimilation, and adaptation of all these into a new religious form that is getting us exactly what we're getting today. And we're going to close out with a quote from Jesse L. Weston. "The secret of the Grail I hold to be above all a human problem, a subject of profound human interest, and one which touches such deep springs of human thought and need that it requires to be handled by those whose interest lies in dealing with the workings of the soul as much as the expression of the literary intelligence." It's so important. And I don't think people really recognize how important this is and how it connects to everything we're trying to do. We're trying to change the world for a better. We're trying to fight against the iniquities and inequities of the world, and how this really connects to us, and how until we get back to pure forms and until we can dismantle all this dogma that prevents true knowledge and true wisdom from manifesting in a society and manifesting within each individual, then we're not going to get anywhere. And I'd just like to say, I don't think knowing natural law is enough, just because of how prevalent this kind of knowledge is in academia and scholarship. And until we really deal with these religious phenomenons and this religious issue, we're not getting anywhere, because it has to do with our true heritage, our lineage. It has to do with the evolution of our psyche. It has to do with the de-evolution of our species. We're not moving anywhere until we deal with these critical topics that are rooted in ancient Egyptian sciences, and the way back to ancient Egypt is through Europe. That's the way we get there. And you got to really get into the literature. So with all that being said, ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished guests and seekers of wisdom, thank you for being a part of this transformative and this amazing metamorphosis, this journey to find the truth and to help end slavery. Today at S.E.E.D 5, we've explored the mystical realms of the occult, embarked on heroic quest of the Arthurian legend, and delved into the profound wisdom of the sacred feminine principle. In our exploration, we've unraveled the tapestry of stigma surrounding the occult traditions. We've discovered that these paths are not dark or malevolent as everybody points them out to be, but they are a tool, and they hold the key to understanding ourselves and our world and the vast cosmos that surrounds us. Like Excalibur, the legendary sword that only Arthur could draw from the stone, we too have the power to wield a symbolic sword. A sword not of conquest, but of truth, prosperity, and justice. It's a call to action, a call to stand boldly in the face of falsehood and deceit, to foster prosperity for all, and to champion justice for the marginalized, which is all of us. We are all marginalized by the dark occult. Our sovereignty is marginalized by the dark occult. But let us not forget the sacred feminine principle, because it is the root. We must start first with love and then manifest into will, the nurturing and intuitive forces that balance the world. It is a reminder that power is not solely masculine, and that the harmony comes from embracing the duality within us and bridging those two sacred aspects of ourselves. As we delve into the mysteries of the occult, let us also connect our rich heritage, tracing it back to the ancient Egyptian sciences, where the profound wisdom forms the bedrock of all the occult traditions. Their mastery of the sciences, their understanding of the cosmos, and their spiritual insight have left an undeniable mark on human history and the human soul. As we leave this conference, let's carry these lessons with us. Let's be the torchbearers of change, warriors of truth, and protectors of justice. We are in service to truth. Let us embrace the sacred feminine and sacred masculine together, recognizing the strength that lies within both of them. And let us delve deeper into our own understanding of our heritage, lineage, and connection to each other. But do not forget that the sword is a double-edged sword. It is a double-edged blade, and we must learn to wield it wisely. And the outcome of that is determined by the quality of our own consciousness. It's time to forge a brighter future, and let's ensure that the seeds of knowledge are planted in each and every person's subconscious mind, so that whenever they are ready, all they must do is fertilize that and water that seed to grow and develop the tree of life and the tree of freedom. And hopefully these seeds will once blossom into a world where understanding, compassion, empathy, and true wisdom are a norm. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for bearing with me on such a critical topic. Until next time. All right, there we go. That was the last presentation. I hope you guys enjoyed that. That was a little bit of a Frankenstein work for me. Usually I do a little bit more of a cleaner job on the editing, but I had to pull it together. You know, I had to get something out there for you guys. Oh, look at here. We got Will and we got I thought you were going to bed, Logan.
Yeah, me too.
He was trolling us.
Will just shot me a text and I was like, all right.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Cool. Well, thank you for joining us, man.
Fantastic presentation, brother. That was incredible.
Oh, thank you.
Epic,
yeah,
dude.
I appreciate that. Yeah, the last part, I could have just taken the whole last part of it and just made that the presentation, which would have been fine, honestly. Just did something just completely on the Arthurian legend. And yeah, well, I appreciate that. I hope you guys gained something from a little bit of that. I really like the Green Knight allegory. I think that's a very powerful allegory in the movie. I know somebody mentioned it in the comments as well. The cinematography in the movie and cinema language is just top tier. I don't know if you guys have ever seen that movie, but it's pretty new. I think it came out in the past couple years, but I would highly recommend watching that movie. It is just so profound, not only just the cinematography, but the whole story of the Green Knight.
Awesome. Yeah, I'll have to check that out. Fascinating.
Anybody else joining us? Is it just us?
I was just about to ask that.
I think Corey said he wanted to join.
Everyone else is all.
Yeah, no, I mean, we should get Tyler in here. Tyler, get in here.
Yeah, hop in, Tyler.
Nathan, where you at? Where you at, Nathan?
Freedom Team, assemble!
That's what's up. So what'd you guys think about the conference?
Oh, man. Just absolutely nailed it as far as I'm concerned. It was just smooth as butter. Every single, presentation just brought the A game. A good diverse spread of different topics, making that tapestry of knowledge and information. I just loved every second of it, man, all the way through.
Likewise, I can totally second that, man. I love these conferences that have overlap. You can see people's different topics kind of correlate. It's fantastic.
Look at
of
this.
good
We got Dylan up in here. Damn.
What's up, brother?
What's up, man?
How's it going, guys?
Good.
Going good. Welcome to the roundtable. I didn't know you were joining. Thanks for joining up with us, man.
Yep.
Awesome. So what were you saying, Will? What was your
No, just the overlap from everyone's presentations, the synchronicities on these topics. Logan, you said something in your presentation. It's there's many pathways to truth, and we can see that even in this conference when people are touching on different topics and categories. Yet we see the overlap in other people's presentations, and something I like to observe. We saw that in the funnel conference as well. It's something that's beautiful. Kind of it ties everything together.
That's the syncretism, man.
Yep,
Is that
exactly.
all paths lead to truth, and that's something I really tried to stress in mine. Was that like fuck this gatekeeping nonsense of like our way is the only way. If you want to get to truth, you have to put yourself in this box and slap a label on it, and yeah, it's just that's not the way, dude. Truth is there. It's readily available and discoverable to every being.
Absolutely. Do you have a what do you think about the conference, Dylan? How'd you feel about it?
Man, I thought it was great. To be honest, there's so much density in a lot of the presentations that I know I didn't absorb all of it watching things. Like I'm going to have to go back and devote like one day to each presentation that I really want to pick apart. But it is, I mean, I noticed this the previous year that I did this. It's just, it's amazing having so many people from different perspectives, different angles, basically all describing the same thing in their respective fashion.
Exactly.
It's like that meme with the different light beams pointed at the cube or the conical, or it's like a cylindrical shape, and it says like this is true, and this is truth. It's like each person is kind of beaming their own light at the truth and casting the shadow.
That's right. Welcome, Nathan.
Angles of truth, right? Perspectives. That was actually sorry to interrupt. That's great advice. That what you said about going back and revisiting the conference and take each presentation and spend some time on it to absorb it, integrate that information, contemplate on it, and then move on. I mean, 18 hours yesterday, and we're going on 15 hours today. It's like,
yeah, you can
that's
throw a
lot
wet
of
paper
knowledge.
towel on a puddle of water, and it's not going to do much. Like you've already kind of absorbed as much as you can in that session.
Yep, that is absolutely true. I know just about maybe a couple presentations ago, I was like, I don't even know if I'm taking this in at this point, you know? I'm just like, oh man, this is so good, but I'm definitely gonna have to rewatch a lot of your guys' work because I know it was very astounding. I really enjoyed yours, Dylan. You brought some good humor to the table. I enjoyed yours. I enjoyed all your guys's, obviously. I liked what Will brought to the table with initiation. I think that's really important. It correlated to a little bit of mine at the beginning, so I thought that was amazing. And getting out of the boxes, obviously, that's a really, really good concept that a lot of people overlook. And yeah, I just think it was really good all around. And we had great chats. We had some humor going. We had we had trolls. We had everybody getting in here, right? Yeah, I heard some little glitchiness there. I don't know. Is that coming from an echo? I think from somebody. Might be Nathan over here with he's the echo master. This
The echo chamber.
echo chamber. Yeah, and that's the other thing. Like, we don't want to make this an echo chamber, right? But no matter what, like the work is always going to lead you back to the truth. And when you're talking about foundational principles like we are, which is the main thing that we're trying to teach people, we're obviously going to be overlapping a lot with a lot of these things. So I think that was great. Leslie Powers brought in a lot of stuff about the hero mythos, talked about the Grail, and that overlapped with a lot of my Arthurian stuff. Nathan talked about Freemasonry and the Osiris mythos, which overlapped with some of my stuff, and I saw a couple other people talking about that. So I just think that kind of synchronicity just shows how powerful this message is, and it also shows that this is based upon an objective truth in reality, because we have many people, pun intended, here at the Knights of the Round Table, to see different angles, like you're talking about, different angles to get the actual truth, because we all can't have absolute knowledge about objective truth, the totality of objective truth. We have to come at that from all different angles to be able to see that, and that's why this is really important to have so many people like yourselves to work on this.
Yeah, I really liked the chat. Was just always good vibes. Lots of people were participating. Didn't really see any drama breakout, unlike with Funnel 3. There was a little bit of that here and there. But yeah, I mean, overall, really good vibes. Even, some people with some different perspectives. A couple people touched on like veganism versus not, and they're really, it didn't start any flame wars or anything. That's pretty nice. It's just like, just let it be. People can speak their piece, and you don't have to feel like personally attacked by it.
Right. Yeah, I think that was really good. I was expecting a bit more volatility in the comments, actually, but that didn't happen. So I was very happy about that. Though a little volatility can add a little bit of a spunk into a system, or into a group, get people a little riled up a little bit, kind of stir the pot a little bit. You need a couple Discordians in your group. They'll make you grow. So don't think that we all need to be like uniform without Discordian. We do need a little bit of Discordianism in our groups because it allows us to not only reflect upon that, but sometimes they will inspire great growth. That's why Dylan's presentation was really good, because there was a little bit of that, that kind of snarky humor that comes out. And that's a good thing to have. We don't want to lose any of that stuff, as long as you're humble enough to be able to do those things, obviously, and you're not being super egotistical or militant, with your ideology.
Great point.
Yes.
Chaos has a very important place in the universe. I think it's a lot of people get in this very kind of black and white, almost. I think a lot of it comes from kind of the Christian programming, and then New Age is just that, but repackaged, rebranded, the same kind of mindset of just like love and light, and everything's just nice and peaceful. And being a pagan, I kind of welcome that little bit of chaos and see that every element of nature has its place, and it's all serving, in some kind of way, and you can embrace that and transmute it, leverage that
Absolutely.
pushback is going to cause you to kind of think again, and like
Mhm.
really analyze and take a good look at, to respect your own beliefs. You know what I mean?
Right. It's kind of the Loki energy in a way, and we do
Yeah.
have to realize that Hermes is also called the trickster. Thoth is the trickster as well, and we do need a little bit of that, and it does correlate to not only the Hermit card but also the Fool's card. And I always say that you cannot, if you embrace yourself and you really love yourself, then you have to love those parts of yourself as well, being the Fool. And you just have to know the time and place to implement the Fool, right? And be wise about how you're implementing that, or what I call the child spirit.
Right. And you brought up the trick. I kind of like that because it pulls me out of my comfort zone. And, we get stuck in agency, we get stuck in comfort. But, when you get pulled out of that, then that means that there's room for growth. And that's one thing I liked about, how Dylan's presentation, like sometimes I can get, rigid and, get stuck to where I'm laughing. But sometimes we do need that laugh. Sometimes we do need to open up, and we need that kind of trickster to kind of pull that chaos, like into the mix, kind of change things, how like Logan did so beautifully. And I thank you for that. And I thank, all of y'all, because y'all encouraged me to step up game. And, it was an amazing conference, and it was a blast. It was a honor to be among all of you great, wonderful individuals. So I thank all of the individuals who participated in the chat. And thanks to Tyler and everyone behind the scenes.
Yeah, we got to give a big shout out to Tyler. He's been working his ass off. Look, he's in here right now with us. He literally is the engineer of all of this. So everybody should give a super big thank you to that guy, because without him, we wouldn't have been able to run such a smooth operation. And he also helped do the S.E.E.D 4 conference. And if you can support him in any way, I definitely recommend that. And also, by the way, we're not calling you the trickster necessarily, Dylan. So
I'm
don't get all
fine with that
butthurt about
title.
that.
I'll take it.
You're fine with it. You accept that with a badge of honor. You're like, yes.
I'll
Yes,
pin it on
yes.
my jester hat. Totally into that.
You got the
Nice.
mustache you can twirl like
Yes.
this.
You got the mustache,
Yeah, I mean, I do look like I should be tying women down a railroad tracks. It definitely lends to that
Right.
trope.
Yes, yes. Indeed. Where's your lasso? You need one of those too. Oh my gosh. So, what do you guys want to talk about here? We do have a couple questions. I guess we could shoot for the questions real quick. This one's going to be a little bit of a difficult question for all you guys, I feel, but maybe it's, you know, it depends on how you feel about these things. But I'll throw it on the screen if anybody wants to take that question from Wake of the Truth. How would land ownership work under a voluntarist system, particularly when most of the land is already claimed, however unjustly? So if anybody wants to approach that, I mean, I can give my answer if you guys want me to give my answer, but I'd like to hear what you guys are, you know, where you're at with property. You know, I really do want to see where you guys are at, because freedom, fundamentally, without understanding what property is, you're not really going to understand how freedom actually works. And property can be very ambiguous, and it's a very touchy topic, especially when you get into things like this, right? So
It's a good question.
mhm.
You know, I think there's questions like these that kind of pop up once in a while, and it's open for solutions, right? We're not going to have all the answers. I mean, we're talking about a true free voluntary society. This is going to be an elevated level of consciousness. We're going to have to, you know, organize and cooperate and work together on a lot of these type of topics. But of course, you know, it comes down to property rights. And let's say we just take government out of the equation, you know, the entities that are actually claiming the land unjustly. Yeah, it's going to have to be, I mean, everything's got to come down to the local level in your actual community, in your neighborhood, or whatever area that you are moving to or where you live. And there's got to be discourse amongst the people. So there's got to be some type of communication. So I don't know if the question is, you know, contracts. There's nothing wrong with contracts. So
Yeah, as long as they're voluntary. I think that the presupposition here is that if you're in a voluntarist system, then obviously most of that land would already be probably being used for the good. And since if you take out government or the state at this level, then they obviously create artificial scarcity with land by buying up a lot of the land. And by doing that, there's going to be a lot more availability and opportunity to have more land for people. And I think that's also kind of the scarcity mindset. People think, oh, they own all this land, so we can't use it, blah, 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 blah. You know, what's going to happen when, you know, one person owns so much? And yeah, one person shouldn't be able to own, let's say, all of the water in the world, right? I mean, that is the truth. You should only need to have possession of enough that take care of yourself or your family or whatever community that you're in, if you're organizing with a community for that specific resource, obviously. And let's just say if it's unjustly held, then you have the right to take it back. You know, that's just the fucking truth. You know, you can take that shit back if it's unjustly maintained and held. That's the point of it being unjust. Restitution, you know, take it back and get restitution for it. That's what I say.
Exactly.
But, you know,
I see a common factor when people are, you know, they're contemplating what a voluntary society would look like, you know, true freedom. They imagine how we're living now, and they just try to interchange to a society of true freedom. Like, there's going to be a lot of things that would have to change and that would change, right? So, I mean, cities is a great example. I mean, people packed in these high condensed cities. I think that would ultimately somewhat dissipate, meaning people would move out to the open areas, because there's a lot of land. There's plenty of land to go around for a lot of people. But it's just a way of life. Keeps people packed in here like sardines in these cities.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Anybody else want to talk on that?
I'll say that a really great resource, someone who I've enjoyed listening to talk about things like property ownership, and he's a voluntarist. I think he calls himself an anarcho-capitalist, which I'm fine with. I do like that ANCAPs use black and yellow because I think like 50% of them just don't want to be associated with communists, and the other 50% are actually the guys that are like Randian egotists that you do have to worry about selling the child. But that aside, Hoppe talks about the way that you can facilitate even things like public or group ownership using a private proprietarian system. And then to Brandon's point, yeah, I mean, to the extent that something is unjustly held, there does have to be some form of restitution there, some form of correcting that. And I don't necessarily know what that looks like. It's probably really chaotic and cataclysmic, but like, chaos does bring about its own type of order. And the growing pains that we'll experience moving towards a just society. I think it's like, the maybe not the best comparison because it's comes out of the medical system, but the way that we fight cancer, it's brutal on the body to excise cancer from yourself, but it's also necessary to keep you from dying.
Right, right. Well said. Yes, there's all kinds of growing pains. Let's say trying to build muscles. You're gonna have to rip your muscles, and then you have to heal from that, and it's gonna be painful. Cancer is a really good example of that kind of healing process. Does anybody else have any takes on property when it comes to that? I know this is a difficult topic.
Yeah, I think when you're talking about property, it's one of those kind of check marks is it being used? You know what I mean? Are you the rightful, like, did you rightfully attain it, and are you actually using it, and are you willing to defend it? If somebody's willing to actually forcefully try to take it, are you willing to stop them? And yes, that could definitely get kind of messy, right? We're drawing, people talk about the arbitrary lines of government. You're still kind of doing that when you're aligned, when you're talking about just private land ownership and that sort of thing. Is like anything past that tree, is not, but anything on this side is my property. You just kind of decided that. But definitely, I think it gets even more tricky when you get into the realm of like the communal aspect. So one thing I always kind of like, an example that I go to is something like the pyramids, because it's a historical artifact. It's like no one owns it, yet everyone owns it because it's a piece of history, and we all should be like kind of the stewards of it to make sure that no shitheads are like spray painting it or defacing it or anything like that. So that would be where we would all kind of like be responsible for stewarding that collectively, where no one person has the say of, oh, we're going to tear it down and build a shopping mall or something, but everyone kind of has a say in the matter. So that's definitely the whole domain of public or communal property definitely gets a lot more tricky and nuanced, because when you're talking about individual stuff, it's pretty nice and clean. It's like, I own myself, you own yourself, I own my stuff, you own your stuff. But when it's like city streets and things along those lines, that's where it gets a lot more tricky.
Absolutely.
The thing to remember though is just as much as it's tricky for us as just like regular people to figure this out, it's literally no different when the government does it. They just have the force to enforce whatever their say goes, but they're just as fallible as us, and they could make a bad call or a bad judgment just as easily as people getting together literally like we're doing right now and saying, well, this is what we'll do or whatever. So,
Right.
it's important to destigmatize this magical idea that if we have this centralized authority, somehow all the decisions will be super good and nice and clean and tidy, because in fact, when you give people that power, it tends to go the opposite way.
Yeah, I think we overcomplicate the problem as well sometimes. And my point to that is that a lot of people will just have an ego attachment to, let's say, like the public roads, right? Or something like this. And somebody else comes in and starts maintaining them. Well, I don't think anybody's going to really complain if somebody else comes in and starts maintaining the roads that you're claiming that you own, right? Especially if they're going to be using those motherfucking roads, right? So I think that a lot of these issues will diminish when we do have a more volunteerist ideology coming about. It doesn't mean that we won't have some kind of conflict of interest when it comes to property at the bigger level of that. But I think that that will kind of level out eventually once we start to understand how that society will actually function beyond just our personal private domains and private spaces within our communities or our homes and things like that, because those, like you said, are the easiest things to deal with.
And I don't think anyone here thinks like the Bureau of Land Management is actually doing a good job.
No.
Like it functions because there's a monopoly on violence and they get to go point automatic weapons at farmers and stuff, but like they're not doing a good job. I would be interested to hear others' takes on this, but I do think that I think that probably the use of land as purely a financial asset would probably need to disappear over time. I don't know if I want to like use force to get that done, but I also don't see how the way that land is bought and sold by people who have no physical relationship to it whatsoever could possibly be compatible with a natural law society.
You know, that's interesting because what that brings up for me is this is like an area where culture can actually be a good thing, where when there's a culture of morality, principles, good land stewardship, right, taking care of the earth, at some point, force isn't even necessary at a certain point, because people just kind of, they're more worried about the social stigma that comes along with doing something. They're like, it's kind of icky, right? And there'll still be always those fringe people that just do whatever they want, but then they can be ostracized, and they're going to run into hardships in other ways trying to strike deals with people and do commerce and all the you're the guy that's like taking up all the land and building or doing lavender fields or something like that.
Like, would you sell your property to the BlackRock guy? Probably not.
No. No, not at all. Yeah, I think this is where a lot of Marxists and communists and socialists would obviously disagree with anything that we have to say. That's pretty obvious, and we already know where that leads us to when it comes to theft.
I'd be interested to hear where Wake of Truth is coming at from with that question. That person has been trying to get into the chat basically the entire weekend, and we just so happened not to get to it. It wasn't for any reason, but I'd be interested to know, are they trying to hit a stinger there? Like, what is the question coming from? Because it seems like it's sort of mixing, statist philosophy with voluntarist utopianism, and then trying to see how those two would overlap, and they really don't. So I don't know if the question is trying to poke a hole in voluntarism, or is it trying to just address the question? Is it more black and white than that? I don't know. So the context of that question would be nice too.
That would be nice.
He did make a statement saying that he would, for clarification, he was thinking in terms of the transition from where we are now. So like a transitional phase.
Yeah, the transition will be very ugly. That's, there's no doubt in my mind. Even when you look at, say, some of the things Abraham Lincoln said about the abolishment of actual chattel slavery, was that they were going to die like in droves for 100 years before they basically deinstitutionalized and learned skills and learned how to be free people. That's a great microcosm of what this would be like on a global scale, moving out of the government slavery system.
Are you guys at all familiar with tort liability? Any of you guys? Kinda?
No.
Okay, Dylan has a little bit.
Not well enough to start talking about it.
Okay. All right. Well, shit. I think it does apply here, though. Tort liability is pretty much being able to hold let's say like corporations liable for unethical procedures based upon, you know, natural law. Since we're going to be a natural law society, I would say that's what it should be based upon, some sort of consistent moral, you know, code, and we would call that objective morality. But it means that you can hold them liable for, you know, let's say like the wrongful possession of land, for example. And that's a big issue that we have currently in our society, which is that we have very limited tort liability when it comes to the kind of system that we have, where they can just pay their way out of any kind of fine. Most of these corporations, obviously, they can just be like, oh, I can just account for this into my net profit, you know, and be like, okay, yeah, this time I can dump into the river as much as I want, you know, and it's like, I'll just get a fine this year and then pay it off and I'll be able to get away with it. And unless I get like some kind of huge lawsuit or something like, you know, DuPont, and DuPont's still around. I mean, think about that, right? It's like, oh yeah. So they can just continuously get away with these things because they're not held liable for the kind of damages they're doing onto citizens or individuals, I should say.
Yeah, fine is only deterrent if you can't afford it. Otherwise, you're
Right.
just like, cool, it's just the price I pay for doing the thing, as opposed to actually people stopping you from that.
Right. It's mainly for the poor. That's
Right.
mainly what it's for. Right. It's not really there for the rich. The rich don't fucking give a shit about that. Not that there's anything wrong with being wealthy. I think that's a dogmatic position to say, oh, since you're wealthy, you must be immoral. And we talked about that quite a bit. So what else? What would you guys like to bring to the table? Look at these great minds. What do you guys want to talk about tonight?
I actually want to second kind of roll back to that last question, because I like what Dylan talked about, is, you know, removing the financial aspect, and what Logan said about culture. I see culture as being completely neutral. It's more of a representation of collective consciousness, because we're going to interact, and there's going to be aspects of the interaction that we got to pop up that
Okay.
that shine from the characteristics of the level of consciousness that we're at. And this is going to take generations to probably transition into, you know, once the higher consciousness starts getting out to more people, right? So what Dylan said about growing pains, pain in general in nature it's inevitable. Like, it's a part of nature, pain is. But suffering is a choice. I mean, even the definition of suffering, it implies consent. You're choosing suffering. This is when pain gets too overwhelming and it becomes suffering. So I think there's going to be people that are absolutely going to die from these transitions, because they will not go through that inner work, and they're going to be clutching to these fading and decaying belief systems and ideologies, and they're just not simply going to make it. So the transition itself in any category, number one, obviously, is going to be consciousness. Once consciousness starts expanding and elevating, that will turn into a moral culture, because we're cultivating higher awareness and morality. And then, you know, from there, then the systems are going to start to integrate and kind of pop up. And the people that, you know, are not integrating and becoming moral are most likely going to have a hard time with it and not survive. So, I mean, to someone outside, that sounds brutal, but, you know, we're talking about objective morality. So there is truth. There is a correct answer. That's kind of the difference.
It's brutal if you look at it that way, but it really just is what it is. People are suffering already under the system that we're under now. You know, I've heard it said that change comes about when the pain of change becomes more appealing than the change of staying the same. You know, or the pain of staying the same. You know, and that's where we're fast approaching that point where it's just like, this is unsustainable. You know, and even though it may have to get worse before it gets better, it's kind of like if you've got a bullet lodged in you, you know, it might hurt worse when you start digging in there, but if you just leave it where it's at, you're going to die anyways. So you have to just kind of, you know, move through that pain to get to the other side of it, into something where you can actually start healing.
Very
It
well
has to
said.
hurt if it is to heal.
Yeah.
Sorry, that was from Never Ending Story.
And change has to come. Like it has to come. It's going to come. It's just a matter of time. Like it has to come. So yeah, there's going to be some growing pain. There's going to be a lot of things that people aren't going to want to adjust to. Not going to want to adapt to because people aren't really as adaptive. As they should be. Want to stay stuck in their old ways. Yeah, that change has to come. And how we prefer it to come in the realm of consciousness, but honestly, I really don't care how we get to it as long as we get to it.
It's almost like the trolley allegory that people like to bring up when it comes to more moral decisions or whatever. It's like the train is moving towards people on the tracks, and you didn't do that. You didn't put them there physically. So even if you did nothing, it was already on a trajectory of destruction. And then you have the choice to either act or not act, and you veer it the other way. And yes, maybe people are still going to get hurt, but you change the trajectory of it. That's does that make sense where I'm going with that?
Yeah. Well, it's a deontological approach. You know that by de facto you are in a position that you could possibly reduce harm or coercion in a situation like that. And so you do what you can to actually do that. And when we allow fear to prevent us from like making that choice because we're worried it's going to hurt other people or there's going to be consequences or collateral, right? That's usually when more people get harmed. That's why we have the state currently, we have another question here actually, and I know these ones are actually different questions than I expected. I know how you guys are going to answer this already. If government became the service it was meant to be, would you pay only spending tax only? Worded a little weird, but yeah. What I would say to that is government is exactly what it's meant to be currently. Okay,
Yeah.
it is exactly what it's meant to be. So it can never be anything else.
The system is not broken. It's functioning exactly as it was designed.
It's working fine. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah, I think a lot of people are uncomfortable with the things we talk about because they do have some sense of empathy towards harm to other people, and they do want to minimize that, but they take it to the extreme of like so much protection that they don't realize that what they're doing is actually creating the harm that they're trying to avoid, right? So that's the issue. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy by doing that. It's just like the idea of taking the guns away from people, no, buy more guns, buy more ammo. You're going to need it. You're in a position right now where you are under duress and you do need these self-defense items, whether that's just to protect your own home from a criminal or something like this, or the actual big criminals, which is the government, who are really the ones perpetrating all the crimes currently. So
I've got a question that's kind of similar to what Angela is asking. If we were in a society, or we made this change in consciousness, if we were to like have like a council or something like that, could we call it government? Because a lot of people still use that the term government in like the wrong context, when you're talking about freedom, because we're talking about a form of mind control, something that's based off coercion and slavery. And I always like what how Larkin Rose once said is, you can call it anything you want, but you couldn't call it government, because it just has its roots in coercion and violence and duress.
Yeah, if I give you advice, I'm not governing you. I'm just I'm counseling or advising. It doesn't become government until it has the force behind it.
The coercion behind it, yeah.
Absolutely.
And the question seems to kind of come from people who try to put the onus on you to come up with an answer, but that's not necessary. If you're just pointing out a contradiction in someone's philosophy or their worldview, it doesn't mean that you also need to provide some total solution to that either. You can let the contradiction stand there. You don't need to have some alternative, solution for them to grasp onto. That's just what they're trying to, do in their mind.
Yeah, who
Very
would
well
pick the
said.
cotton?
I think that's really important to point out. Actually, I find that quite a bit when it comes to talking about these types of ambiguous topics like property, or let's say you're having You've delegated some of your jobs into a voluntary community to other people to take on these services. And then you're like, oh, I'm worried that this is going to be a slippery slope into a more coercive system, which it could be if we don't have the principles of natural law. So that's the key foundation to all of these things, right? And also, there cannot be any kind of coercive force being used. And again, that's why you have guns. Just saying. Whether you like it or not, that's why you have them.
I think Angela has a follow-up in the chat here. She's saying we missed it. We missed it. Service to us. I think I could be misunderstanding, but it seems like she's stressing the fact that if it's actually a service to us, right? Not just changing the name, but where they're actually doing something. And if I'm understanding correctly, I'll just riff on this real quick, and I'd love to hear you guys' opinions as well. But the problem is the monopoly aspect of it. That's the one difference between government and the free market. Is the government is like, there's a department that does this, a department that does that. All the funding is, comes from the taxes. It goes directly to that to do that job. There is no competition for who gives the best service, right? So it's not the service that's the problem, it's the monopoly. If we had a free market, then that's where actually the good service would get delivered, because there's no our way is the only way and no one can do it better or worse. And when you're guaranteed that budget, all the incentive to do a good job has gone away, and all the incentive to bring in corruption is amplified. So that's where it gets really slippery slope.
We have more choice to to choose who you want to provide those services instead of centralized force. Is what you're saying?
Yeah, you vote with your dollar, basically. It's like, oh, these guys do the best job. That's who I want to hire to do whatever service it may be, whether it's personal defense, like what we think the police do. There could be, free market protection type services if that's, but there'd probably be a lot more natural, like militia type stuff where that would be a lot more of a niche market, instead of just like, oh, we're all just helpless slaves, nobody has guns, we need the police on every corner just to make sure crimes don't happen. And it would be a very different culture, coming back to the culture again, and just a very different mindset altogether, I think.
I agree. I think free markets are a big solution, especially when you're talking about the economy of freedom. But if you're just talking about the state of the absence of slavery, which does apply to the economy of freedom as well, I think that's where we fundamentally have to start. And this is the issue that we always run into when we're talking about concepts like this, is that it gets into utility, right? We're talking about utility with all these things. And we can deal with utility after we get principles down. Utility comes second to principles. And since people don't have principles down, then they don't really need to be dealing with the utility aspect, even though that they want those answers, right? They need to fundamentally grasp the principle part first, because until they get that, then the utility is always going to end up in disorder.
It's the who would build the roads argument all over again. It's just, that's not the question we need to answer. It's not. That's just almost like a red herring to the real discussion that's happening. And then it's almost a fear reaction of, well, how could we live our lives without this thing, in our lives? And again, it's not that we can't provide solutions, but the person, whoever, typically people jump to these who would build the road arguments because, they've just really not spent enough time thinking about the concepts. And so you kind of have to be patient with those kinds of questions and try to walk them through that. Maybe they really haven't seen the full picture of their presuppositions and worldview, and that's really what you're grappling with. Not who would replace this thing, A for A or apples for apples. It's it may not work like that. And the way nature works, we may not know what that looks like exactly. We can sort of come up with concepts and envision it, but it might be something that may not be able to think about on the fly as far as who would provide the service A, B, C, D, you know, in a true free world.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
one thing I always like to think of is the mere fact that people are asking that shows it's like they're answering their own question. If you're worried about who would do this or that, it means that there's a need for it because someone else is concerned about it too, and that's the whole mindset of an entrepreneur or you know, someone that thrives in the free market. Is they're always looking for, well, who would do this, who would do that, how can I go and solve a problem or meet a demand. So the fact that question is the standard thing that comes up shows that there's a demand for it, and there's going to be people that understand that, and they will find a way. And she's talking about infrastructure, SS, you know, Social Security, and all this funded with a spending only tax. But you could just as easily fund things through voluntary means. A tax, no matter how you, if you tax the income or you tax the sales or you tax whatever, the TV, it's all a tax. It's all coercion. It's all theft.
Mhm.
That's the real crux of the whole entire thing. And so again, if there's a need for it, then people will, like, no one needs to tax you so that you can buy a cell phone because you just, you know, you want one or need one, and so you buy it willingly. No one has to force it on you. So these other things, and again, if there's a culture around like community as opposed to the very satanic selfish mindset that we have a culture, very strong culture in now, of just like, you know, I don't care about that, as long as I got what I need, then I'm good. But if there's a culture around contributing to, hey, we can you know, the defense and take care of old people and stuff like that, there's no problem, it would get handled.
Yeah, it's this thought that, you know, everything needs to be done on a large scale, right? Medi-Cal for all, for the whole nation, Social Security, defense for the whole nation. When everything would operate more on a local level. A method, when I run into people that ask a lot of these questions, right? They want to know, well, is this going to be a better system? Like, they're giving the system we have now validity, like it's okay, but is what you're talking about true freedom? Will it be better than what we have now? Which, I mean, shows kind of an ignorant perception of what's actually going on in reality right now, the system at large and the philosophical aspects. But a good method is to ask them what they would do in a situation like that. Like, well, who do you think would build the roads? You know, how would you think we would take care of the elderly or, you know, the handicapped in a community? And use that Socratic method and watch their wheels turn and see what kind of answers that they provide. And I think a lot of people would be surprised that, hey, guess what? Human beings are actually kind of smart, you know? Like we could figure some shit out together.
The bar is pretty low anyways, right? It's like,
yeah.
I'd be curious, like asking, because I've heard people phrase questions like that. And the first thing I ask whenever I can is, what do you mean by better? Like, what constitutes better as opposed to worse? What is your criteria for judging this? Do you have a metric? Is it quality of service? Is it how moral the society is? Like, I'm pretty sure implicitly most people judge a society based on its technological progress, which if you do that,
efficiency.
that's okay. It's a consistent metric, but like, I don't give a fuck about that personally. It doesn't speak to how well the society actually runs. It doesn't speak to the moral quality of the people that form that society.
Exactly.
We build really good weapons though. So
yeah, that's why
I love
people
weapons. I'm into it, but like, I don't think that it's better. I just think that it's almost like it's a very one-dimensional way to look at things. Oh, it's better or it's worse. Well, in what way?
Exactly. Exactly. It's very materialistic, right? Oh, we are an advanced civilization right now. But, you know, maybe 1,000 years ago, they were primitive people, or a few thousand years ago, they were primitive people when they probably had a closer connection to nature and how the laws of nature operated, right? I mean, we look at indigenous cultures even nowadays where mental illness is not a thing.
Yeah.
Right. It's not a thing. And even if it is, like they know how to deal with that. And it's usually on a communal group level.
Shamanic
So yeah,
level.
shamanic level. Exactly.
Yeah, when people say, how would this work or how would that work? There's a presupposition baked in that what we do now is working. And so it's built on a false premise right from the get-go.
Exactly. 100%.
What groups will be more open to natural law? I think
You're muted, Brandon, or something.
Yeah, you're muted, dude.
Nobody's hearing you.
Nope, not hearing.
Nate, what do you think about that question?
Well, hopefully my mic doesn't mess everybody up. I would say I don't know. Maybe that's a great question. I don't know who the low hanging fruit would be. I guess maybe there's just so many groups. Who do you go after? Atheists? I don't know. It's a great question. I'm not sure.
I can answer that. Hold on, I got a little echo. I'll mute you, Nate. Sorry, you got it. A common factor that I've seen I can't say there's just one group of people, because I've had positive and negatives all across the board, from new age to, more conservative types. It doesn't really matter. I mean, there's just pros and cons with both. But the common factor that I've seen is actually people that are truly open-minded and actually have that desire to seek. I've seen this in all types of different groups of people, but that's a rare quality nowadays. Someone that's actually interested in seeking answers or diving deep in certain categories. Those are the people that actually I have kind of reached and have marinated on these topics, and they go back and forth with me. So that's the common factor that I see. It's actually true open-mindedness. Because a lot of people all across the board in these groups, doesn't matter if it's spiritual, political, atheists, whatever, they're very rigid and dogmatic, and they're just calcified in in their false axioms, in their belief systems. So I think a lot of people, if you did a poll, the majority of people would say, yeah, I'm open-minded, when they're absolutely not. So that's a common factor that I've seen.
I agree with that. Yeah, I would say just in my my experiences that, I was obviously joking with the atheists because I feel like I haven't done very well with them. I feel like the more open-minded people tend to be Christians, because they're, they're closer to some kind of, higher power. They at least have some kind of belief system in, a deity, where they can, have that open mind. And if I don't cross the line on their beliefs, they tend to listen. And, they do start to see the parallels, and then they start to see the bullshit in their own, belief system. So it's hard to say, but I think that's probably, in my experience, that's who I've had a better, I don't know. Well, I don't know the right word, but those are the people that I think I've reached the most.
I think that for the atheist, you approach them with a free market economic strategy and more of a scientific empiricism, and then they will get on board with you. And then for the Christians, if you approach them through a more spiritual or moral aspect, they definitely are going to relate with you a lot more. And that tends to be in that dynamic between those two groups, how I've always approached either of them. And I think that atheists are very receptive to something like what Logan's talking about with free markets. And then also, I think, like I just said, like what you're talking about, Nate, more moral. with that. I would like to roll back the question just for 1 second. Anybody who's really interested in like understanding some of the ways a society could work, I would highly recommend reading um, not only Larkin Rose, but Benjamin Tucker. He was a famous anarchist, early 19th century anarchist, and he really lays out how a lot of these systems, all these questions have already been answered by great authors and great literary writers. So Benjamin Tucker would be my main recommendation for like how a stateless society would be ran when it comes to that type of utility issue. So I just wanted to add that in there for anybody.
Excellent.
And I'm not muted, so I fixed that. I don't know how my mic got
came
muted.
through that time.
I have no idea, but I fixed it.
I was going to add on, Brandon, like what everyone's saying here. I think the key thing is to find the entry point for who you're talking to. Understand their mindset. Put yourself in their shoes, and then find that entry point, whatever that may be. I definitely think I've had the most success with Christians because you can go for that. They already have the framework of God's law, and if you put it and you use those kind of language, that it doesn't trigger them, and they can already kind of get behind. For example, my aunt is like this. Very staunch Christian and kind of minarchist mindset, but I've been kind of working on her for years. And each time it's like I can tell she's making progress and she's less resistant to the things that I say. And she's just like, nope, that's right. You're right. On those kind of things. Say for like a new ager, for example, they already have like the law of attraction, for example. So then you're like, well, there's other spiritual laws than that, and kind of use that as an entry point. The trouble with them is they're very resistant to like truth, right? They're like, well, what do you mean by truth? Like your truth? Or it's like, no, the truth.
We have to be
Yeah, they're always,
versatile in our rhetoric. I think, Logan, you nailed it.
yeah,
Like,
yes.
I mean, when you're going to engage with someone, like you should ask them a few questions to sum them up, to gauge where they're coming from, what type of person they are, right? I mean, so your approach is going to be different with a more conservative leaning person, which would probably understand rights and natural rights easier than a far left liberal. So you have to have your arsenal in your rhetoric, and your communication skills should be vast. But hey, when you actually know the concepts of natural law, objective morality, natural rights, spirituality in general, when you know it, you can convey it in many different forms and fashions, right? Truth applies to any category. So I think it's good that we have that versatility.
Yeah, Will, you get the words right out of my mouth, because I've done some good talk, with Christian. I always come at, from a cause and effect, way, or if I'm talking, with a libertarian or a person who's more conservative, then I'll start with, freedom and rights. So yeah, we do need to have many approaches, and be willing to listen, and we have to put it in a way that's relatable toward them. And like Will said, we have to ask them questions, and kind of get a feel from where they are at, and not just trying to approach everything from just a one shoe fits all.
That's the magic word you said, Brandon. Relatable. They have to be able to relate to what you're talking about, because if they can't actually apply it to their life or see the correlation, then I mean, just like I said in my presentation, we're dealing with children, psychological children. So you better be able to explain it, to like a 10-year-old. So,
well, we have another question on the screen. I think this is the last one that I could find, at least. I don't know if they've brought up any other ones, but I don't know if someone wants to take this one off the board. I have an answer, but I'd like to hear what you guys want to say about this first. Anybody?
Well, I mean, I kind of answered it earlier in my presentation. It's at least one reason is we're in a imbalance. You know, our brains, the way that we are imbalanced with the whole world, the whole earth brain, you know, our brains are mostly in a northern hemisphere where, you know, that's, you know, the northern hemisphere is dealing with the masculine. And so because we're so centralized in that part, and you know, everything around us is all solar, which is masculine energy. You know, it has made us reject the sacred feminine. It has made us reject everything that is feminine, and that's not completely the case, but you know, to enough of a degree that we have really become very destructive towards the feminine because of that imbalance. And I'm not just talking about males, I'm talking about females and males who have this imbalance. We all have it. And, you know, once we, you know, really do the work to be able to, you know, glare at that enough, we can really see it and you know, start to reorient ourselves to where we're not, you know, where we become more centered and more balanced, and you know, start to understand that the feminine is so much more beautiful and magical and much needed in this world, because you know, we're living in a, you know, ego driven world. We're very divided, we're very imbalanced, and you know, I mean, that, but again, that's just one aspect of it. There's so much that goes into that. I mean, it's just thousands and thousands of years of this, you know, type of you know, mind control essentially, and domination from that part of the mind. So, you know, it runs very deep. So it's a big subject.
I would actually I'll lead this person to checking out Michael Tessarian's work. He's got a huge series that's fairly recent about the female Illuminati, talking about the hidden matriarchy, because, you know, I mean, even though it may seem like that, and yes, women have been mistreated, I think it's just people have been mistreated across the board. It's definitely an imbalance, but men, you know, they follow women very easily. So when you have, you know, and you look in the past, you have a king, he's usually highly influenced by a woman behind the scenes. I mean, even in the ancient cultures, right? The seers were the women, or most of the time, right? They were the wisdom holders that would actually direct a, you know, whole tribe and village as well. So I think there might be some nuances there, and I think there's kind of an exoteric and an esoteric, you know, categories that could be dived into. But Michael Tessarian's got some really good work on that that I would highly recommend checking out.
Yeah, his series on the dark aspects of the female Illuminati is amazing. It's really, really freaking good. I like what Nate brought to the table about this, with a consciousness imbalance that we have going on, which then we manifest into a physical form. I think that's part of the issue. But I also see that a lot of society does bolster to the female. It just depends on what you're talking about. Like, what do you mean specifically when you mean mistreated? Because there's a lot of aspects where they are held to be very, very high in regard. And a lot of the things that we do, especially in the Western culture, is to put them up. And yes, men do dominate the, you know, let's say the business capital. And it's specifically because of their psychology, really. It's not really necessarily an equality that's going on. It's mainly just because of how those types of systems run and operate naturally. And I think that would, you know, I think a lot of females could benefit from understanding the psychological aspects of being in those types of business environments, obviously. But if you look around the whole world, even currently, let's say you go to Japan or you go to some other countries, the female is held to be the highest esteem, and they have rites and rituals that they still perform even within the state apparatus. But I also could say at another level that the state is part of the issue of why females have been mistreated, and that also has to do with that solar cult domination in our consciousness. So I think that females could be or would have been less mistreated if the state was not involved, or the monarch, or the church, because we see what the church does to females as well. So it's not just the state, it's just religious dogma. It's the belief in authority. But yeah, it's very nuanced when you're talking about like mistreated, because all of us have been mistreated. Men are the most likely to go to war and die in war. Men take up the hardest and most dangerous jobs. Men do all the sanitation work in most of the business environments. Like, there's a lot of things. Men are the most likely to commit suicide. Men are the ones who are more poor, and they end up on the streets more than females. So, like, when you say mistreated, we have to ask questions about that, because men are very abused as well. It's just that a specific group of men happen to not be that way, whereas the rest of us are mistreated just as much as the females. So
I have some to share here from my perspective with polarity. I think that this can definitely apply here. When you understand, first you have to look at the cosmic principles, and then, as above, so below. So gender is not a human construct. That is just propaganda garbage. These are universal principles that have objectively knowable characteristics. And when we are truly embodied and in touch with our instincts, we naturally exhibit these characteristics. And so it's just energetics think of like a magnet or a battery. It's the flow of energy. And so the masculine projects and the feminine receives. The masculine leads, the feminine follows. And it's not about superiority. It's not about hierarchy. It's the man leads, but in service to her. And so the feminine must be heard, and there must be that actual divine connection happening. And that is where this ties into this question. It's the toxic masculinity version of the male in authority without being connected to his heart, and not connected to the feminine's feelings, and not respecting that. It's a selfish leadership. It's about domination and control, not about service. And that's a very key distinction there. And that is baked into our culture very much. There's a huge gender and identity crisis happening right now.
That's why you can reduce every problem in the world. You can reduce it down to morality. Because there's nothing more basic than that we incarnate in a body and we interact with others. What is the status of that interaction? Does it initiate harm or does it not? There's morality right there, knowing the difference of that. So
what's
the
interesting
question
about that is, sorry.
Just real quick, I'll just make one comment that the question itself, and I know Nathan said, hey, he knows that it's very complicated, many facets, but so maybe not coming at it from one angle, but mistreated, abused, as in the right not to vote, and oh, now you're a citizen, which is really just a slave. And it all, so it's coming from this worldview of like, there's this patriarchy and that's just the way that it is. But becoming having the right to vote, for an example, isn't, now we say, oh, now it's equal. Well, now you're just equal under slavery. So it is very nuanced and multifaceted. You can't just presuppose that it's a patriarchy. That's almost been a prescribed worldview, and it tries to simplify the matter. It's not that simple.
Yeah, I mean, the government itself is energetically a patriarchy, because it's control, it's executive power, it's dictating, it's setting boundaries. The problem is, and even if you put all women into power as politicians and lawmakers, it would still be that. It would, you know what I'm saying, energetically. And so this is what I meant by the difference between the roles is when the masculine is leading, but with care. The government doesn't do that. The government is just like, this is how it is. I don't care what you think or feel about it. You just follow orders and obey, or else I'll abuse you. That is the toxic masculine in a nutshell right there. So that's the key distinction is when, and there's a question here about what I mean by men leading is the male leadership means he's in the position of control. And that's a little bit touchy for people. It's like, that sounds controlling, it's that narcissistic, right? But it's like it's, when I say it's an act of service, it's because it's unencumbering the feminine from that role. When she's encumbered with this burden of responsibility of leadership, that takes her out of her feminine essence, out of her radiance. The feminine wants to relax and just trust that everything's handled, that she's got masculine men around that are keeping her safe, keeping her provided for, cherishing and honoring her. That is the difference. She cannot do that when she's worried about, you know, bills or laws or
Yeah,
just
or
like
that
any of the
holding
logistical
a
stuff.
job is better than raising children somehow. Like this
Right.
value system, like Dylan talked about earlier. Well, what is it that's better here? So working a job and paying your taxes is more honorable than raising children. And then if you're raising children and you're at home, that's being suppressed somehow. It's flipping things upside down where, you know, maybe all men, like Brandon said, are actually trying to hold you up and put women up on a pedestal. And, you know, we'll go be in the coal mines and the trenches so that we can make sure that the mother of our children has what she needs and can do her job. And versus somehow, like you said, Logan, the crisis is that somehow being at work and being able to vote is better.
Empowered.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's empowering.
It
We
is a
have
great irony.
neo-feminism running around.
Rosie Riveter. Yeah.
The idea that women being tax donkeys has somehow caused them to be more free or liberated today than they were
Right.
previously.
Oh my God. Or the idea that you have the right to vote, right? The
Yeah.
right to vote for slavery. It's like, okay, come on. Like, you know, that's ridiculous, obviously.
Yeah, false
So,
dialectic.
yes, it's a false dialectic indeed. So, do you guys have any other topics you'd like to bring to the table? I know it's getting pretty late here. It's almost 2:30 in the morning. Looks like some people are getting pretty tired. I know I'm pretty exhausted after hosting for wow, what was it? Over 30 hours, definitely, maybe like 33 hours, something like that, 32 hours.
That's savage, man. You did like solo hosting that for 2 days
That's my
of the
new
conference.
nickname, Savage, bro. Got it. All right. I'm gonna engrave that on my guns. One more topic. Let's bring up one more topic. How about this? What do you guys think about getting more people to do events like this, and how do you see that as being effective towards spreading this knowledge?
I think it's a great idea because you see the unity, you see the camaraderie, you know, the chat. You get to showcase a lot more art. You know, that's one thing that Will talks about is instead of calling myself a content creator, I'm gonna start calling myself a artist. You know, and I use all of my software and my hardware, you know, like as my canvas. So yeah, I think it's a good idea, and there's a lot more people who seem to be interested in putting their art, you know, out there, and it also gets to showcase, you know, people's art, and we get to connect, you know, just meet people. You know, I was able to, you know, meet Tyler, Nate, Dylan. You know, so we get to showcase our art, and we get to meet some, you know, wonderful individuals. Then it also gives a opportunity to inspire more people to get involved. So I think this is a wonderful idea.
Somebody else want to chime in on any of that?
I totally agree. I mean, there's a convergence that goes on of just energy. Number one, the presenters that come and, you know, bring that whole aspect of the message of truth and freedom to the table, but then the viewership that come together and they get introduced to other like-minded individuals when they see people in the chat and they see the presenters and they resonate with the message. So it's just amplifying this this magnetism and electricity of the message, and that's good for people to experience and see, because, you know, we see people that you know, they might be in a bad place, like they're the only one, or you know, we're not reaching people when we are. So when we do a conference like this, it's proving that, you know, it's like uniting the clans and uniting the energy and the force. It's very good to see. I think, you know, Brandon, you would agree, these conferences are for inspiration of the viewers, right? I mean, the presenters are making content. This is for the viewers to inspire you guys to take action, to go deeper and create something. So, I mean, just as the S.E.E.D 4 conference was the inspiration for the Funnel conference, right? And then the Funnel conference was the inspiration for Shattering the Illusion conference. You see the trend? Like, let's keep this going. And, you know, let's double down. And I mean, make it as big as we can and keep it going. More conferences. We're immortalizing a message by getting together and do 30 hours of just straight truth bombs and putting it on the internet so people can, you know, check it out later. I mean, this is why knowing the tech, this is why Mark's message today in his presentation is so important and powerful. Like, we have to understand the tech to imprint that message out into the ether.
Yeah, you took words right out of my mouth with Mark's presentation. I was about to say that, you know, he nailed it. Obviously, you know, we need more people with more tech skills putting this information. This is the new way of publishing, is doing it online or doing it in person. You still have to have graphic design skills. You still have to have organization skills. You still have to have a lot of these skills that can be taught all over the place, especially just on the internet. And like he said, and like I've always said, you know, you have to be autodidactic. You have to have a drive, a willpower, or a fire, and, you know, the fire within, and you have to go and take the initiative to actually want to do these things. And we do need to see a lot more people putting in the effort. And, you know, if anybody out there who's watching this ends up putting a conference together, email one of us. You know, you never know. We may be free. We may be available to contribute in some way. And we do have some knowledge and some skills with this and some experience with these things, or we can point you and get you connected to other people. You know, reach out. We're here for you. That's also something I wanted to tell people, is that we're here for you. We're all in this together, you know, and we better start connecting with each other, because you never know. The boot may come down really, really fast and hard, and we may need to form some kind of like private communication network so that we can actually, you know, have some strategy. You know, we need some fucking strategy. And that's something that I don't see enough of, is there's no strategy being put forward when it comes to, let's say, more contingencies for just in case things get kind of hot. Obviously, not in a sexy way.
It might be sexy. You don't know.
It could be sexy. Yeah, maybe it will be. I mean, if you're doing burpees over there, somebody's going to be like, oh, man.
Basking in his red light.
My kid doesn't have pants. I've got knee pads and I just wear Ranger panties. It's kind of sexy, maybe.
Oh, my gosh.
That's
that
hella
was
funny.
not the image I needed to put in my mind before I go to sleep.
Sleep well, Brandon.
Oh, my God.
It's great to see so many people in the chat. You know, I mean, we've seen this on the Funnel conference as well. There's no drama. And I don't know if that's like, we're just like lucky, or if people actually understand morality and, you know, ethical principles. So people are, you know, they respect each other, but they're still open-minded. You know, no one has a problem with, you know, asking questions or seeking truth or clarification, but there's like no drama. There's no fucking trolls or nothing like that. Like, it's great to see. I think, you know, morality and truth is the foundation of a relationship. So
absolutely.
Total success, Brandon and Tyler. Well done, guys.
It'll be
Well, thank you
interesting to
guys
see
so much. Oh, go ahead, Logan.
when things start to get a little bit bigger. That's when I think you could run into a little bit more, like attracts more haters and people
Sure.
coming in, and that's when we'll know when we're really getting somewhere, I think. But I mean, bring it on. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I think
bring
we're
it to the
doing.
table.
I think we're doing great. These things get bigger and better quality wise, and outreach wise every year. So we're clearly making progress, and that's what matters.
Absolutely. I think I got over 200 subs just in the past 2 days, which is a
Nice.
pretty big increase just in 2 days.
Yeah.
So that's pretty nice, and I'm sure it will continue to rise for the next couple weeks because of these content videos. Now, you guys will be releasing your videos on your own channels, right?
Already did.
Yeah.
Already did. Nice. Awesome. So yeah, I will try to link everything into the description for everybody's videos as well. I also will be releasing your guys' videos, but I'm gonna space them out, probably over the next few weeks. So it's not just like all
Yeah.
at once. We're gonna release the full days, and then I'm gonna do it, and put it in the seed, playlists or whatever, just so everybody has access to that. And I'll make sure to get all your guys' info in there. And I really appreciate everything that you guys have brought to the table. Without you guys, we couldn't have got it done, especially Tyler up here. Like I said, the engine behind the machine here. Look at him. It looks like he's like fused himself to that seat now. He's become one with it.
It's a little bit like when you go to Vegas and you're just overstimulated. And that's not just from the computer stuff, but just all the information that you guys packed into this. So Brandon, I want to say thank you. And I've, seen you online getting these wheels turning for probably about 8 to 9 years now. And seeing you continue on is inspiring. I do, hope that you will do a Seed 6. And Seed 4 kind of got me going with wanting to do better at this role. So I appreciate you for inviting me, and also just doing the organization of putting this together, because it's not easy. And there's no reason why there are reasons, but you don't have to do it. Basically, none of us had to do this or be here or make these presentations, but I think it does make a big difference when we do. So we don't know who we're going to inspire with this content. And, we talked about earlier meeting people where they're at. But, to the point of Mark's presentation, when you do this one-to-many format, so we don't even know some of the people we could be reaching with this information. So cheers to all the content creators. You guys all did an amazing job. And the people that stuck with us throughout the stream, that makes a big difference too. I saw a pretty consistent number the whole time. So in my mind, that meant that the people that were engaged wanted to stay engaged. And so that's all very inspiring. So thank you.
Yeah, and thanks to everyone that stuck around so late, to hang out with us and ask us good questions and all of that. Y'all are the real OGs.
For sure. Nathan, do you have something to say?
Yeah, I was just gonna say thank you so much, Tyler. Yeah, man, you really killed it, and I mean, you did it the last conference too, and I mean, you just really ran everything so smooth. And Brandon, so much props to you, and your presentation was just, all of your guys' presentations were so good, so inspiring. I mean, every presentation that I saw today, I'm like, man, I got to go back and do the research on that. And I feel like I got something out of every single presentation today and yesterday, and that's amazing. It's an amazing feeling to see that everything just keeps getting better and better. These conferences keep running smoother. They keep amplifying higher. The round table is getting stronger and stronger, because that's what these conferences are. They are round tables. And, we're sharpening ourselves, and we should be proud of that. And we should, be thankful that we keep this table rolling, and I think it's just amazing to be part of this. And, I'm definitely going to sleep well tonight. And I really wish Doug could have made it to the round table, but I know he's just really trying to recover and feel a little better. And I'm thankful that he was able to put together such an amazing presentation. His vitriol was just out of this world. It was such a home run. And I really, really appreciated that whole. I actually watched the whole thing last night. And yeah, you guys are all awesome. And I'm so thankful for all of you guys, so appreciate it.
Getting the love from the teddy bear over here. Cubby hole, bring the bear.
Yeah, likewise, Nate. Appreciate that.
Awesome, guys. Well, I think I'm going to call it. Thank you guys so much for being a part of the roundtable tonight. I know it was a late one. It's 16, almost 17 hours now. We've almost made it to, geez, that's a lot, man. That is a lot. 17 hours. Dude.
Am I gonna have to do a 3-day funnel conference? Are we pushing each other?
Yeah, we're pushing each other now.
Woo!
Oh man. Just so you guys know, I will be putting on a S.E.E.D 6 and a S.E.E.D 7. I'm looking forward to hopefully doing S.E.E.D 7 in person somewhere. That I'm going to keep that secret a little bit. I've been working on that kind of behind the scenes a little bit here and there. But S.E.E.D 6 will definitely be online again, and I'm hoping to get that done probably after next year's funnel conference, so we can work together on organizing that. If you want to, Will, we can figure that out. And I know you're going to be putting that out there, which will be awesome. So check out the funnel conference if anybody hasn't checked that out. That's an amazing conference. We have a few. I think we all spoke here besides Dylan and Tyler. So we all spoke at that conference. So that's amazing. How we're cooperating with this. But thank you guys so much. I hope you get some fucking good sleep. I know I'm going to need it. I'm going to sleep like a bear tonight. My dogs are calling me.
Sleep like an owl.
To bed.
Call back to 16 hours ago.
Right. Oh my gosh. Well, reach out to me if you guys need anything from me at any point, and I'm sure we'll be talking to each other very soon. I hope you guys have a wonderful, good night's sleep.
Yeah.
Appreciate y'all. Thank you.
Much love.
Good night, everyone.
Appreciate it.
Woo, woo, woo.